Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Spider-Man and fell for Momo? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. This story is El Sorpendente Midoriya Izuku by Yunku-san. Something common that for others may be strange is my life, and that is that where people can fly, spit acid, have super strength, be faster than sound, and that they can be superheroes with extremely incredible powers, being a total of 80% of society which is special, is not at all far-fetched. But just as there is light, there is also darkness. The other 20% of society has lagged behind human evolution, so to speak. You might wonder what I mean. It's simple. That small segment of humanity doesn't have a super ability that sets them apart from the rest, and that's the one I belong to. Or so everyone thinks. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I was bitten by a radioactive spider that gave me superpowers, and since then my life changed drastically. I've been through a lot since I was a child. I saved a lot of people, I fell in love, I saved the city, I saved it again and again and again, I lost loved ones, I defeated dangerous enemies. The heroes try to stop me from acting as a vigilante, and in case you don't know, I am a vigilante. But despite everything I told you, and despite all that, I still love being Spider-Man. Who wouldn't? And no matter how many times I get hit, I always find a way to get back up. Why, the only thing standing between this city and its destruction is me. There is only one Spider-Man, and you are reading this. But in case it is not clear to you, I will tell you this. I am Spider-Man, and here's one of my future projects. This isn't a chapter or anything like that, it's just the introduction to my future story, which I'll publish in the not too distant future. I also want you to know that I haven't yet figured out exactly how many chapters this story will last, but I am sure of one thing. And that is that it will be divided into 2 parts. Also, since Spider-Man is one of the most popular and well-known heroes in the world, he has several different stories. What do I want to get to? And I apologize if there is something you don't like, because this story itself will contain things like the movies, comics, or series. There may be references or a follow-up to parts of the Spider-Man films by Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield and Tom Holland, and even Miles Morales. Also, as I said before, Spider-Man has as many variants as his powers or abilities, whatever you want to call them. What powers will he have? You'll see that later. The villains. Also later on, there could be a variety of villains, such as Vulture, Rhino, Marauder, King Pig, Electro, the Lizard, the Green Goblin, etc. And as I said before, I hope you enjoy this great project I have in mind. I have many incredible plans for this story, and this time I want it to be very, very different from my previous story. Izuku Midoriya the Last Warrior Z. And as I mentioned before, this story will be divided into 2, and if you're wondering why, well, it's simple. I have big plans. And as such, since it is divided into 2 parts, I will be able to keep an eye on your opinions, and I would like that as the story progresses, you enjoy it, and as you read, a great idea might come to mind that, if you want me to integrate, do not hesitate to tell me, and I will see how it goes and if it could be made possible. As a small spoiler, so to speak, I will make Izuku have a spider-like vigilante companion, who you will find out later. I also hope that this story is very supported because, as I said before, I have big plans which I hope will turn out well, hehe. When you are reading this, and if you are a big fan of Spider-Man and are following his movies or comics or even series, you will have some questions in mind about this story, and since there are several, it will take me a long time to answer or write some that you may have in mind, but that does not mean that 2 that have come to mind to more than one are in this story, and I will tell you them. Spectator. Will there be a multiverse? Yunku. Probably yes. Spectator. When mentioning the villains that may appear, will one of the most incredible ones appear, such as an alien? Yunku. Of course. Venom will be in this story. Spectators. Hooray. Yunku. But as I said before, this story will be divided into 2, and since it is the case of the multiverse, which is very confusing, it is almost impossible for me to put it in the first part, and in the second part it is much more likely that I will use this theme in question. But do not get your hopes up so much, because I do not know if I will do well with that, but I promise that I will try to use it. And in the case of Venom, this is 100% sure that it will appear in my story. If in the first or second part, it will be my decision, and it depends on how well I feel in question as the story progresses. Gifts, also known as quirks or superpowers, are special abilities that humans acquire from birth, or as the body of the individual possessing them develops. Currently, 80% of the human population has gifts, with the remaining 20% being rare individuals who fail to obtain one of these powers for unknown reasons. The first record of a person with a quirk was a newborn baby in China, in a hospital in the city of Quig. This baby had the ability to generate light throughout its body. From this moment on, the generation of humans with quirks began to arrive. Some adults manifested powers, and others who were just born did too. It hasn't been confirmed how these powers were created, but it's thought to have been caused by a virus spread by mice worldwide, which somehow caused humans to evolve. Initially, this phenomenon was known as meta-abilities, but after laws were established, they were renamed gifts. Gifts are acquired naturally or inherited directly from the family, and usually begin to manifest from the age of 4. Because gifts are considered an evolution of humanity, you can tell who has powers by looking at their foot. This is because people without special abilities have a vestigial joint in their pinky toe, scientifically known as little toe, while people with gift do not have such articulation. When humans around the world began to display these abilities, great chaos ensued, as many criminals attempted to use the powers for evil purposes. Furthermore, people harmed innocent people simply because they didn't know how to control their gift. This led to the arrival of the Age of the Watchers, civilians with gifts who attempted to stop criminals and thus keep society under control. When things started to spiral even further out of control, the profession of pro-heroes was established, who are now tasked with stopping villains by enforcing a series of strict laws to keep society functioning and prevent chaos. Every child's dream could be fulfilled, the profession of a hero, that job everyone read about in comics, and comics was finally real. Although not for everyone. 12 years ago in a house in Japan in the city of Musutafu we can see a room in which there were too many things of heroes but of which one hero stood out. He was a blonde-haired man with 2 strands standing up, muscular and with a big smile. This was none other than All Might, the symbol of peace. In the room there was a little green-haired boy who was sitting on his bed while looking at the floor shedding a few tears. Flashback: in a waiting room in the infirmary we could see a beautiful green-haired woman of slim build accompanied by a small child who was beside himself with excitement. Izuku. Mommy, I can't wait any longer, the boy said with great emotion. Inko. Calm down, darling, she smiled warmly at her son. Izuku. But I can't wait. Kachan has already awakened his quirk and it's a very strong one. Excited. Do you think my quirk is just as strong? Curious. Inko. Of course you'll have a quirk so powerful that you'll be number 1, smiling at him. Izuku. Yes, raising his fist in excitement. Nurse. Midoriya family? Inko. It's us. Standing up next to her son. Nurse. You can come in now, the doctor is waiting for you. Both green-haired men bowed and went to the room where the doctor was waiting for them, who was sitting in a chair while looking at both green-haired men. Doctor. Tell me what I owe your visit to. Inko. Vera. Doctor, my son is already 4 years old but his quirk hasn't awakened yet. Doctor. I understand. Then if there is no problem I will run some tests on your son. The older green-haired girl nodded as she watched the doctor perform all the necessary tests to find out little Izuku's quirk until the results arrived. Izuku. And tell me, Doctor, can I be a hero with my incredible quirk? Excited. Doctor. I think you should give up, seriously. That made the little green-haired boy drop his miniature All Might toy. Inko. What do you mean, Doctor? Worried. Doctor. If you notice here, Mrs. Midoriya, this is an X-ray of little Izuku. You can see that he has the joint in his foot that is scientifically known as little toe, which is possessed by people who do not possess a gift. Inko. So that means, Doctor, little Izuku doesn't have a gift. Finishing the question, yes, seriously. Inko. I see. Thank you very much for your time, Doctor, bowing as she left with her dejected son. The little green-haired boy just kept his head down while his mother tried to cheer him up without any success, until they both arrived home, making the boy lock himself in his room. End flashback: at night in the Midoriya house there was a deathly silence. The beautiful green-haired girl did not know what to do to cheer up her son. But then the door was opened by a black-haired man with freckles on his face entering the home. Hisashi. I'm home, I call out cheerfully. The subject was the father of little Izuku. It was rare for the black-haired man to have time to go home and spend time with his family because of his work, but that did not prevent him from enjoying time with them to the fullest when he visited his family. But this time his welcome was strange. It wasn't like always when his little son came running to hug him and fill him with information about heroes that he had read on the internet. That puzzled him a little until the beautiful wife that the black-haired man had gotten came from the kitchen to greet him with a kiss and a hug. Inko. I missed you so much, Hisashi-kun, hugging him. Hisashi. Me too, Inko-chan, reciprocating the gesture, and, where is my champion? Curious. The green-haired girl just lowered her head, sadly worrying the father of the family, so he only asked him what was happening, where his wife told him about her visit to the doctor and the bad news that Izuku belonged to that 20% of society that did not have a quirk. The black-haired man would go up to his son's room to continue entering, seeing his son crestfallen. Hisashi. Hola Izuku. Izuku. Hi dad, how was your day? Okay. That did worry his father. Every time he came home, his son would inundate him with questions about his work and his research, and seeing him so discouraged made him worry. Hisashi. Your mother already told me, sitting next to her. Izuku. I just wanted to be a hero, shedding tears. Hisashi. And who says you can't be? Izuku. But I don't have a quirk, seeing his father confused. Hisashi. You don't need one to be a hero. There are doctors, police officers and firefighters. Are they heroes too, aren't they? Izuku. Yes, you're right, giving a slight smile. Hisashi. So don't worry about not having a quirk. You can always be a hero with small everyday actions. Izuku. You're right, more animated, Hisashi. That's how you talk, tousling his hair. Izuku. Ha ha ha, enough dad. It tickles, laughing happily. At that moment, the beautiful green-haired girl would look out the door of the room to see both of them laughing together, making tears of happiness fall from her beautiful green eyes. Hisashi. I'll stop. Besides, we can still play heroes. Izuku. Really, excited. Hisashi. That's right. Now where's that little hero? I don't see him anywhere, looking around. Izuku. I'm here, standing up on his bed. Hisashi. Ah, it was right under my nose this whole time. Overdramatizing, but that won't stop me from my plans, hero. Ha ha ha, laughing evilly. You won't be able to stop me. Izuku. Of course I can. Determined. Hisashi. Really? Well then, standing up, I'll take this beautiful lady. Carrying the green-haired girl bridal style, and you won't be able to stop me, running out of the room. Inko. No. My hero helps. The woman shouted through the halls of the house. Izuku. Don't worry, citizen. I will save you. The little boy jumped out of bed and started running out of his room looking for his parents all over the second floor of the house, but he couldn't find them. He reached the first floor and there was no sign of anyone until he heard noises in a room, so he hurried there, but when he arrived, he could see which door it was. The door that he or his mother was forbidden to enter, only his father could enter, but curious, he approached to open the door slowly, finding a mess in the room. Papers thrown everywhere. The window of the room was broken. All the drawers were upside down. Someone had entered looking for something. Izuku. Dad. The boy shouted, Dad, seconds. Later his father arrived with a smile until he saw the mess in the room getting serious, so he took his son and carried him to where his wife was giving him to her. So the black-haired man returned to the room and began to search a drawer that was in the area, so with a pencil he put pressure causing the bottom to rise, showing that this bottom was false, and in this new one there was a portfolio that Hisashi opened to see what papers were there, so he hurried to take them and approach a chalkboard on which there were things written which the black-haired man began to erase without a trace. Soon the rain started to fall and Hisashi took his wife and son and left home in his car as the rain fell harder. While his mother was driving, the green-haired man watched as his father sat in the passenger seat while he checked several documents, and in one of them he could see a strange symbol that he had never seen before. Ooh. After a few minutes they arrived at their destination that Izuku recognized was his uncle's house. The green-haired trio entered the house while the adult trio talked. Little Izuku watched all this from a corner, watching his father speak with a serious look while his mother cried and his uncle was also serious. After a few seconds his father stood up and approached Izuku to take him by the shoulders. Hisashi. Listen Izuku, I won't be home, I have to go to work. Izuku. But you'll come back, right? Hisashi. Of course. Be a good boy and behave. Giving him a kiss on the head. After that, his father said goodbye to his mother with a kiss and a hug from his uncle and then went out and got lost in the darkness of the night and the rain on the road. The present in a Japanese high school located specifically in the city of Musutafu, we can see a green-haired boy staring at the school. Nara Izuku, it's been over 12 years since dad left without a trace. I'm currently 16 years old and I attend Midtown High School in Musutafu. My life is normal, if you can say that in some way, of course, if normal seems to you that. Hello loser. Throwing a water balloon at his head. Izuku. Ah great. Seeing his wet clothes. Yes. My life is normal, not to mention that everyone at school has a quirk, except me of course. That's why I've spent the last 12 years of my life being the butt of everyone's jokes. But if I'm honest, I don't care anymore. The freckled boy entered the academy seeing everyone passing him by doing their thing. The boy just sighed as he walked and reached a wall where all the photographs of the academy were. Yes, I like taking pictures and I'm in the academy's photographers club. And I'm the only one. Yeah. For that reason I take photos of the academy about the events or announcements that are given at the request of the director of the academy. The freckled man arrived at the place and opened a window in which there were several photographs, so he just stared at them and after a few seconds he entered a new one which had the title. Academy Debate Club Midtown High. The freckled man stared at the photograph where there was a beautiful girl with jet black hair, a lock of which fell over her face. But he was taken out of his thoughts when he was tackled and crashed against the wall where all the photographs were to turn around and find himself with a pale-haired boy known to him. Bakugo. Hello Deku. As you know, it's not a pleasure to see you again, mockingly. Bakugo Katsuki was my best friend in preschool, but since he found out I didn't have a quirk he distanced himself from me until he started making fun of me, making jokes and hitting me, becoming the biggest bully in my life. You might be wondering where I know him from. Well, it's simple. My mother and his have been good friends since school. I even considered Bakugo's parents my uncles, and I call them that affectionately. Izuku. Seriously, Bakugo-kun? Are you going to start again? Bored? Bakugo. Be more careful when you talk to me, idiot, annoyed. Izuku. Please, really? How much longer do I have to put up with you? Annoyed. The pale-haired boy only made a feint that would hit him, making the freckled boy cover himself for fear of the blow, making the pale-haired boy and his henchmen laugh at him. Izuku. It can't be. Bakugo. What about your father, Deku? Has he returned yet? Or is he still working? Mockingly. Izuku. You'll be annoyed, ready to hit him. Bakugo. A what? Making an explosion in his hand. Izuku. Stopping himself from trying to hit him. Bakugo. I thought that was useless. Enough, everyone better calm down, seriously. Behind the green-haired boy a voice was heard making everyone see them, showing a boy with his hair of two colors, half red and half white, with a burn scar on his face, being a little taller than the green-haired and pale-haired boy. He is Todoroki Shoto and he is my best friend despite being the son of the number 2 hero and having an incredibly powerful quirk which was half cold half hot. He never cared that I don't have a quirk. Todoroki. Enough, let's all go to class, seriously. Ring ring. At that point all the students went to their classrooms, including the little redhead and his henchmen, leaving only the two friends. Todoroki. Are you okay? Izuku. Yes. Thank you Todoroki-kun. Todoroki. Stop getting into trouble and let's go to class. The freckled boy just nodded and both went to their classroom to start their school day. At recess time the green-haired boy went to the backyard when in the distance he saw a beautiful brunette girl reading a book on some benches there, so he didn't hesitate to take a picture of her from a distance with his camera that he carried everywhere in case something interesting happened at school, or with some luck he could take a picture of a hero. When suddenly in the distance a crowd began to form while they surrounded something or someone. The confused green-haired boy approached them, seeing how in the center was the pale-haired boy carrying someone from his feet while forcing him to eat from that position. All. Eat. 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 Everyone watched the pale-haired boy amused as he carried the boy until he noticed the green-haired boy. Bakugo. Hey Deku. Take a picture. Izuku. No, I won't, shaking his head. Hey buddy, don't eat it. Bakugo. Come on, do it Deku. Izuku. No Bakugo-kun. Bajalo, ordering. Bakugo. Take the picture. Izuku. Put it down Bakugo-kun, annoyed. This made the pale-haired boy lower him roughly, causing the boy to hit himself. Izuku approached trying to help him when he received a punch in his stomach that made him lose his breath. The pale-haired boy punched him again in the stomach, followed by an explosion in his face that knocked him to the ground. Bakugo. Wow. Let's stand up. The green-haired man was holding his stomach as he tried to get up when he received another kick followed by an explosion. Bakugo. Come on. Who's next? Someone else. While that was happening, a beautiful girl was approaching the area, staying behind the pale-haired boy. Hey, Bakugo-san Bakugo. Come on, someone else. Bakugo-san. The aforementioned turned around, ready to fight, when he stopped when he saw who was speaking to him. Her name is Yaoyorozu Momo, a beautiful girl and the smartest in school. She is the daughter of the Yaoyorozu, the most powerful and wealthy family in all of Japan. Yaoyorozu. Do you want to continue with this? Bakugo? Yaoyorozu. Not to mention you used your quirk illegally. It would be better if you returned to your classroom before I spoke to the principal. Bakugo. Tisk. Whatever, walking away. The brunette only turned to look at the green-haired man with sadness, who was still holding his stomach while breathing heavily. Ring ring, the bell rang, causing everyone who formed the circle to start going to their classrooms, and a student wanting to be funny kicked the green-haired boy's camera, who took his camera to see if it was in good condition. After a few seconds he arrived at his classroom and sat down in his seat and hid his head in his arms. Yaoyorozu. Hey. That was nice what you did over there, turning to look at the green-haired boy. Izuku. Staring at her. Yaoyorozu, it was silly, but cute. Izuku. Yes, I admitted at that moment I was stunned. I never thought she would talk to me. She was the most beautiful and powerful girl in the entire academy. Yaoyorozu. What is your name? Izuku. No, you don't know my name. Surprised. Yaoyorozu. No, I do know your name. I just want to know if you know it, giving him a slight smile. Izuku. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu. Midoriya, Curiosa. Izuku. Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, Yaoyorozu. Very well Midoriya Izuku. I suggest you go to the infirmary afterward, turning around to look at the board again. After that talk, the freckled man was only surprised until he reached the exit where he was the first to leave and head home. Izuku. I'm home. Announcement, entering and taking off his shoes. Inko. How was school? I'm speaking from the kitchen. Izuku. Well, I did well, entering the kitchen. Inko. I'm making tempura for lunch. Izuku. What? Confused while checking the refrigerator. Inko. What's that about? You've always liked him. Confused. Izuku. Just forget it. Leaning on the sink. Inko. Well. The green-haired girl turned to look at him when she was surprised. Oh my god. What happened to your face? Worried. Izuku. What are you saying? Confused. Inko. You have a huge bump on your face, are you okay? Izuku. Oh, don't worry. I just hit myself with a ball in PE. Lying. Inko. I don't understand why they do such dangerous things. At that moment, a black-haired man with glasses came into the kitchen, carrying a wet box and barefoot. Inko. What do you have there? Trash. Surprised. He is my uncle, my father's brother. His name is Midoriya Ben. He has raised me since dad left. He has been like my second father. Ben. What are you saying? Those are my bowling trophies. Offended. Inko. Oh, that changes everything. Ironically. Ben. They're special to me. While they were both arguing, the green-haired man laughed softly, watching them both interact. Inko. Get rid of that. Ben. Okay. Turning around as he left the kitchen. Izuku. Hey, where was the flood? Mocking. Ben. Follow me and you'll see. Izuku. Seriously. Ben. Seriously. The freckled man just sighed and then followed him to the basement where there was a huge flood in the whole place, while the black-haired man lifted all the boxes from the floor to prevent what was inside from being ruined. Ben. I think it's the capacitor. Izuku. No, it's too much water for the condenser or the cooling. It must be the hose. Ben. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Can you fix it? Mockingly. Izuku. No, I can't today, tomorrow I'll go to the hardware store. Ben. Good idea, Izuku. What's all that? Looking at the boxes. Ben. Memories of my past. Looking at the boxes. Here, take this. The black-haired man threw him a frozen piece of meat that the freckled man caught with difficulty. Ben. Put it on your face. Looking at the boxes. And how did the other one turn out? Izuku. What? Confused while looking at some boxes. Ben. Please, I know a dent when I see one. How did the other one turn out? Should I call someone to avoid any problems? Izuku. No, not just. Forgotten. Sighing. Ben. Okay, check something down here. I'll go up now. If you see something interesting, go up it. I'll see you up there. Going up the stairs. Izuku. Yes, yes. Looking at some boxes. The freckled man only saw the boxes without interest when a familiar briefcase fell out of one of them, so he looked at it curiously until he realized it was the briefcase that had before leaving. Upstairs, both adults were talking to each other when the green-haired man entered the kitchen slowly. While his eyes were fixed on that, both adults realized that. Ben. I had already forgotten that getting the green-haired boy's attention. Your father bought it at a store where your mother worked. That's how they met. Inko. Enough. Ben-kun is embarrassing. Blushing. The green-haired boy only saw the portfolio to open it and see how it had several things to take a photo where his father was accompanied by a blonde-haired man with glasses and with the lack of his right arm. Izuku. Do you know him? Showing the photo. They both looked at her for a few seconds without any result. They didn't know who she was. Inko. We'll see that later. Now we're going to eat, so take that somewhere else. And wash your hands. Izuku. Yes, it's okay. Ben. Run. After eating that, green-haired man went to his room and opened the briefcase, where there were several things: a calculator, coins. Nothing out of the ordinary, but none of them were interesting. To him he saw some glasses that belonged to his father, so curious he put them on. Seeing that with them he could see a little better, there was also a security card with a picture of his father when he worked in the OSCORP laboratories, until he saw the briefcase again when he began to move it, feeling that there was something inside, until upon inspecting it better he saw that there was another bag which had nothing, until he felt like this one had a secret bag, so he opened it. Inside there was a briefcase which the freckled man saw, and then got up from the floor and locked his bedroom door and then sat back down on the floor and looked at the briefcase to look at it again, and then opened it and began to read it, but then his door would be knocked on, making the freckled man get scared. Izuku. 1 second. The freckled man put everything aside and sat at his desk to remove the safety lock. Izuku. Pasa. At that point the black-haired man would enter to see his nephew's room, seeing how there were no longer any hero posts, there were only photographs taken by him of some heroes or landscapes, until he saw his nephew sitting at his desk while using his computer. Ben. Oh my god, surprised. Izuku. What's wrong? Ben. You look just like your dad with those glasses, smiling at him. Izuku. MMH. Nodding disinterestedly. Ben. You know, entering the room and sitting on the bed, I was never good at studying and you know it. When you got to 4th grade one couldn't help you with your homework anymore. And we didn't talk about your father either. Izuku. Never mind, it's fine. Ben. No, it's not right, you should know about him. Sigh. Curtis Connors. That's the name of that guy. He was a friend of the family until your father died and he distanced himself from us. The freckled man nodded as he listened to what was said. The black-haired man saw his nephew's screen where there was something interesting. Ben. Who's the girl? Smiling. Izuku. Oh, she is nervous. Ben. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Smiling. I'll leave you alone, walking to the exit. Izuku. You understand. Ben. Yeah, stopping at the door. Izuku. You're a great father, smiling. After that, the black-haired man left the room, leaving the freckled man alone, who leaned back in his chair while sighing, looking at the ceiling. This is my story in which I discovered that my actions have consequences. This is my story in which I discovered that, with great power comes great responsibility. A new day began in the land of the rising sun. Many people get up early to go to work or classes, the normal thing of every day, and for Midoriya Izuku it was a new day, and what caused her to go to her beloved son's room to wake him up to go to class, because if she didn't do it the boy wouldn't wake up at all. So when he entered his room he noticed how it had changed. There were no longer hero things like before, although he still had one or another poster of his favorite hero All Might, but the big difference now was that all the walls were empty or photographs that the boy had taken. The woman entered the room to take a photo of her and her son on his 5th birthday, and the first one without being accompanied by the black-haired man. This saddened the green-haired woman, although she recovered a few seconds later to wake her son. Inko. Honey. Shaking him, let's go up. Izuku. Mom. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Drowsy. Inko. Fine, if that's what you want. You won't mind if your Uncle Ben eats your katsudon for lunch, leaving the room. It took the boy a few seconds to wake up completely until he remembered his mother's words, so in a quick movement he got out of bed to go down to the first floor, entering the kitchen and seeing how his uncle was about to take a bite of his precious katsudon. Izuku. Don't even think about it. Taking it away. Ben. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, son, I wouldn't do that, smiling. Inko. You finally wake up, now go take a bath, you'll be late for class. The boy nodded to go take a shower to go out to his room and change to take his skateboard and camera to return to the kitchen and eat his lunch to give a kiss on the cheek to his mother as a farewell. Izuku. I'm leaving. Leaving the house. Inko. Have a nice day. Saying goodbye. The boy, after a few seconds of leaving home, got on his skateboard to go faster, all this while he put on his headphones to listen to music on the way to school. While doing that I managed to take a picture of a hero who had recently come to light, the hero Kamui Woodsand. He also had the great luck of taking a photo of a heroine who was making her debut that same day called MT. Lady. After a few minutes he arrived at his destination, and without caring about anything he entered his school still riding his skateboard, which was not good at all because he met the director of the institution. Director. Mr. Midoriya. Seriously. Izuku. Yes sir. Taking his skateboard while walking to his classroom. Director. Do you like your skateboard? Izuku. Yes sir. Confused. Director. Then keep it off the ground. Izuku. Like this, lifting it over his head. The green-haired boy, after crossing a hallway out of the director's sight, got off his skateboard again and got on it. Yaoyorozu. I think they told you to keep it off the ground or not. The boy was surprised by this and lost his balance, but managed to recover, avoiding falling to the ground, to turn his gaze and find himself with the beautiful brunette. Izuku. Yaoyorozu-san, sorprendido. Yaoyorozu. You know, disobeying the director is a serious rule of the institution, amused walking beside him. Izuku. Really, I don't know those rules at all. The boy felt uncomfortable in a certain way because he was accompanied by the most beautiful girl in school, and she was taller than him, so he had to look up a little to be able to see her in the eyes, which embarrassed him, but the other thing that bothered him was that while they were both walking together, all eyes were on him, which was beginning to bother him. Izuku. You know, I just remembered that I have to do something, see you later Yaoyorozu-san, changing course. Yaoyorozu. Yes, of course. Confused. The boy took a little longer to get to his locker to put away his skateboard and camera while he took out some notebooks when someone pushed him, causing him to crash into the locker. Izuku. This can't be. Annoyed, the boy turned his gaze to see Bakugo and his henchmen walking through the hallways laughing. Classes went on normally until lunchtime, however, it wasn't like that for the green-haired boy, who was constantly being looked at by the others with bad eyes, something normal in his life, so that didn't surprise him. Even so, this time he knew the reason for the looks, although he wouldn't do anything to solve it. He had a table to himself and a plate of hot katsudon next to his notebook. Todoroki. Very well, now what did you do? Sitting at the same table facing the green-haired man. Everyone has been watching you since morning. Izuku. Nothing in particular. Eating. Todoroki. Seriously. Incredulous. Izuku. Seriously, I only ran into Yaoyorozu-san in the hallways and we exchanged a word or two, writing. Todoroki. If you say so. Eating some of his soba, and now who are you writing about? Izuku. This is the hero with his incredible tree quirk, the young promise Kamui Woods happy. Todoroki. You really are a fan of heroes, aren't you? Mockingly. Izuku. Will you shut up? Blushing, this distracts me from everything that's happening around me. Todoroki. I thought you'd break that hero addiction when you went to meet my family. Izuku. To start with, we swore not to talk about that day, blushing. Todoroki. Look at kissing my father's hand, funny. Izuku. Todoroki. Embarrassed, he was the number 2 hero, he couldn't pass up that opportunity. Todoroki. Ha ha ha, yeah sure dude, better keep on with your notes. Maybe I don't have a quirk, but that doesn't mean I can't try, right? Who knows, maybe I'll get into the best academy for heroes. For that reason I study the abilities of all the heroes and write them down in my analysis of heroes for the future notebook, and over time it became a hobby that I do whenever I have free time. Author's note. When a character is narrating, it will be written like this. Hello, thanks for reading. End of note. Todoroki. By the way, are you really going to take the UA entrance exam? Izuku. It's always been my dream to be a hero. And I want to try, smiling. The bicolor only saw his friend for a few more seconds to eat another bit of soba before letting out a sigh. Todoroki. If that's what you want, I'll support you, giving him a small smile. Izuku. Thanks friend. After that, both friends continued talking calmly while finishing their food until the bell rang at the end of lunch, where both friends separated to go to their classrooms because Todoroki played in a different classroom than Izuku's. Classes went on normally until the last one of the day, and perhaps the most boring for everyone. Some students were sleeping because of the boring class, others were looking out the window bored waiting for the classes to end, and the green-haired boy at his desk working on giving the last details about the powers of the hero Kamui Woods. The boy became confused when everyone around him started using their quirks out of nowhere, with the exception of 2 people. One of them was Bakugo, who was sitting on his desk with his feet on the table with his face being adorned by a sly smile, and the other person was the Raven girl who was reading a small book. Bakugo. Professor, don't compare me to all of them, arrogant. Izuku. Is it really going to start already? Tired of the boy. Bakugo. Don't think I'm going to stay at the bottom with these losers. Everyone. That was so cruel. Upset. Bakugo. Shut up, filler characters. Funny. Professor. If I remember correctly, looking at some papers, do you want to enter Ueno Bakugo? Student. The National Academy. Surprised. Student. The acceptance rate is very low. Only 0.2% get in. Izuku. Stop giving him more ego fuel, annoyed. Bakugo. That's why they're filler characters. Jumping to stand on his desk, I passed the prep exam. I'm the only one in school who could get in. I'm going to surpass All Might and be on the top list. My name is going to be at the top of the highest paid list. Arrogant. Professor. Very well and all that, but it says here that Miss Yaoyorozu will also be entering UA, right? Yaoyorozu. That's right, Professor, but I'll be joining by recommendation without taking her eyes off her book. Teacher. And that only leaves us with one more student who wants to enter there. And it's young Midoriya, amused. Everyone remained silent for a few seconds and then started laughing at what their teacher had said. Student. Seriously, Midoriya-kun. Laughing. Student. If he doesn't even have a quirk, how do you think he'll get in? Student. He probably thinks that by studying he will be able to get in. Izuku. It's not true, they removed that rule. There's no precedent, refuted. They started laughing louder and louder at the boy, who lowered his head because of what had happened until the boy barely dodged an explosion that hit his desk and made him fall to the floor. Bakugo. Hey Deku, you're worse than these losers. You don't have a quirk. How do you even think you can be at my level? Annoyed. I must admit that at first I was deeply afraid of Bakugo, but with time I lost it. I am still not able to argue with him or raise my voice against him, but I am not as afraid as before. Izuku. Sighing, no, wait a minute Bakugo-kun, I'm not planning on competing with you, believe me. It's just that it's been my goal since I was little, and well, I won't know if I don't try. Looking away. Bakugo. What do you mean by that? Starting to blow smoke out of his hands. You're just taking the exam for fun. What the hell could you possibly do? You have no gift. After that, everyone returned to their seats to continue with the class, leaving the green-haired boy crestfallen while he wrote in his analysis notebook, being observed from a distance by the black-haired girl who felt sorry and sad for him. In a part far from the green-haired man's location, a subject wrapped in a sticky green slime was running out of a store. Salesman. Stop him. Thief. Thief. Ha ha ha, still sighed, escaping. All this was seen from a distance by civilians who saw it as unimportant because this was their daily life. Civilian. Seriously, there are people who don't know what to do with their quirks, annoyed. If there is. The civilians turned their eyes to see a gigantic, muscular, blonde-haired man walking towards them. Do you know why? Because I'm already here, smiling. The thief turned his gaze to see the man smiling and instantly knew who it was, so he began to quicken his pace trying to escape from the blonde. Returning with the green-haired boy, the class continued until the end where all the students began to leave one by one. Student. Are we going to karaoke? Student. If I don't have anything to do. Leaving the classroom. The boy continued to pack his things without caring how everyone around him was making plans to go have fun with friends. The boy received a message on his phone, so he took it out. Izuku. Oh, the incident this morning is already on the news. Surprised, I must hurry and write it down in my notebook now. The boy started to put away his things faster, and when he was about to put away his analysis notebook, someone snatched it from his hands. The green-haired boy didn't even have to look up because they knew who it was. Bakugo. You and I haven't finished talking. Deku, serious. Minions. What is that, Bakugo-san? Approaching with another minion. The pale-haired boy didn't mind showing the notebook he had taken from the green-haired boy. Minions. Analysis of heroes for the future. Reading, seriously. Funny. Izuku. What's wrong? Give it back to me, Bakugo-kun, serious. The pale-haired boy didn't like that tone at all, and with both hands he made an explosion in the green-haired boy's notebook. Izuku. Ah, how cruel. To finish, Bakugo threw the notebook out the window, which made the green-haired boy approach to see how the notebook fell from the second floor to the fish pond on the first level. Bakugo. Most famous heroes have stories from their time in school. Izuku. You'll have famous stories too. Like the idiot who bullied everyone at school, annoyed. This enraged the pale-haired boy, who threw an explosion that hit the boy's chest and then lifted him by the shirt so he could look into his eyes. Bakugo. I want to be remembered as the only student in this pathetic high school able to get into UA, and I'm quite the perfectionist, smiling. Minions. How mean. Funny. Izuku. Lo dudo. Todoroki-san y yaoyorozu-san tambien entrare en UA idiota. Asterisk. Bakugo. But well, as I was telling you, placing a hand on his shoulder which began to release smoke, don't try to enter the UA, fool, annoyed, or else you'll see the consequences. Yaoyorozu. That's enough. The four turned to see how the girl was at the door of the classroom with her arms crossed as she walked, standing between Izuku and Bakugo. Yaoyorozu. It's time for you to retire, seriously. Bakugo. Whatever. Walking to the door. Minions. Hey Midoriya-kun, at least you could have done something, right? Mocking. Minions too. Don't say that, it's pathetic. Don't you see that a girl has to defend him? He still hasn't accepted reality. Bakugo. You know, stopping in the doorway. If you want to be a hero so badly, there's a quick way to do it. Have faith that you'll be born with a gift in your next life and jump off the roof. Fun. That surprised both the girl and Bakugo's henchmen for having gone too far with that. The little-haired boy was inciting him to commit suicide. Yaoyorozu. Hey Bakugo-san, that was going too far. Bakugo. I don't care, leaving the room. The girl, seeing that, turned to look at the green-haired man who walked to her desk to grab her bag. Izuku. Thank you for this, Yaoyorozu-san. Yaoyorozu. Don't worry, but you won't do anything about what Bakugo-san said. Izuku. It's not worth it. He'll only get punished and then I'll pay the price. See you tomorrow, or so I think. I don't know, leaving the classroom. The girl was saddened by the treatment the boy received. She believed it was something stupid, so she took her bag and walked in search of the boy, who found him in front of the fish pond watching as the fish bit the notebook. Izuku. That's not food, Idiots taking the notebook, I'm sure you must be hungry, right? The girl hid to see how the boy took out a sandwich and began to give pieces to the fish, then he let out a sigh and left the school. The brunette came to the pond to see how the fish ate the pieces of sandwich that the boy had given them. Yaoyorozu. Even when everyone bothers her and she's having a bad day, she worries about others. Surprised. Returning with the green-haired man, he was walking towards his house and had changed course to be able to walk a little further and clear his thoughts. Izuku. That idiot Bakugo-kun and his stupid jokes annoyed. The boy walked a little further until he passed under a bridge where he stopped for a moment when he noticed how the manhole cover moved and a few seconds later a slime-like subject came out. Thief. Ah, a perfect body. The slime was thrown at the boy who didn't have time to react and was enveloped by the subject. Izuku. Shit, I can't breathe. Trying to drink the drool without success. Thief. Don't worry, kid, I'll just take over your body. Calm down. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds, and then you'll feel better. Izuku. I can't breathe. Scared. Thief. Someone is chasing me. Feel lucky, you'll be my hero. Funny. At that moment I thought it was my end. I wished with all my being that a hero would come to my rescue. What I wished came true. Someone came to my rescue without knowing that. That person would be the one who would mark a before and after for me. The green-haired boy began to open his eyes due to some light taps on his cheek only to see how the symbol of peace was there trying to wake him up. All Might. Hey kid, are you okay? Worried. Izuku. All Might. Hey, tell me, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Worried. But the green-haired boy did not respond to the impression of having his idol in front of him, but he came back to his senses when he received a slightly stronger slap from the hero that did hurt him. All Might. Tell me, you're not hurt, right? Izuku. No nothing sir. Standing up. All Might. I'm glad. Sighing. I was chasing that villain until I got here and launched an attack that accidentally hit you too, sorry for that. Izuku. I received an attack from my idol. Now I can die happily. Todoroki-kun must know this. Excited asterisk. Hey, by the way, where is the villain who was here? Worried. All Might. There's nothing to fear. Here it is, showing a bottle with the brat villain inside. Izuku. Great. Ah, I'm so stupid, I should ask for his autograph. Looking in his backpack, where is it? It can't be. Where did I leave my notebook? Desperately. All Might. Oh, if you're talking about your notebook, it's here, take it, offering him the notebook. Izuku. Thank you so much. Opening the notebook and finding a surprise, I'll sign it. Impressed. All Might. I took the liberty of doing it, lol. Izuku. Thank you very much sir, it will be a family heirloom, I will treasure it like you can't imagine, bowing non-stop. All Might. Fine. Giving him a thumbs up. Now if you'll excuse me, I must hand this thug over to the police, turning his back on him. Izuku. What? Wait. All Might. Crime doesn't rest and neither do heroes. Getting ready to jump. Keep supporting me from the cameras, kid. The hero made a huge jump, rising hundreds of meters from the ground until he felt extra weight on his right leg, so he turned to see, taking a surprise, the green-haired boy was holding onto his leg. All Might. Hey, your fanaticism surpasses all limits. Let me go. Trying to get away from the boy. Izuku. If I do, I'll die. Scared. All Might. Oh, that's right. Cough cough, coughing blood, I have to escape from him. Looking at his surroundings, aha. Grabbing the green-haired boy's shirt, hold on tight kid. The hero swerved with a punch in the air, reaching a rooftop without knowing that he had accidentally knocked over the bottle with the villain inside. Both the green-haired and blonde-haired boys stopped where their feet could finally be freed from the boy who was on his knees breathing heavily. Izuku. I thought I was going to die. Scared. All Might. That was very reckless, little admirer. Izuku. Sorry. Breathing heavily. All Might. Well, since you're sure, I'll leave, turning his back. The boy only saw how his greatest idol was about to take a strong leap, prepared to leave. He still had many questions to ask him, but among all of them, one was the most important for his life. Izuku. Can I be a hero? Closing his eyes. All Might. Confused. I turned to look at him. Izuku. Can I be a hero even if I don't have a quirk? Could a person like me be a great hero like you? All Might. Izuku. That's always been my dream, to save everyone with a brave smile. Like you. Opening his eyes. But when he did it, in front of him a blond man with sunken eyes and an extremely thin body was in the place instead of All Might. Izuku. What happened? Surprised, are you a fake? All Might. I am All Might. Corrected while vomiting blood. Izuku. What happened to him? Worried. All Might. There's no point in hiding it anymore. Sitting down, you know how men pose and flex their muscles in the pool. It's the same. Izuku. It can't be. All Might isn't afraid of anything and saves everyone with a smile. He's the best, scared. All Might. Sigh, I have a brave smile. Young man, now that you've seen me like this, don't spread it even by accident. The green-haired man was confused when the hero slightly lifted his shirt, showing how he had a gigantic wound on the right side of his stomach. All Might. It's an injury from 5 years ago. I lost half of my respiratory system and my entire stomach. I became increasingly rickety from the surgeries and their aftereffects. That's why I can only work 3 hours as a hero once a day now. Izuku. No way, 5 years ago. Was it fighting Toxic Chainsaw? All Might. You are informed. Squeezing his right fist, but someone like that asshole could never defeat me. The fight wasn't reported in the media. I explicitly requested that it not be reported. He always saved everyone with a smile. The symbol of peace is not going to be intimidated by evil. Determined, he smiled to demonstrate the strength of the heroes. He also smiled to deceive the fear inside me. Professionals always risk their lives. You told me you didn't have a quirk, right? Standing up, forgive me, but I can't just tell you. You can become a hero without a power. It would be dangerous, but you can become an officer. They are not as respected, but you can help people. Sorry, kid. But you can't be a hero. You should give up. Izuku. No, but, All Might. It's not bad to dream, but you also have to consider what's realistic. Goodbye. The hero, after saying those severe words, walked out the door of the roof, leaving the boy alone, who looked sad. Even his idol had told him so. After a few minutes a loud explosion was heard from where the boy was to see how a column of smoke began to emerge. Izuku. A villain attack. I must hurry to see which heroes are coming so I can. All Might. Forgive me, but I can't just tell you. You can become a hero without a power. It would be dangerous, but you can become an officer. They are not as respected, but you can help people. Sorry, kid. But you can't be a hero. You should give up. The words came back to the boy's head, who lowered his sad gaze again to begin walking slowly towards the door of the roof, going down the stairs to the street, where he began to walk while hugging his notebook of analysis of heroes for the future, and beginning to shed tears. Izuku. Don't cry, you already knew it, right? It's reality. You knew it, that's why you tried so desperately. You deceived yourself into not accepting reality, trying to hold back tears without any success. The boy continued walking until he unconsciously reached the area where the explosion had been, looking out to see what the slime villain was like. He was holding a boy. Izuku. He's the villain that All Might captured. Asterisk. At that the boy opened his eyes, remembering when he grabbed the hero's leg when he jumped, the moment the bottle fell from the hero's hand. Izuku. It's my fault. Worried. Civilian. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Confused. Civilian. It seems they can't help because of their quirks. The area where the villain of slime was over a commercial district where he was in the center, surrounded by many fires everywhere, preventing Kamui Woods, one of the heroes of the area, from doing anything. Even the recently debuted heroine MT Lady could not do anything as the space was so small for her growth quirk. Civilian. He even has a hostage. Civilian. Seriously. Surprised, but the heroes aren't going to help or what? He's had a hostage for a few minutes now. That surprised the boy because when he was attacked by the same villain he had begun to lose consciousness due to lack of air after just a few seconds. Izuku. Hold on. Worried about the hostage? Please hold on a little longer. A trained hero will come to help you. Scared. The villain began to wriggle more, revealing his hostage, who was a young man with ashen hair. The green-haired boy opened his eyes in surprise. It was his partner Bakugo, who was doing his best to try to get rid of the slime without any success until he looked up at everyone. Izuku saw how his biggest aggressor had a look between panic and help, so without knowing why, his legs moved on their own. Despite hearing the screams of the heroes ordering him to return because it was very dangerous and being invaded by fear, he did not care and continued running towards the villain who noticed him. Villain. It's you. You'll pay for this. Bakugo. Deku. Asterisk. Izuku. Why am I running? Why? Scared. Villain. I'll tear you apart. The villain turned around, ready to attack him with a blow intended to kill him. Izuku. What do I do? What should I do at a time like this? Without stopping running. At that the boy began to remember what he wrote in his notebooks until he reached a point that would be useful to him. Izuku. Page 25. Asterisk. Spinning on his own axis he took his backpack to throw it at the villain who caught his eye, which made him release the ashen-haired boy a little, a moment that the boy took advantage of. Izuku. Kachan. Trying to free him. Bakugo. But, what are you doing here? Izuku. My legs moved on their own. Although, I don't know why. Continuing with the attempt to free him, I think there were many reasons. Remembering everything he has lived until now, such as not awakening a quirk, his father leaving him, everyone stopped talking to him. They even told him to give up being a hero until the moment where All Might told him that he could not be a hero either, but at that moment. Kachan. Smiling at him with tears, I couldn't stay and watch you die. All Might was surprised by those words, which caused him to try to overcome his limits. All Might. Pathetic. Pathetic, holding his wound. The villain raised his slime arm ready to crush the green-haired boy, an action that worried the heroes because the boy would die in vain. When he was finally going to crush him, a strong gust of air occurred in the place. I'm really pathetic. In front of the boy and the spectators as heroes, the man who represented power was in place. All Might. Even though I lectured you, I didn't put my words into practice. The hero in a quick movement took the ashen-haired boy by the arm and easily freed him from the villain to hit the air with force, causing it to destroy the slimy villain into particles and, due to the powerful force, causing a light rain, putting out the fire in the area. After a few minutes everything calmed down. The reporters arrived to talk about what happened, All Might being interviewed. Behind the hero, both boys were finishing being examined by the paramedics. While Bakugo was praised for his incredible quirk and high resistance, wishing him luck in being a hero and that they were waiting for him at his agency. On the other side of the coin, Izuku was examined by the paramedics while receiving scoldings from the heroes for doing something reckless, and they asked him if he was a stupid suicidal. The boy just looked down and took his things to leave the place. He wanted to apologize to All Might, but the reporters didn't leave the place, so he couldn't apologize to the blonde. Being a few blocks from arriving at his house, he heard the nickname that his bully had given him, so he turned his gaze, seeing how the pale-haired boy walked towards him until he arrived breathing heavily. Bakugo. Listen to me, you idiot. I didn't ask for your help, you hear me? I don't need the help of a damn quirkless freak like you. So don't think I'll thank you for something like that. Get lost, you useless bastard. Furious. The pale-haired boy, after shouting all those things, passed by him, but not before hitting his shoulder with the boys, which made him fall sitting down, as he was not prepared for that. Izuku. Well, at least that didn't change. The boy got up from the ground with a sad look and walked a little further, running into another surprise. An extremely thin man with blonde hair was in front of him. Izuku knew who it was. Izuku. All Might. All Might. You know what you did back there was very irresponsible, crossing his arms. Izuku. I know, I'm sorry, looking down. All Might. Tell me, what the hell were you thinking? Serious, if I hadn't been there you would have died. Izuku. All Might. The work of heroes is not a game. A boy who does not have a quirk like you cannot do it. What will happen if you study to be a hero? When a villain attacks you, how will you defend yourself? Izuku. I didn't know what to answer, as I was also starting to shed tears. All Might. Now you understand me. You can't be a hero. The boy fell to the ground on his knees as he began to cry and held his shirt on the chest because of the words. The hero came back to his senses. He had been very severe with the poor boy, but he knew he was doing the right thing. All Might. Don't get into any more trouble. Leaving the place. The scream cried a little more until he stood up wiping his tears and continued on his way until he reached his house where when he was in front of the door taking the knob of it he gave a sigh while wiping his tears to change his face of sadness and tears to a happy expression with a smile and enter. Izuku. I'm home. Inko. Oh welcome son, tell me why it took you so long. Surprised. The words died in the mouth of the beautiful green-haired girl when she saw how her little boy came home hurt and with several band-aids on his face along with a bandage on his right arm from a burn caused by the fire where the incident took place, along with part of his uniform being burned and his backpack being the same. Inko. Honey, what happened to you? Worried, she went to him. Izuku. It was nothing, looking away. Inko. It was nothing. Baby. You're hurt and your uniform is burned, worried. Izuku. Seriously, Mom, I'm fine. It was just an attack from a villain and. Inko. A villain attack. Scared. The boy just sighed. This would be a long afternoon of explanations and attempts to calm his paranoid mother. It burns more than it used to calm my mother and tell her that I wasn't hurt, of course not before Mom checked me 8 times from head to toe. Right now I need my Uncle Ben to help me calm my paranoid mother, but unfortunately he was working so I had to do it alone. For obvious reasons I didn't tell him about the incident completely so he doesn't know that I tried to rescue Bakugo from the villain, nor did I tell him about the hurtful words that All Might said to me. They still hurt. The boy after a few seconds was finally able to retreat to his room, so when he closed the door he leaned against it with his back while he began to shed tears looking at the photographs and posts of All Might that he had in his room. Izuku. They're not worth it anymore. I still remember that day. I didn't leave my room at all, taking down posts, figures and photographs of all the heroes I had, the one I had the most being All Might. I didn't even know he had so many. I had to store each hero thing in boxes, and once again, as I mentioned, All Might's were 3 full boxes of his merchandise alone. Since when do I have so much of his stuff? Thank goodness I had sold my old All Might sheets, it's embarrassing to remember that. After a few minutes, the boy was finally able to stack all the boxes next to his room and then see how his room had turned out. Izuku. And now what? The boy only saw how his room seemed sad because apart from his bed and his desk accompanied by his chair where he had his computer and at the same time his camera, he also had a shelf with some books where his notebooks of analysis of heroes for the future stood out in his walls where now there were only some photographs that he had taken a while ago. Izuku. I think we had paint in the basement. The boy left his room to go to the basement where he began to look through and move some boxes until he found what he was looking for. Izuku. Bingo. The boy took the box of paint and went up once more to the 2nd floor under the curious gaze of both green-haired adults for the actions of their nephew, son. Curious, Izuku's uncle went up to the 2nd floor only to hear noises in his nephew's room, so curiously he approached to knock on the door. Izuku. 1 second, speaking from the other side. The adult waited a few seconds for the door to be opened to see his nephew with parts of his clothes covered in dust. Ben. What are you planning now, son? Izuku. Well, I thought my room needed a makeover and. Spreading his arms. Ben. I see, ha ha ha, tell me, do you want help? Izuku. Well, in fact, all help is welcome, come in. Both green-haired men began to take the paint out of the box until they noticed something. Ben. Tell me son, how do you plan to paint? Izuku. I didn't know they had already expired. Embarrassed. Ben. And the hardware store should have closed by now, looking at the time on his watch. Izuku. I guess I'll have to go looking for a new one tomorrow and I could buy it in a green color, thinking. Ben. What about school? Izuku. Oh well, Mom spoke to the principal to inform him that she won't be attending tomorrow, sighing. Ben. And for what reason? Confused. Izuku. I was in a villain attack and well, you already know her. Ben. Ha ha ha, your mom worries too much. Funny. Izuku. I believe it. Ben. But tell me, aren't you hurt or are you? Izuku. You too, Uncle Ben. I'm fine, just my clothes and backpack got burned. Ben. Well, if that's the case, stroking hair, tomorrow we'll start with your remodeling, leaving the room. I couldn't help but feel bad about deceiving the 2 most important people in my life and telling them I was fine. Physically I am, but I still remember All Might's words and how the heroes recriminated me for acting without thinking when even they didn't do anything, and that's their stupid job." The boy just sighed while shaking his head, trying to calm down. So to avoid thinking about it more, he decided to move his bookshelf so tomorrow he could start with the remodeling. So he began to take his books and move them to his bed to make the bookshelf weigh less. But while he was taking his notebooks of analysis of heroes for the future, a portfolio fell to the ground which caught the attention of the boy, who looked at it for a few seconds more, knowing what it was, the portfolio that his father used every day. The boy hesitated for a few seconds until he left his notebooks on the bed and bent down to pick up the portfolio and put it on his desk. He looked at it for a few more seconds until he sighed and sat down. He opened the portfolio once more and began to take out everything that was inside: the calculator, coins, and again his father's glasses, which he put back on without knowing why, until he took out the folder again, opening it to reread some pages that were there. The first time he did it, he didn't give them much importance, but this time. "I had said in the past that I would leave everything related to my father behind, but I think that with everything that happened to me today, it could help me a little to distract my mind." "Izuku, what is this?" Confused. Zero disintegration algorithm. Reading a formula. The boy, after reading that, turned his gaze to see the photograph of his father and the blonde doctor whose name his uncle had given him before. "Ben. Curtis Connors. That's the name of that guy. He was a friend of the family until your father died and he distanced himself from us." So with even more intrigue, he turned on his computer to search the internet for more information. Izuku, Midoriya Hisashi and Curtis Connors. Typing on his computer. The boy looked a little until he entered a page where there was news about his father and the other scientist. Izuku. Genetic crossbreeding. Science fiction or real science? Reading the article. The boy sighed as he adjusted his glasses and continued investigating, coming across some news where there was an image of a crashed plane in a forest. Izuku. Midoriya Hisashi dies in plane crash. Reading the article. The boy continued investigating more and more, searching the internet for more information about his father. Why? He didn't care anymore. He just wanted to distract himself a little, and this was helping him. Izuku. Dr. Curtis Connors. Typing on his computer. The boy continued to investigate more about the doctor by entering a page that had been written by the doctor himself. Izuku. A World Without Deformities by Dr. Curtis Connors. Reading. The boy continued down, reading interesting things that the doctor had written. Izuku. Imagine a world where everyone is equal. Reading more of the article. The boy continued reading more of the doctor's biography without anything that seemed interesting to him until he reached a point where he was intrigued. Izuku. The scientist and life link writer trains future geneticists at OSCORP Industries. Internship applications closed. Reading. That made the boy sigh, but a little further down there was a photograph showing the OSCORP building along with an attached address, seeing that it wasn't that far from his home. The boy stretched out in his chair to look out of the corner of his eye through his window, noticing how it had already gotten dark. Izuku. 12:07. Looking at his watch, how long did I investigate? The boy put everything away and turned off his computer to go to bed. Tomorrow he would go to investigate OSCORP Industries, so he closed his eyes calmly, knowing that tomorrow he would not go to class at his mother's request. Later, he would ask his friend Todoroki for the classes. The next day classes at Midtown High School were normal except for a beautiful girl with jet black hair who noticed one of her classmates was missing, this being a short boy with freckles and messy green hair. She was worried about her classmate, and with good reason. Yesterday her classmate Bakugo recommended the boy to jump from the roof, something very severe, and seeing how today that boy did not arrive worried her greatly, so at the end of classes she went in search of a tall bicolor boy who she knew was a friend of the green-haired boy. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki-san espera. The girl managed to reach the bicolor passing through the tide of students who were leaving school. Todoroki. Is something happening? Yaoyorozu. You see, I know you're friends with Midoriya-san and I was wondering if he was okay. Todoroki. Yes, why wouldn't I be? Yaoyorozu. Well, today he missed class and I thought. Todoroki. He's fine. He told me that his mother spoke with the principal yesterday and said he wouldn't be coming today and asked me if I could do him a favor and give him today's classes. Yaoyorozu. I understand, but why didn't you come today? Todoroki. According to what he told me, he was involved in a villain attack and his mother worried too much so she didn't let him come today. Yaoyorozu. But is he okay? Todoroki. Yes, he only received a few scratches, but if you don't believe me, offering him some notebooks, would you do me a favor and give them to Midoriya-san? I have some things to do and I don't have time. Yaoyorozu. Huro. Todoroki. If you're so worried about him, go and give them to him and you'll settle your doubts and that way we all win. You see that he's fine, I can go take care of my business and he'll be able to get the classes. I'll give you his address so you can go, what do you say? Offering him a note with the boy's address. Yaoyorozu. Well, looking at the address, it's somewhat close so I'll do it well. Todoroki. Thank you, giving him a slight smile. The girl was right that the address was close to her, so it didn't take more than a few minutes in her limousine to reach her destination, so when she got out of her vehicle she could see the boy's house better. A two-story house, neither too big nor too small, very cozy and with a homey touch. The girl walked to the door to ring the bell and wait a few seconds for the door to be opened by a beautiful, thin, green-haired woman a little shorter than the girl. Inko. Excuse me dear, can I help you? Yaoyorozu. Good afternoon, I'm looking for Midoriya Izuku, is he home? Inko. Are you looking for my son? Surprised. Yaoyorozu. You are his mother. Inko. Of course, but come in, dear, inviting her in. Yaoyorozu. I don't want to be a bother. Inko. You're not, my dear. Go ahead and make yourself at home. Yaoyorozu. Thank you very much. Entering. The girl followed the green-haired woman to the living room where she offered her to sit down, which the girl did so that a few seconds later the woman returned with a tray and 2 cups of tea to sit in front of her. Inko. Tell me dear, what are you doing here? Yaoyorozu. Yes, you see how Midoriya-san couldn't go to class today and asked Todoroki-san if he could hand over today's classes but he couldn't come so I came for him, showing some notebooks. Inko. Thank you, daughter. Taking the notebooks, you see, since my son didn't develop a quirk, he's been the target of everyone's teasing and he hasn't been able to make friends either. Yaoyorozu. I understand. Drinking some tea. Inko. But seeing how Todoroki-san has become very good friends with my son makes me happy that my Izuku can finally make friends. And I hope that you can also be a great friend to him. Yaoyorozu. Yes, I tried to be his friend, but he is somewhat reserved and quiet, smiling. Inko. I guess it's because I don't have experience socializing with other people, sad. At that moment the door of the house was opened and a black-haired adult with glasses entered, carrying some bags of paint. Ben. I'm home. The adult arrived at the room seeing that they had a visitor who was a girl with jet black hair. Inko. Ben-kun, it's good that you're back. Ben. I had to go get the painting because that kid. Inko. Yes, I believe it. Ah, let me introduce you to Yaoyorozu. Nice to meet you, my name is Yaoyorozu Momo, bowing. Inko. Ben-kun, la señorita Yaoyorozu es una amiga de Izuku. Ben. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet a friend of my nephew, I'm Midoriya Ben, Izuku's uncle. Yaoyorozu. Nice to meet you. Sorry for intruding but I thought you were Midoriya-san's father. Ben. No, his father was my brother but he. Sad. Yaoyorozu. Oh, I'm so sorry. Inko. Don't worry, daughter, you didn't say it with bad intentions. Yaoyorozu. I'm sorry to say this but I have to go. Ben. So soon, Yaoyorozu. If I have to go somewhere else, but I thank you for your welcome, bowing. Inko. Don't worry daughter, although I'm sorry that Izuku couldn't receive you. Yaoyorozu. Don't worry, he must be busy. Ben. Yes. Sleeping, mockingly, asterisk. The girl bowed as she left the Midoriya family home to get into her limousine and head off to her destination. When the limousine was out of sight, the green-haired woman went up to her son's room to enter, seeing what she thought. If your son is asleep in his bed, extremely covered with his sheets, with a face of comfort. Inko. Izuku, it's time to wake up. The woman opened the curtains of her son's room, causing the sun's rays to hit his face, which made him rub his eyes while yawning to get up. Izuku. Mom. What time is it? Drowsy, Inko. It's already noon and you're still in bed. Izuku. I have nothing to do. Let me sleep. Lies back down and covers himself. Inko. And what happened to what you asked for? You know a friend of yours came to teach you her classes? Izuku. Amiga. Adormitado, Inko. Yaoyorozu Momo te suena ese nombre. Upon hearing that name, the boy quickly got out of bed and went down to the first floor as fast as he could, seeing how his uncle was in the living room drinking some tea. Izuku. Where is it? Looking around, Ben. He had to leave because he had some business to take care of. Tell me, is she your girlfriend? Izuku. What are you saying? Blushing. Ben. The way you acted, I thought you were a couple, mockingly. Izuku. We're not. Embarrassed. The boy went to the bathroom to splash water on his face, waking up completely, then went to the kitchen to eat his lunch and went up to his room to lock himself in and sit at his desk while he ate to turn on his computer, seeing how he was in Curtis Kanaw's biography, making him remember what he had planned. Izuku. I forgot. Eating while looking at the doctor's image, I guess I can go later. Turning off his computer and leaving his room. I can't believe what I'm about to do. I swore never to inquire or ask about my father again, and yet I took a bath and got ready to go to OSCORP Industries. When I did, I left my room and went down to the first floor where my uncle and mother were eating. Inko. Honey. Where are you going? Confused, Izuku. Well, I'll go for a walk. There's a new library that just opened and I wanted to check it out. Ben. Will you arrive early to do your remodeling? Izuku. Of course. Heading towards the door. Ben. Excellent, I already bought the paint. Izuku. What? The boy turned his gaze to some bags which contained the green paint he had said to buy. Ben. You're very lazy, son, haha. Funny, Izuku. Ha ha ha, ironic while taking a coat. Don't start without me, pointing at him. Ben. Not you without me, pointing at him and then giving him a thumbs up. The boy smiled as he left the house. As he did so he sighed and shook his head as he began walking towards his destination. As he walked a little further he decided to take the subway while he put on his headphones and closed his eyes enjoying the music, waiting to reach his destination. What a big surprise I had when I arrived at the OSCORP Industries. The image I found looked very different from reality, which was probably a 50-story building or more. Izuku. Do I have any need to do this? Confused. The boy stared at the enormous building wondering whether it was necessary to go in or not, but finally he sighed in resignation. If he was already here, why wouldn't he go in anyway? He would get a little distracted, hopefully meet one of the brightest minds in science, and maybe he could discover something about why his father left him and his mother. Upon entering the building, the boy couldn't help but look around, admiring everything there was. Can I help you with something? The green-haired man reacted to the call by turning to see where there was a desk with a woman in the building. Receptionist. Can I help you with something? Izuku. I don't know, I came to see Dr. Connors, approaching. Receptionist. Look for yourself over there on the left. Izuku. Confused, receptionist. Are you here to be an intern? Izuku. Reacting, yes. Nodding, receptionist. Okay. Look for your badge on the left. Izuku. Oh. The boy went to the table where there were several badges looking at each one of them. Receptionist. Is it very difficult to find you? Izuku. No. Quickly denying to take one. Here I am. Showing him the badge. Receptionist. Come in, sir. Reading the badge, Guevara. Izuku. Thank you. Leaving, receptionist. You're welcome. Returning to her things. Welcome to OS Corp. The brainchild of our founder, Norman Osborn, the OSCORP Tower houses 108 floors of innovation. Our scientists are pushing the boundaries of science, defense technology, and medicine. Our scientific advancements are the future is here. All this was heard by the green-haired man who was going up the escalator arriving with the group of interns who were waiting for the tour, so Izuku placed himself behind them. Welcome to OSCORP. My name is Yayorozu Momo. When our protagonist heard the girl's name, he got nervous and hid behind a taller guy to quickly take advantage and take his father's glasses out of his pocket in order to hopefully avoid being discovered. Having the advantage of being the shortest of all and wearing glasses, although his disadvantage was his gigantic broccoli head. Yayorozu. And I come from Midtown Science Schools and I'm Dr. Kana's intern. I'm going to guide you during your visit. Don't leave my side of the fence, that's the rule. But I made an appointment, Yayorozu. If you can remember it, everything will be fine, but if you forget it. What's your problem? The girl shook her head to the side as all the passers-by did the same to see how two security guards took a boy away. Tell him that Rodrigo Guevara is here. Tell him about Rodrigo Guevara. The green-haired man couldn't help but put a hand to his face to keep from laughing at the situation. Yayorozu. I don't think so. Calling everyone's attention, I have to tell you what will happen if you forget. Shall we begin? The girl turned around and started walking, followed by all the interns, the last one being Izuku, who sighed and adjusted his glasses to prepare for what he was about to do. They all entered a kind of laboratory where several scientists were working. Yayorozu. Come this way. Everyone positioned themselves where they were asked to see how someone arrived with them, a blonde-haired man with glasses, a scientific coat and with his right arm missing. Connors. Good afternoon, Miss Yayorozu. Yayorozu. Dr. Connors, salute. The doctor looked at the whole group, who were surprised by who they had in front of them. Connors. Hello. I'm Dr. Curtis Connors, and if you were curious, seeing his missing arm, yes, I'm left-handed. Interns. Ha ha ha, funny. Connors. It's not an impediment, much less that I'm quirkless. I'm a scientist. In the world I'm a great authority on herpetology or reptiles for those who don't know. But like Parkinson's patients who watch in terror as their body betrays them, a man with maculopathy whose eyes cloud more every day, I want to cure the problem. All this was seen and heard intently by the green-haired man who saw the subject, who perhaps knew what had happened to his father. Connors. I want to create a world without weaknesses. Anyone want to guess how? Intern. Raising his hand. Connors. C. Intern. Stem cells. Connors. Promising, but the solution I'm thinking of is more radical. All the interns were silent, thinking about the solution that Dr. Connors had planned. Connors. Nobody. Izuku. Genetic crossbreeding. All the interns stepped aside to see who had spoken, bumping into our short, bespectacled protagonist, who became nervous at being the center of attention, even from Dr. Connors. Izuku. Ah, the brunette was surprised to see him and quickly, with the notebook she had in her hands, began to look for him on the list. Izuku. Parkinson's disease is when the production of dopamine in the brain decreases. Connors. Interested. Izuku. But the threadfish has the ability to regenerate cells at will. If I could give that ability to the woman in question simply, shouldering, she could be cured, smiling tightly. Intern. Yeah, just ignore the gills on his neck mockingly. Interns. Ha ha ha. Connors. Shish, seriously, making everyone shut up, and you are interested. The green-haired boy was speechless, not knowing what to say. Luckily the brunette came to his aid. Yayorozu. He is from Midtown School, one of the brightest. Connors. Really? Turning to look at her. Yayorozu. Second in his class. Smiling. Connors. No. Impressed. Izuku. Second. Curious and surprised. Yayorozu. See. Izuku. And you're sure? Funny. Yayorozu. Very confident. The conversation was interrupted when Dr. Connors' cell phone rang. Connors. I'm afraid duty calls, so I'll leave you in Miss Yayorozu's capable hands. Nice to meet you. Leaving the place. Yayorozu. Can you make a circle? At that, a hologram was shown which made all the interns approach to pay attention to it, an action that Izuku noticed and knew it was time to leave, so he began to walk to the exit. Yayorozu. Hola. The boy stopped suddenly when he heard the brunette's voice, so he turned around and looked up to see her in the eyes. Izuku. Hello. Nervous. Yayorozu. How are you? Rodrigo-san. That confused the boy until he took the badge and realized why he was mentioned like that. Izuku. Oh yes, of course. Yayorozu. What are you doing here? Izuku. I work here. That made the girl look funny and made the boy nervous for saying such a ridiculous thing. Izuku. I don't work here. I was going to say that I work here, but I don't work here because you work here, but I thought about telling you that I work here, but since you work here that excuse is useless because you work here. I thought that if I said that I work here you would believe me, but that's not the case because you work here and not me. The girl found it funny, even a little tender, to see how the boy was blushing and moving his hands from side to side trying to excuse himself. Yaoyorozu. Are you following me? Izuku. What? Not at all like you think. Embarrassed. I didn't know you worked here. Yaoyorozu. And why did you come? Izuku. I entered without permission because I love science. Yaoyorozu. You love science. Izuku. I'm passionate about it. Yaoyorozu. You entered without permission. The girl was going to continue talking, but the sound of the hologram made her turn to see it, seeing how it had already finished. Yaoyorozu. I have to keep leading the group. Izuku. You. Yaoyorozu. I'll interrogate you later, don't give me trouble, he warned. Izuku. I won't. Yaoyorozu. Stay close to the group. The boy just nodded as they both walked to the group where the boy went back and the brunette to the front. Yaoyorozu. Well, now follow me to see the bioreactor. Everyone started to follow her except for the green-haired guy who started walking backwards to leave the place when he collided with a man in a suit causing him to drop some files. Izuku. Sorry, listen. The boy bent down to pick them up and saw how on one page there was a symbol that he had already seen. Izuku. Sorry, but he was quickly taken out of his hands by the man in a suit and he stared at him for a few seconds before continuing on his way. Izuku decided not to leave the place and began to follow him. The boy followed him closely, watching as he advanced first through a corridor that had an impressive view at the side, and just at that moment the boy saw someone flying by. Izuku. It can't be. Hawks, and I didn't bring my camera. The boy let out a sigh of annoyance at losing such an opportunity to take a picture of the current number 3 hero, but quickly left that when he saw how the man in a suit left, so he continued on his way. The man advanced a little further until he reached a door with a strange lock that touched him and expanded like a hologram under the impressed gaze of the green-haired man, who saw how the man touched some symbols until the door opened. The man in a suit turned his gaze, causing the boy to hide further to avoid being seen. The man, seeing nothing, entered the room. The boy looked out again, seeing how the man came out, this time with 2 people in scientific suits which were to avoid radioactivity. Izuku. Biocable Development Unit. Reading some words that were next to the U symbol. The boy saw how the 3 subjects talked a little and left the place, action that Izuku took advantage of to approach the lock and touch it, which was deployed, so the boy adjusted his glasses and began to slowly touch everything that the man in a suit had touched before, opening the door. Izuku. I did it. Surprised. The boy took the door and looked both ways to see that there was no one there, and so he quickly entered the room. Upon doing so he arrived at a completely white room. On one side there was a kind of blue coolant that stored some things. There was also a machine that made some strange things from a material that Izuku did not know which. Another machine took them and entered them into a kind of transparent box. There was also a machine attached to the wall where it had 4 arms and produced a kind of thread which made Izuku look at it for a few seconds interested. Everything was normal until he saw a door, so, curious, he opened it and entered the place where it was dark and there was only a very opaque purple light, and in the center a machine that rotated on its own axis, and in said machine there were what appeared to be cobwebs with many spiders that Izuku had never seen before. The boy walked a little further, seeing how some spiders shone and others were a dark color, until he approached one of the said cobwebs and with curiosity he touched it lightly. What made the machine make a sound, worrying the boy, who put a hand to his mouth, seeing how the machine stopped so that a spider fell to the ground, followed by another and another until all the spiders fell, and consequently the boy, who quickly began to remove them as quickly as possible to make him leave the place immediately, without knowing that a conversation between Dr. Connors and the man in the suit had. The boy walked to where the group was before, which made the brunette see him, so she quickly walked towards him. The boy, having her in front of him, just remained silent, only to give a sigh. Izuku. I'm sorry, Yaoyorozu. Give me the badge, he asked. The boy had no choice but to give it to him to leave the OSCORP laboratories. On his way home, this had all been a complete waste of time. But as he was walking, a spider landed on his shoulder, which made the green-haired man see it and quickly swipe at it, sending it flying and falling into a sewer. The boy sighed and continued on his way home, unaware that his life could continue the same way with that mistake, having wasted a great opportunity that destiny could have given him. Or maybe not. As the boy left the OSCORP labs in Dr. Curtis Connor's office, a serious meeting was taking place. Connors, we received the DNA sequences this morning and they were disappointing. The man in a suit was walking quietly through the doctor's office until he heard the news. Man. Define disappointing. Taking a seat in front of the doctor. Connors. They are null again, it is the decay algorithm. This was to be expected. Man. He said he was close. Connors. We're close but it takes time. Man. He doesn't have time. Standing up, Norman Osborn is dying. Dr. Connors, save him. Or we'll be out on the street, leaving the office. Returning to Izuku, he had already taken his things that he must have left for the tour, so he left the laboratories. I looked at the sky and noticed that it wasn't dark yet. I checked my watch and saw that it was barely 2 in the afternoon. I wasn't hungry enough to go home, so I decided to go to the library that I had told my mom about. The boy headed towards his destination while he watched on a screen installed in a large building a report where All Might had captured a few moments ago a criminal group that was trying to rob a bank. Izuku. It's great. Asterisk. The boy put his headphones back on and put his hands in his pockets to continue on his way. The boy still respected and admired All Might despite the strong words he said that day. He couldn't help but think that deep down he was still his idol, although perhaps not like before. It didn't take the boy more than a few minutes to get to the library, but when he was about to enter, someone came out carrying several books while staggering from one side to the other. It was clear that he couldn't carry so many at once. Izuku. Let me help you. The boy hurried to take off his headphones and grab several books to bump into a person he didn't expect to find. A woman a little shorter than Izuku by very little, with white hair and red parts with glasses and beautiful silver eyes. Izuku. Fuyumi-san. Sorprendido. Fuyumi. Wow, I didn't expect to find you here, Izuku-san, smiling. Izuku. But what are you doing here? Her full name is Todoroki Fuyumi and she is the daughter of the current number 2 hero and sister of my friend Todoroki Shoto. Unlike her father and brother, she does not want to be a heroine. Despite having a strong quirk, she preferred to follow her dream and works as a teacher for children in a daycare center. Fuyumi. I took advantage of the fact that today was my day off from work, so I wanted to come here to get some books and prepare material for my next classes. I found some good books for my children and Natsuo-kun asked me if I could bring him some books for his classes at the university. I almost forgot Fuyumi is Shoto's older sister. Mr. Todoroki Enji and his wife Todoroki Rei had 4 children. The eldest is Todoroki Toya and like his father he is a great hero who works in his agency. The second was Todoroki Fuyumi as I already mentioned and the only daughter of the family. Then there is the aforementioned Todoroki Natsuo who like his sister decided to follow his vocation and went to college to study to become a great doctor, and finally Todoroki Shoto with my same age and like his brother and father wants to be a hero. Izuku. And you want me to help you? Smiling. Fuyumi. I don't want to bother you, Izuku-san, embarrassed. Izuku. Don't worry, Fuyumi-san, it's no bother at all. Fuyumi. Then I thank you. The boy with the books followed the beautiful Todoroki to her home. During their journey they exchanged words. Despite Todoroki's nervous and shy personality, he was clearly a person who cared about his family and loved ones, and the green-haired man was part of that family circle. It didn't take long for them to arrive when they took the subway to the Todoroki's house, although of course the house is too small. A gigantic wooden mansion in the old Japanese style with a huge front and backyard where a large fountain was located. Fuyumi. Come in, my brothers will be happy to see you. Izuku. Excuse me. Both entered the home of the number 2 hero until they reached the dining room where one of the girl's brothers was drinking some tea until he felt her presence, so he stood up to give a smile. Natsuo Todoroki, the third brother, is someone fun and joking with his family and with me in some strange way. Since the second or third time I came with Todoroki everyone started treating me like family even though everyone knows that I don't have a quirk and I like that. Natsuo. Look who came, mother, surprised. A second person entered the dining room through a door with a surprise when he saw the guest. The mother of both brothers is a beautiful woman a little shorter than me and Fuyumi-san with snow-white hair. Her name is Todoroki Rei. Rei. Wow, Izuku-san, how nice to have you here once again, smiling. Izuku. Good afternoon, Miss Rei. Natsuo-san, sorry for the unexpected visit. Natsuo. Don't worry, old man, is this your house or not, mother? Rei. Sure, Izuku-san, you are welcome whenever you want. Tell me, do you want some tea? Izuku. Thank you, bowing slightly, but I only came because Fuyumi-san brought a lot of books, showing the books, and I offered to help her. I was already leaving. Natsuo. Thanks for that, sister, taking his books and leaving to write his college essays. Fuyumi. Come on, Izuku-san, stay a bit, okay? King. Come with us to dinner, everyone will be happy to see you. Izuku. Well, I think there won't be a problem if I stay for a while, smiling. The eldest gave a nod to withdraw and return a few minutes later with a tray of tea for the boy and his daughter to the dining room where they both were since Fuyumi was preparing her classes and the freckled one was helping her a little. After a few minutes, Natsuo and Rei joined them to talk a little with Midoriya. After an hour the remaining members of the Todoroki arrived at their home. Shoto. We're home, announcement. Rei. Welcome, arriving to greet them, we have visitors, smiling. That confused the three members of the Todoroki family, so they curiously went to the dining room where Fuyumi and Natsuo were talking and laughing with a green-haired boy. But look what the cat brought, taking him by the neck and making a match in his hair. Izuku. Ho, hello again, Toya-san, resisting the greeting. Toya. Nice to see you again, Broccoli. The eldest of the sons, Todoroki Toya, and a professional hero despite being 25 years old, still acted like a child when he was not wearing his hero suit. Nice to see you again, kid. Izuku. Yeah, sorry for coming without warning, Mr. Todoroki, standing up. Enji. Hey, calm down, son, taking him by the shoulder, this is your house and we are your family. Izuku. Thank you, smiling. Shoto. What are you doing here? Curious. Izuku. All long story. Sighing. Rei. Tell me, Izuku-san, in the end you will stay to eat, right? Izuku. If I don't bother you. Enji. Don't accompany us at all. So the Todoroki family accompanied by Midoriya had dinner together in a familiar and very pleasant atmosphere. After dinner, the freckled one offered to wash the dishes, and despite the insistence that it was not necessary, he was firm in his decision and did it. They also talked a little more until it was time for Izuku to return home. Enji offered to take him but the boy refused, he didn't want to bother him, so he took his coat, bag and put on his red shoes. Izuku. Thanks again for everything, bowing. Rei. Don't worry, son, and you are welcome again, but bring Inko-san with you. Izuku. I'll do it, I promise. After that Izuku headed home. Night had already fallen and surely his mother should already be extremely worried about him. It didn't take him long to get there after taking 2 meters, and while he ran through the cold and lonely streets to his home, suddenly entering. Izuku. Hello, hello. Inko. Honey, where were you? Izuku. I was at the library and I met Fuyumi-san and I helped her carry some books to her house and I stayed to have dinner with them, nervous. Inko. You could have warned me, you know. Izuku. I know, but. Showing his cell phone, I forgot to charge it and it ran out of battery. Sorry. Inko. Don't worry, but let me know next time, okay? Smiling. Izuku. Okay. And Uncle Ben. Inko. She's sleeping soundly. Tomorrow she has to go to work early. The boy, after hearing that, gave her a kiss on the forehead and went back to his room where he saw how all his walls had been painted green. Izuku. Oh no. Taking both hands to his head, I forgot. The boy hit his head and threw his bag to the side. He started charging his cell phone, took off his coat and threw it to the side of his bed and threw himself into bed. He was tired and had classes tomorrow when suddenly a loud thunder sounded and then the rain began to fall. Izuku. I arrived on time. Smiling while looking out the window. The boy closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Many things happened today without knowing what was about to happen to him. The seconds began to pass, turning into minutes, and these turned into hours. The cold rain continued to fall without stopping, accompanied by the strong thunder and lightning that momentarily illuminated the sky. The boy was already fast asleep when something was moving slowly from inside his coat, trying to find a way out, succeeding in showing the person responsible for the strange movement of the green-haired boy's coat. A small spider was responsible for the movements of the coat. Somehow the spider managed to stay on the boy's coat since his visit to the OSCORP labs. A flash of lightning lit up the boy's dark room, and where the spider had been was no longer there. The small arachnid was walking on the sleeping boy's giant bed. The arachnid began to climb over the boy's pillows, calmly reaching a wall, beginning to climb it, calmly reaching a sheet to enter it when said sheet was abruptly moved by a sleeping green-haired man. The boy began to open his eyes slowly as he felt something walking on him, but quickly sat up in his bed while putting a hand to the back of his neck as he felt a terrible pain. Izuku. Ouch. Sobandos. The boy gave a big yawn and got out of bed to open the curtains, seeing how the sun was just beginning to rise, so he turned his gaze to his clock. Izuku. 5:46. Reading the time. The boy stretched a little in his room as he grabbed some clothes and headed to the bathroom. He decided to get ready for class. Izuku took a shower, changed into his uniform, grabbed his bag and went down to the first floor directly to the kitchen, where he heated some water in the kettle and made some cereal. Midoriya Ben was a very early riser. His day began at 6 a.m., starting the day with a good bath with cold water to wake up completely, followed by that, going down to the kitchen to prepare his delicious coffee to go to the table to drink it while reading his newspaper. But he was in for a big surprise when he saw his nephew eating cereal at the table and already dressed for school. Izuku. Oh, good morning, uncle, waving. Ben. Good morning, son. Sitting at the table, this is amazing. Izuku. What? Ben. You're awake at this hour. What happened to you now? Did you fall out of bed? Funny. Izuku. Ha ha ha, ironic. And what about you? Weren't you supposed to go to work early? Ben. That's right, but I still have time to drink my precious coffee, taking a sip. Izuku. By the way, sorry about yesterday, Uncle Ben. Ben. What are you apologizing for? Izuku. I completely forgot we were going to remodel my room and you had to do it yourself. Ben. Hey, taking him by the shoulder, don't worry, son, there's no problem with the next house remodeling, we can both work together, what do you think? Izuku. Thank you, I have to go or else I'll be late. The boy quickly finished his cereal to take it to wash it to return to the table and get his bag. Izuku. See you later, Uncle Ben. Ben. Have a good one. The boy began to walk to the door when Midoriya Izuku appeared from the door after going down the stairs. The beautiful woman was still sleepy, although she was surprised to see her son awake. Izuku. Bye, see you later, I love you, giving him a kiss on the cheek and leaving the house. The woman couldn't react to her son's farewell, so she just wished him good luck and turned to look at the boy's uncle. Izuku. And now what happened? Confused. Ben. I have no idea, returning to reading his newspaper. Returning to Izuku, after saying goodbye to his family and closing the door, he moved his head from side to side and touched the back of his neck. The boy walked through the streets quietly while listening to music. He was keeping good time so he didn't have to rush to get to class. Although as he walked listening to music, once again he brought his hand to the back of his neck to rub it while wincing in pain. The boy also began to feel a great heat throughout his body, and at the same time he felt so dizzy that he almost fell to the ground if he hadn't stopped at a dumpster. After a few seconds he stopped feeling dizzy and continued on his way, reaching his destination, Midtown School. The boy entered the school seeing that there were already some students, but he went straight to his locker. While he was opening it, someone touched his shoulder, so he turned around and ran into a certain tall, dark-haired girl. Izuku. Oh. Good morning, Yaoyorozu-san. Yaoyorozu. Good morning. Anyway, I couldn't properly interrogate you yesterday, but now I can. Tell me why you were at the OSCORP labs. And don't tell me it's because you love science. The girl continued talking, but something she didn't know was that the green-haired man in front of her wasn't paying attention to her. Maybe it was because he felt dizzy again and saw how there were two Yaoyorozu in front of him. Yaoyorozu. Are you listening to me? Izuku. Reacting, what thing? Yaoyorozu. Hey, are you feeling okay? You're red. The girl put a hand on the boy's forehead, feeling how extremely hot he was. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya-san, you have a fever, surprised. Izuku. No, not at all. I have to go to class so. The boy tried to walk but failed miserably when he felt a dizziness much stronger than the previous ones that forced him to lean on the lockers. Yaoyorozu. Hey, take it easy, holding it. The girl was worried her classmate had a high temperature and wanted to go to class. It was dangerous, but she alone could not take him to the infirmary, although luckily her field of vision could see a bicolored boy with a scar on his face. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki-san. The bicolor heard his name, so he turned his gaze, seeing how the youngest of the Yaoyorozu family was next to his green-haired friend, and he was extremely red, so he did not hesitate to go with them. Todoroki. What's up, Izuku? It's nothing, I just felt dizzy. The boy managed to get away from the brunette, although upon taking the first step he lost his balance and began to fall face first to the ground, although this was avoided by the two-colored man. Todoroki. I got you. The green-haired boy began to feel much hotter and the dizziness did not stop, even the back of his neck was burning. Izuku. I'm fine. The boy could only manage to say that until his eyes closed and he became unconscious in the arms of the bicolor. The boy began to open his eyes, noticing that he was lying on a stretcher, so it didn't take long for him to know where he was. Izuku. What am I doing here? Confused. The boy sat down so that something fell off his head, noticing that it was a wet towel. He also saw that he was not wearing the top of his uniform and was bent over next to the stretcher. Nurse. How do you feel? The boy turned his gaze and saw that next to him was the nurse in charge sitting at her desk writing something. Izuku. Yes, I think so. What happened to me? Nurse. Students Todoroki and Yaoyorozu brought you in the morning. You had a high fever that left you unconscious. Izuku. I see. Nurse. I recommend you rest a little more and don't worry, classes are over. I spoke to your teacher to let him know you were here. The boy touched his face, feeling that his fever was gone, so he stood up while putting on his missing clothes and left the infirmary, giving thanks. For some strange reason he felt weak and tired more than usual, and he also still had some dizziness. The boy left school to take a train and wanted to get home to rest a little. Luckily, no one was home. His uncle hadn't come home from work yet, and his mother didn't know where he was, although there was a note in the living room, which she opened. Son, if by chance you come home and don't find me, don't worry. I went to visit Mitsuki-san and left you food in the oven. With love, Mom. The boy just left the note on the table and went to his room to rest a little. He still felt dizzy and getting some sleep would help. The boy managed to get to sleep for a while until he got up to go to the bathroom and splash water on his face to wake up completely, finishing and staring at himself in the mirror for a while. But as he looked at his reflection in his shirt, something seemed strange. Some kind of fabric fell from his left shoulder, so confused he picked it up to see how it was still behind his shoulder, surprising the boy, who stretched it a little more until the fabric tightened. Taking a little air, the boy gave a strong pull, so a sharp pain reached the back of his neck that made him rub it a little, seeing how in his other hand what he thought was fabric was not but rather a spider web. The boy followed it with his eyes to the end where a strange spider that he had never seen before was hanging dead. The boy began to breathe heavily until a sound on the first floor caught his attention. Inko. I'm home. Son, are you here? The boy heard his mother's voice, so he went to his room, throwing the spider in his trash can to go down to the first floor. Izuku. If I'm here, how did it go? Inko. Well, it's been a while since Mitsuki-san and I talked about old times. Sighing. Tell me, did you eat something? Izuku. No Mom, I wasn't hungry. I had a fever and well. Inko. But are you okay? You don't feel sick anymore. Do you want me to make you some tea? Concerned, taking him by the shoulders. Izuku. Mom, I'm fine. Freeing himself from his paranoid mother, it was just a slight fever. Taking her hands. Inko. Suguro. Izuku. Very sure, giving him a kiss on the head. Inko. In that case, why don't I make you something to make you feel even better? Smiling. Izuku. That's much better. Both green-haired boys had dinner together, Unfortunately Uncle Ben couldn't have dinner with them because his work was extended, so it was a mother-son night. Izuku went up to his room after saying goodbye to his mother to see how on his phone he had a message from his bicolor friend asking him about how he was doing, to which the boy responded with a, "Fine, thanks for taking me to the infirmary," receiving in response a, "Don't worry," from his friend. The green-haired boy unconsciously turned his gaze towards his trash can where the dead spider lay. The boy looked at it for a few more seconds until he shook his head. "Izuku, I'm thinking about it a lot." The boy got into bed, still feeling dizzy and feverish, but he chose not to tell his mother so she wouldn't get more paranoid. The next morning in the green-haired man's room he was fast asleep, or that was until his alarm clock started ringing. The annoyed boy only got up to turn it off and go back to bed, although the clock had been destroyed by the green-haired boy's hand, who didn't even notice it. After a few minutes the boy got up more asleep than awake to go to the bathroom in his bedroom where he entered to take his toothbrush and toothpaste, although when Izuku took the toothpaste all the paste shot out towards the mirror. The boy sighed and used his toothbrush to brush the toothpaste on the mirror. He then grabbed the key to his sink to make the water flow. However, the force was so strong that the key broke, which made him start to get wet quickly. The boy grabbed his towel and the metal that held the towel was also broken, so Izuku, without any choice, put the towel and metal on his sink to avoid getting wet. Then he grabbed the lock on his door to enter the shower and it broke again, leaving him with no choice. The boy approached the door to leave and grabbed the lock with only 2 fingers, opening the door slowly and then closing it very slowly. The boy sat on his bed trying to process what was happening, still holding his toothbrush and the lock. Izuku began to breathe heavily until he quickly moved his head to the side where a spider was walking on the ceiling. The boy was extremely scared when he heard a loud sound causing him to lie down on his bed while he extended his brush as a weapon only to see that what scared him were his blinds moving in the wind. Once again he was scared and turned to see his door to be knocked on in seconds. "Inko. Son, time to get up, you'll be late for class." Izuku. Yes, I'm coming." The boy quickly grabbed his things to take a shower and change into his uniform to rush off to class. He was already late so he didn't have time to eat breakfast either. Izuku. Damn, today can't get any worse. The boy ran through the streets while dodging pedestrians as best he could. He couldn't even put on his headphones, a clear sign that he was late for class. He was too distracted, and while he was running without stopping he crossed a street without looking to the sides just at the moment when a taxi was about to run over him. The green-haired man reacted instantly and jumped strongly while doing a somersault in the air and falling to the ground with one knee on the ground. The boy was surprised by that, as were the people present who applauded him for that movement. The boy continued running on his way, trying to think of something other than what happened this morning or what he had just done. Luck was on his side and he was able to arrive 3 minutes before classes started, which was already an achievement for this day. The classes passed without incident until the time for the recess bell, where everyone went to the cafeteria. The green-haired man was no exception. While everyone was at tables everywhere with their groups of friends talking or laughing together, our protagonist was at a table in the center eating alone. His friend Todoroki was still in class so he couldn't accompany him. The boy was eating quietly until he raised his eyes for a few seconds to see Yaoyorozu walking slowly with her tray of food towards a table with her friends. The boy smiled softly, but as the girl passed by him she accidentally stepped on a puddle of water which made her slip and throw her tray of food into the air. Izuku reacted quickly and with speed and efficiency he took the girl by the waist with his left arm to prevent her from falling and getting hurt, and with his right hand he caught the tray and then moved it, catching all the girl's food with ease. Yaoyorozu. Wow, Midoriya-san, what reflexes? Surprised. Tell me, are you okay now? Izuku. Yes. Releasing her and giving her her tray, it was just a slight fever, nothing more. Yaoyorozu. Hey. The girl saw how her friends called her. I still have to interrogate you, you know. Izuku. If he knew. Yaoyorozu. We'll talk later and thank you for this. The girl retired to the table with her friends, leaving the boy, who sighed and sat back down at his table. Although at that moment his fork had stuck to his hand, the boy tried to get it off, succeeding in the process, but now his hand was stuck to his tray. Izuku. It can't be. The boy tried to take his hand off to continue eating, but it wouldn't let him. No matter how much force the boy put on the tray, it wouldn't come off. Izuku. Come on, come on. The boy used his other hand to pull the tray and thus detach his hand, and although his idea worked, the tray shot out, and as if life hated him, all the food on that tray fell on the head of a pale-haired boy who caught everyone's attention. Izuku, seeing that, quickly got up from his table and started walking towards his locker. The pale-haired boy turned to see how the useless Deku escaped, giving him to understand something. Bakugo. Damn Deku. Annoyed. The pale-haired boy got up from his table annoyed and began to walk towards the lockers, following the green-haired boy, being accompanied by his henchman. Izuku, upon reaching his locker, began to breathe heavily, but just at that moment and in some strange way all his senses went off. The sound fell silent for a few seconds, leaving him in complete silence. Vibrations were heard behind him, and in his head a pain like a migraine appeared, and as if it were a message it warned him. Move. The boy moved his head so that a fist would pass by him and hit the lockers, creating an explosion that caught everyone's attention. Bakugo. Idiot, do you think you're funny? Annoyed. Yaoyorozu. Bakugo-san fue un accidente. The brunette arrived with both of them, trying to stop them from fighting, although she didn't succeed, and all the students formed a circle to watch Midoriya's fight murder. Bakugo. If I knock your teeth out, it will be an accident. Yaoyorozu. Por favor Bakugo-san, ya basta. Izuku. I don't want to fight you, Bakugo-kun, nervous. Bakugo. I don't want to either. The pale-haired boy put himself in a boxing-style guard, which made all the students around him start cheering. The pale-haired boy threw a right punch that Izuku dodged easily. This time Bakugo threw a left punch that was also dodged by the green-haired boy after slightly moving his head, which surprised everyone, including the brunette. Bakugo threw another punch that Izuku dodged by moving his head, although for everyone it was incredible for the green-haired boy to see how the fist moved in slow motion, dodging it and surprising him. Bakugo, annoyed, launched himself at him with another punch that this time the boy dodged in a different way, letting his entire torso go back and being centimeters from his back touching the ground, although he quickly got up and turned to see the pale-haired boy, who was now where Izuku was before. That surprised everyone more, some of whom began to encourage the green-haired boy, drawing the attention of more students, one of them a bicolor who arrived next to the brunette. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki-san, please help him, worried. The green-haired boy stared at the pale-haired boy, waiting for another attack, but once again a tickling sensation reached his head, warning him. Attracted. The boy jumped hard to avoid being tackled by one of Bakugo's henchmen, although in the air the boy flipped 4 times and landed on his feet. Todoroki. Who? Confused. Izuku tried to put himself in a pose that looked like the ashen-haired boy, who was surprised as was his henchman. Student. Very good, Midoriya-kun. Encouraging him. Minions. It's all yours. The ash-haired boy pushed his henchman angrily to launch himself at Deku, starting to throw punches that the green-haired boy dodged with ease until he doesn't even know how he stopped a right punch from Bakugo, followed by a left punch and quickly stopping another right punch while he held his arm, starting to put pressure, causing Bakugo to start to feel pain. Izuku began to bend his arm until he gave him a punch that hit the ash-haired boy in the stomach, that sent him flying and sliding across the ground to where a student who was carrying a tray with food, and because of the impression of seeing Bakugo at his feet, he dropped it and all the food fell on Bakugo's face. Everyone laughed at that because they had defeated and even humiliated Bakugo, the one responsible being the green-haired boy, who still had his arm extended and was breathing heavily. Student. Well done, Midoriya-kun. Minions. Hey Midoriya, are you crazy? He and his other henchmen went with Bakugo while the majority began to retreat. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki wanted to talk to Midoriya, but he was no longer there. He had gotten lost in the crowd of students. The boy ran out of school. It wasn't even time to leave yet, but he didn't want to be there for the moment, so he went home to calm down and now worry about the spider bite. As the boy ran through the streets, dodging people with ease and agility, he began to analyze what was happening to him, coming to a conclusion. Izuku. It was that spider. That spider bit me. Scared. The boy had arrived home. It was not yet time to return from school, and if he entered the house through the door he would attract the attention of his mother and uncle and would have to give many explanations. So he decided to go directly to his room on the 2nd floor, climbing a wall and managing to reach his room. The boy didn't think twice and went straight to the trash can where the dead spider was. The boy carefully took a sheet of paper and folded it to take the spider and place it on his desk to see it better. First of all, I had never seen a spider of that type before. It was black in color, very large, and also had on its abdomen a kind of mark or red spot with blue lines. It even seemed as if its legs shone in a dull blue color. Izuku was confused by that and quickly took a glass jar and put it there to put it aside and turn on his computer and go to his search engine. The boy first began to search for images of spiders to see and if with luck he found the species of spider that bit him and it was not poisonous. The boy saw several photos of spiders, some large, others small, some with bright colors, others with dark colors. There were also spiders with long legs, other spiders with a kind of fur, but there were no photos of a spider similar to the one that bit him. The closest one was a small black spider with red dots but nothing else, neither the blue lines nor its legs shone. The boy stopped looking for images of spiders and switched from researching spiders to researching. Izuku. If a spider bites you. Typing. The boy entered the first page where there was nothing interesting, so he decided to go see images that the page in question had, noticing that they were photographs of spider bites, which the boy began to see if he found something interesting, but not each bite was different from the previous one, even some seemed more serious than that, which caused the boy to grab the back of his neck and decide to change the question. Izuku. Typing. Midoriya Hisashi, Spider Plus, 9VJ, Uasik Jasuck. The boy was confused by this and raised his hands to see how some of his computer keys were stuck to his fingers, which worried him. After a few hours the boy left his room again through the window and entered through the door pretending to come from class. Izuku. I'm home. The boy went inside to take off his shoes and leave them aside, entering the kitchen to see how his mother was preparing lunch and his uncle was reading the newspaper at the table. Izuku. Hello mom, giving her a kiss on the head. Inko. Hello son, how was school? Izuku. Well, it went well for me. Sitting at the table. Ben. Why do I feel like it wasn't like that? Curious. Izuku. Well, you're wrong, smiling. Ben. Son, pointing to his head. Izuku. What, do you have a migraine? Mockingly. Ben. Apart from that, my instinct. Izuku. Well, your instinct seems to be broken because nothing out of the ordinary happened. Of course, not counting that Bakugo-kun will surely kill me tomorrow. Nervous. Ben. Sure. Doubtful. Izuku. Believe it or not, I'm able to avoid getting into trouble. Ben. That's true. You don't get into little trouble, you get into big trouble, young man. Izuku. Well then, it's family, right? The adult agreed with the boy with a smile. The Midoriya family was characterized by being an extremely kind and caring family and also full of problems. All the friends of the Midoriya family thought and even joked about it afterwards. The Midoriyas were a family that got into trouble voluntarily and involuntarily, which is why everyone called it and even believed in something. Midoriya's luck. Although one might believe it is due to good luck, it is quite the opposite. Midoriya's luck always played against them. Inko. Well, enough talking about instincts, it's time to eat. The beautiful green-haired woman arrived at the table with 3 plates of food, to which both Midoriyas thanked the woman and began to eat quietly, where the talks and jokes were not long in coming. Despite being a family of 3 where Midoriya Inko is dedicated only to work duties with her quirk of attraction of small objects, Midoriya Ben is a plumber and electrician with his quirk of absorbing fire, and Midoriya Izuku is a student at one of the best schools in the country, Midtown Academy, and unfortunately does not have a quirk. The Midoriya family had each other and knew that as long as everyone is together everything will be okay. My days began to pass slowly. After a while I put aside the thing about the bite of that strange spider that until now I can't find any information about it either on the internet or in books. There is no data on a spider with those specifications. My classes were also normal, if you can say that. For some strange reason that I don't know, Bakugo-kun stopped messing with me, which I appreciate since I could be a little calmer, and although despite the fact that my biggest bully has left me alone, it doesn't stop the other students from continuing to do it, and it was just a matter of waiting until another bully takes Bakugo-kun's position, and as if he had a quirk that fulfills what I think, that day arrived. A normal morning is always without villain attacks thanks to the city now protected by the symbol of peace. All might the villains thought twice before attacking, which made the citizens can be calm. Midoriya Izuku was no exception. It was break time, and as he opened his locker to take out and store some books for the next class, he felt a slight tickle on his head. Move. The boy moved his head back only to receive a strong blow from an American football that hit him in the face. Ha ha ha, sorry Midoriya, funny. A tall, blonde-haired boy with white skin and blue eyes had thrown the ball from a good distance so that the ball had more force. Izuku. Ha ha, very funny. Flash. Annoyed. Flash Thompson, as far as I know and heard, was born in the United States but moved to Japan when he was only 8 years old when his parents received a great job offer. Since Bakugo-kun stopped messing with me, this idiot Flash is now, so to speak, the one who has the role of ruining my days. Flash is also a born athlete. No matter what sport he always excels. Basketball, soccer, American football, even swimming, he always stands out, and even more so with his quirk, which I think is an improved resistance or something like that. Flash. Give me the ball, Midoriya. The green-haired boy had no choice but to close his locker and take the ball to throw it to the boy who caught it easily. Flash. Thanks. The boy left to go to his training while Izuku headed to the cafeteria, although along the way he met his bicolored friend. Todoroki. So Flash Thompson again, huh? Izuku. Yes. Sighing. Todoroki. Seriously, Midoriya luck is scary. Izuku. What do you mean by Midoriya luck? Todoroki. You wouldn't understand. They both walked in silence to the cafeteria, but at that moment Todoroki realized something. Todoroki. Hey wait, stopping. Izuku. Turning to look at him. Todoroki. Midoriya-san. Did you grow up? Surprised. Izuku. The boy stared at his friend. He was right. Now he no longer had to raise his head to look into his eyes. Now they were almost the same size, with Todoroki only a few centimeters taller. Izuku. And now this. Seriously, was this also because of that spider? Asterisk. Todoroki. Are you listening to me? Izuku. Coming out of his thoughts, what thing? Todoroki. What did you do to grow up? The boy got nervous so he couldn't tell his friend about the spider because it would be hard to believe and he would think he was crazy. Todoroki. So, Izuku. Puberty. The bicolor was surprised by his friend's scream and looked at him strangely, making the green-haired boy blush at what he said. Todoroki. Okay, uncomfortable. The green-haired boy wanted to excuse himself and say something else when the academy's loudspeakers called the boy. Speaker. Midoriya Izuku, please come to the principal's office. Todoroki. And now what trouble did you get into? Izuku. That's what I'd like to know. The green-haired boy said goodbye to his friend and headed to the principal's office where he entered to see how the aforementioned was at his desk. Director. Take a seat, young Midoriya. Izuku. And, why did you call me? Taking a seat. Director. I heard, young Midoriya, throughout the years that I have run this academy there have only been 5 students who have managed to surprise me. Izuku. I understand. I don't understand. Director. Of those 5 students, you are one of them. Izuku. Director. I appreciate what you said and I'm happy that it surprised you, but what's the point? Director. Son, even though you don't have a quirk, you manage to excel in your grades no matter what subject. You always get excellent grades, occupying 2nd place. Izuku. 2nd place. I feel a déjà vu. Asterisk. Director. That's right, but lately your grades and performance have dropped considerably and that worries me. Listen, I was talking a while ago with prestigious universities around the world and they have their eye on your boyfriend. Izuku. Universities. Have they set their sights on me? Impressed. Director. Not only in you but also in the students Bakugo, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, although they 3 are interested and can be more of a great hero in you. Izuku. On the other hand, I don't, right? Sad. Director. I'm sorry son, but when one door closes, thousands of other doors open for you, trying to cheer him up. Izuku. I guess, if I can't be a hero, I can be someone in life, right? Director. That's the attitude. But going back to the beginning of our conversation, and as I already mentioned, your grades have been in free fall. Izuku. Guess I got a little distracted by the spider bite. Asterisk. Director. That's why I've decided to give you a tutor. Izuku. Tutor. But why? I've just been distracted these past few days. Director. I know, but I want you to get back to your normal grades as soon as possible so that the universities that have their eye on you won't give you a scholarship. Izuku. I guess I can't refuse. Who will be my tutor? Director. You will meet him at the end of class because I haven't spoken to him yet. Izuku. Okay then, that would be it. Director. That's right, young Midoriya can retire. The boy bowed and retired to his classroom. Recess was over. Izuku entered his classroom and went directly to take a seat. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, so he put both arms on his desk, using them as a pillow. He would sleep for a while. But while the boy was sleeping peacefully at his desk, that strange tickling sensation he had been feeling lately reappeared in his head. Careful, the boy raised his head only to receive a piece of chalk that had been thrown by his teacher, hitting him in the forehead. Teacher. I see that you are finally waking up, young Midoriya. Serious. Izuku. Sorry, teacher. Size whatever. The teacher looked back at the blackboard and continued giving his class, although Izuku wasn't paying attention. That strange tickling in his head that warned him of danger confused him. So what does it mean? Professor. Midoriya. The boy came out of his thoughts when he heard his teacher's shout and stood up quickly while taking his book and holding it out ready to read. Izuku. Huh. Confused. Everyone laughed at that and the boy once again earned a scolding from his teacher, who continued with his class. That was until classes ended and everyone was starting to leave for their homes. Izuku was packing his things to leave when someone stood in front of him. Yaoyorozu. Hello, smiling. The raven girl had stood in front of Izuku's desk while giving him a beautiful smile. Izuku. Ah, we're not grown up. Yaoyorozu. You know why I came, don't you? Izuku. What can I do for you? Yaoyorozu. Didn't the principal tell you he'd get you a tutor? Confused. Izuku. Let me guess. You'll be my tutor. Yaoyorozu. That's right, smiling. Izuku. Not to be rude or anything, but why not a teacher? Yaoyorozu. Well, the director said it would be useful for me because my internships at OSCORP laboratories could give me experience with problematic children, smiling. Izuku. Well, then I'm in your care. Yaoyorozu. So now tell me, do you have time to start tutoring today? Izuku. Yes. Finishing putting away his things, I think so. The boy stood up, which surprised the girl because now she had to look up a little to see the boy's emerald green eyes. Yaoyorozu. You grew up, surprised. Izuku. The boy put a hand on his forehead and brought it forward, passing a little higher than the girl's head, who blushed at the proximity of both. Izuku. Yes, I grew a little. Yaoyorozu. But how? Just a few days ago you were shorter than me. Izuku. Whatever you say to him, don't say puberty. Don't say puberty. Pilates. Yaoyorozu. Pilates. Sorprendida. Izuku. Idiot. If that, how come where do we do the tutoring? Yaoyorozu. What do you think about your house? Mine is far away and well, I don't know if you feel comfortable there. Hehe, embarrassed. Izuku. Yeah, I guess my house will be fine walking. They both walked together to the exit, but the boy was abruptly stopped by the brunette when he was stopped by his backpack. Izuku. What's going on? Confused. Yaoyorozu. Let's wait for my limousine to arrive earlier, smiling. Izuku. Limousine. Confused. Right in front of both of them, a black limousine parked where a man in a short suit opened the back door. Yaoyorozu. Then Sub entering the arms. Izuku. I'm starting to regret this and I don't know why. Asterisk. The boy gave a sigh of resignation and entered the limousine with the brunette heading towards the Midoriya house. The way home for the green-haired man was uncomfortable, perhaps because he was traveling with a beautiful girl at his side, or he was traveling in an extremely elegant black limousine with the driver's gaze on him from the rearview mirror. Izuku. How the hell did I end up here? Asterisk. The boy had recently spoken with the director of his institution and had told him that he would assign him a tutor so that his grades would rise again and thus not lose the scholarship opportunities that several universities could offer him in the future. Yaoyorozu. Are you okay, Midoriya-san? Izuku. Ah, why yeah. It's just that it's my first time getting into a limo, hehe, nervous. Yaoyorozu. Oh yeah, excuse me for that. Izuku. No, no problem. Rather I would be the one who should apologize, I'm taking away your time. Yaoyorozu. Don't worry, I like helping my friends, smiling. Izuku. I understand. Friends. Did he say friends? We're friends. Great. Asterisk. The boy realized what he was thinking, which made him let out a sigh of disappointment to himself and shook his head. Izuku. I'm sorry, Izuku. Asterisk. The boy turned to see how the brunette had created a small hand mirror and was adjusting her hair under the gaze of the green-haired boy who was idiotized, although at that moment he felt the annoyed gaze of the driver, which made him turn to look towards the window nervously. The boy was surprised when the limousine stopped and where the girl got off right in front of his house. Izuku. How? Yaoyorozu. What are you waiting for? The boy reacted and got out of the limousine, which left both young people in front of the boy's house. Izuku. Yaoyorozu-san, how did you know I lived here? Yaoyorozu. I thought your mother had given you the notes that Todoroki-san sent you. I brought them here, don't you remember? The boy was embarrassed. He had forgotten that she had gone to his house a while ago. Seriously, he had been very distracted with that spider. The boy walked to his home followed by the brunette, both entering. Izuku. I'm home. Yaoyorozu. Sorry for intruding. Both were greeted by a beautiful green-haired woman who was surprised by the visit. Inko. Oh wow, but if it's Miss Yaoyorozu, it's a pleasure to have you back. Yaoyorozu. I'm sorry for coming without warning, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko. Don't worry, dear, you're welcome, smiling. Although the green-haired girl was smiling, the boy felt his mother's attentive gaze, which made him blush, and he decided to intervene before she embarrassed him. Izuku. Mom, Yaoyorozu-san is here to help me with some things, nervous. Inko. What things may I know? Intrigued. Yaoyorozu. The director of our academy asked me to be his son's tutor, smiling. Just at that moment the boy felt his mother's serious gaze, which made him nervous and scared. Inko. Something to say, young man. It would be. Izuku. Yes, we'll be in my room studying, hehehe, nervous. Inko. Okay. Make yourself at home, dear. Yaoyorozu. Thank you very much, bowing. Inko. And you and I will have a talk later, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku. Hehehe, I'm dead. Asterisk. Yaoyorozu. Your mother is very nice, entering the room. Izuku. Yeah, closing the door to his room. Luckily for you, only you've had the chance to get to know his kind and caring side. Yaoyorozu. So this is your room. The girl looked at how the walls were green. It had a bed, a closet, a window, a desk, a shelf, the usual things in a room. Izuku. Yes, sorry for the mess. Yaoyorozu. It's cozy walking around. Izuku. Yeah, I don't have many things. Do you want some tea or something? Yaoyorozu. I would accept a tea if it is not a problem, smiling. Izuku. I'll be back, feel comfortable, leaving the room. The brunette left her bag that she carried to school on the boy's bed and began to explore the room better. He approached a pile of boxes in a corner and opened one, getting a big surprise. Various products of the peace symbol. The girl was surprised seeing everything that was in the box, from action figures, magazines, posters, shirts, cups. Even the other boxes had things from All Might and some from popular heroes. The girl stopped looking at the boxes and curiously approached the boy's desk, seeing how on the wall there were several photographs of beautiful views. There were also photos of him with his mother and uncle, and still hanging next to it the camera that the boy used to take photographs. The girl didn't dare to turn on the computer, luckily for the green-haired boy. However, the brunette walked up to the bookshelf and was curious to know what books he was reading. Several books were science fiction, some mystery, inventions, heroes, mechanics, advanced engineering, even some equally advanced science books. I love science. I was passionate about Ida. The girl remembered the excuse he had given her in the OSCORP laboratories, but when she saw these books, it seemed that this supposed excuse was not an excuse but reality. The girl also noticed that apart from those books there were some white notebooks, so curiously she picked one up at random. Yaoyorozu. Future Hero Analysis Number 13. Reading. The girl read the cover of the notebook, which was destroyed as it had burnt parts and was wrinkled by what seemed to have been the product of water. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and recognized that notebook. Yaoyorozu. She's the one Bakugo-san blew up, impressed. The girl opened the notebook, flipping through the pages and seeing how there were very well-made drawings of heroes with their quirks explained. It also had a description of each of them in a corner. Yaoyorozu. Kamui Woods. Dawn. The Mast. The girl read carefully what the green-haired man had written about how his quirk worked. He also had speculations about how much wood he could master and some ideas for his hero suit for improvements. He also had written some weaknesses for his quirk, leaving the brunette surprised, who decided to turn the page. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki Shoto. Dawn. Half cold, half hot, smiling. Yaoyorozu. Bakugo Katsuki. Dawn. Explosion. Just like on the other pages, the green-haired man had a very well-made drawing of them, also specifying their quirks, strengths, and weaknesses. The girl continued turning the pages until they were blank. She had no more information about other heroes and finally she reached one of the last pages, getting a big surprise. Yaoyorozu. It's All Might's autograph. Asterisk. The girl had before her eyes 2 pages on which was a large autograph of the peace symbol in number 1. Yaoyorozu. Knowing him, that must have been the best day of his life, smiling. How wrong I was. The door to the room was opened where the green-haired man entered with a tray with 2 cups of tea accompanied by a plate of cookies and a strong blush. Yaoyorozu. Are you okay? Izuku. Oh yeah, just mom and me stuff, embarrassed. The boy left the tray on his desk and saw how the girl had in her hands the notebook that Bakugo had exploded on her some time ago. Izuku. I see you found my hobby. Yaoyorozu. Yes, sorry for poking around without your permission. Izuku. Oh don't worry, I don't care, sitting on his bed. Yaoyorozu. Hey, these drawings are amazing, did you make them? Looking back at the notebook. Izuku. Yes. It took me a long time to be able to make those drawings. Yaoyorozu. And you have several notebooks with many heroes. Izuku. If possible, it's even likely that if you mention a popular hero it's 100% sure that in one of those silly notebooks he has his quirk and all that disinterested. Yaoyorozu. Why do you have notes to Bakugo-san and Todoroki-san? Izuku. Oh well actually, I write down and note down in the notebooks the interesting or incredible quirks and seeing theirs impressed me and there they are. Yaoyorozu. Well, closing the notebook and placing it on the shelf, what do you think if we start with the tutoring? The boy nodded for both of them to sit at the desk which was big enough for both of them. Yaoyorozu. What do you think about starting with math? Izuku. Suguro. Both began to study and review some topics already seen. Although the brunette noticed how her partner did not need the tutoring in itself, he was intelligent and much which surprised her, but they both continued studying. They had already finished their tea as well as the cookies. After a few minutes, both were extremely focused, although the green-haired boy glanced at the brunette who was reading her notebook very concentrated. Izuku stared at her, those beautiful eyes as black as night, her facial features that made her look more beautiful than she already was, also the hairstyle she always wore and how that lock of hair fell on her face. The boy didn't know how long he had been staring at her, but he didn't look away, he wanted to continue admiring the girl's beauty. The girl stopped concentrating on her notebook when she felt a gaze on her, so she looked confused at the boy. Yaoyorozu was surprised. It was the first time she had seen her partner's jade green eyes so close up, as well as the diamond-shaped freckles on his cheeks, his face that made him look cute and tender, as well as that unruly green hair that reminded her of broccoli. Both stopped paying attention to their surroundings and were only focused on each other. Both looked into each other's eyes while unconsciously getting closer to each other to the point where they could perceive each other's scent. Their lips were just inches away from connecting, but at that moment a knock on the door made them react and they quickly turned their gaze to their respective notebooks. Inko. Opening the door, guys, I brought you more cookies, smiling. Izuku. Ah, why yes thank you mom, blushing. Yaoyorozu. Thank you very much Mrs. Midoriya, blushing. Inko. Is it just me or is it really hot in here? Mockingly. Izuku. Mom. Embarrassed, thanks for the cookies, taking them, but we're studying, taking her out of her room. Inko. Sorry, keep doing your thing, closing the door. The green-haired boy let out a sigh as he heard the brunette's laughter behind him. Izuku returned to his seat while taking a cookie. Both of them couldn't see each other's eyes, they were nervous and blushed, but they continued studying until they finished, but they kept eating cookies and talking about trivial topics. It seemed like they had forgotten what they were about to do. Izuku. By the way, there's something I've been wanting to ask you for a while. Yaoyorozu. Finishing eating a cookie, the boy looked away while trying to hold back his laughter, failing in the process. The girl had cookie crumbs on her face, which made her look like a child. Yaoyorozu. What's so funny? Izuku. Nah, nothing. Laughing. Yaoyorozu. Don't laugh by yourself, pouting. The green-haired boy, seeing the girl's face, laughed again, much louder than before. With that pout, she looked extremely tender and not at all upset or angry. The girl only heard her friend's laughter, which confused her, but she didn't want to say anything, so she just hit the boy in the arm, which stopped him from laughing. Izuku. Ouch. So bandos tienes una mano pesa Yaoyorozu-san. Yaoyorozu. Well, you deserve it. Crossing her arms. Izuku. Sorry hehe, I was wondering about your quirk. Yaoyorozu. Am I quirk? Izuku. Yes, I wanted to know how it worked. I saw you in your limo creating a mirror. Yaoyorozu. Well, my quirk is called creation. It allows me to create anything inorganic as long as I know its molecular structure, creating a pencil. Izuku. Incredible, but you must have a limit, right? Yaoyorozu. Yeah, everything I create is based on my lipids. The girl noticed how her partner crossed his arms as he looked up and closed his eyes. Yaoyorozu. Are you planning to write me down in your notebook? Curious. The green-haired boy blushed and looked down while he looked away, agreeing with the girl. Yaoyorozu. Go ahead, you can do it, smiling. Izuku. Really, can I? Surprised. Yaoyorozu. Of course, but on one condition. Izuku. And that's? Yaoyorozu. I want to see you while you do it, smiling. Izuku. Ah, it's been a while since I've done one, looking away. Yaoyorozu. Oh, por favor Midoriya-san. The boy only saw how the girl's eyes seemed to water, which made him look away, letting out a sigh of resignation. Izuku. I will. Yaoyorozu. Hooray, raising her hands. The boy got up and went for his notebook number 13. Seeing how damaged it was and also knowing that All Might's autograph was there, it still hurt him to remember that day. However, he stopped thinking about that and returned to sit next to the girl to take the pencil she had created while Yaoyorozu got closer to him to watch him work. The boy turned to look at the girl for a few seconds, who blushed because she was being watched very closely by Izuku, who returned to his freedom and began to work under the gaze of the brunette, who saw how the pencil she had made moved quickly in the boy's hands. The brunette swore she had seen how the green-haired man's emerald green eyes were shining with joy and excitement. After a few minutes of silence, the boy had finished writing in his notebook to give it to the girl, who took it with excitement. Yaoyorozu. Let's see. Starting to read Yaoyorozu Momo. Dawn. Creation. The brunette saw that on one side of the page there was also a drawing of her with her typical hairstyle and with her uniform. Yaoyorozu was surprised, the drawing was perfectly fine. Yaoyorozu. Leyendo. Yaoyorozu's quirk works based on her lipids. She can create any inanimate object as long as she knows about its molecular structure. I speculate that she can create from a small pencil to a gigantic cannon, although I also believe that the larger the object she creates, the more lipids she uses. One of the strongest and most complete quirks I have ever known. I would even bet that it is likely that Yaoyorozu's quirk has yet to be fully exploited. Description. Tall, intelligent, pretty, kind, caring, etc. The girl blushed at the compliments the boy had written about her. He had also correctly guessed about her quirk and its limitations. Yaoyorozu. Wow, Midoriya-san, even though you said you hadn't written about quirks for a while, it turned out really well, smiling. Izuku. Thank you. Embarrassed. Yaoyorozu. Even my drawing is very well done, impressed. Izuku. I have a photographic memory, smiling. Yaoyorozu. Really? Surprised. Izuku. No, amused. That made the brunette pout again, which made the green-haired boy laugh again. They both talked for a few more minutes until it was time for the girl to leave, so Izuku accompanied her to the door, and where he saw how the brunette's limousine had already arrived. Izuku. Thanks again for helping me with tutoring, Yaoyorozu-san. Yaoyorozu. Don't worry, that's what friends are for, smiling. The boy nodded as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper to hand to the girl, who took it in confusion. Yaoyorozu. And this? Izuku. It's for you. The girl took it and put it in her bag to say goodbye to the boy and get into her limousine to return home. The boy, after losing sight of the limousine, entered the house where his mother was waiting for him with her arms crossed. Inko. Now that Miss Yaoyorozu is gone, tell me why you need a tutor now. It would be. The green-haired man gave a tired sigh. This would be a long afternoon of explanations to his mother. Returning to the limousine, the brunette unfolded the paper that the green-haired man had given her and got a surprise. It was the page where he had written about his quirk next to his drawing, and a little further down the boy's number with a few words, "If you need anything you can count on me." The girl pulled the paper to her chest as she smiled at the small gift from the boy while looking out the window. Yaoyorozu. Thanks. After another long conversation where I had to tell my mom a half-truth that I needed a little help with some issues, everything calmed down a bit. The days went by. The tutorials with Yaoyorozu-san were always held at my house after classes. We also became very good friends when we noticed that we had many things in common. Yaoyorozu. Are you done? Curious. Izuku. Not yet. Right now we are both in my room studying a little more, and Yaoyorozu always had time for my tutoring classes. Izuku. I don't remember very well if in this part of the problem I should multiply the result or divide it. Thinking. Yaoyorozu. Let me see. Approaching the boy's notebook. Yes, you see, when you get to that part you have to divide to get the correct result. Izuku. I understand, thanks. Dividing. Yaoyorozu. And that's why you're number 2, amusedly returning to her place. Izuku. You know, now that you say that, I doubt it very much. The green-haired boy turned around to see how the girl was sitting on the floor while she was lying on the boy's bed doing some homework from the academy. Yaoyorozu. What thing? Confused. Izuku. They're not mistaken that I'm number 2. Maybe you're number 2, smiling. The brunette left her notebook aside as she stared at the boy who was sitting at her desk. Yaoyorozu. Who is the one who needs tutoring? Izuku. Who can get an opportunity from a university outside the country? Yaoyorozu. Who came first in the science fair last year? Izuku. Who won the city spelling bee? Yaoyorozu. Who won the debate contest between academies? Izuku. Who was the one who managed to impress the chemistry teacher by creating a highly resistant fluid? Feeling like a winner, they both stared at each other, had put aside their work and started a small kind of discussion to see who was the number 2 of the academy. Although both had points in their favor, one of them had a great advantage and would bring it to light. Yaoyorozu. Who's the one who got the chance to intern at OSCORP labs with one of the world's top scientists? Smiling triumphantly, the green-haired man clicked his teeth as he looked away. He had been completely defeated by that argument. Izuku. You win this time. Yaoyorozu. And that gives me another point, for being able to defeat the number 2 of the Midtown Academy, making the peace symbol. The green-haired man let out a sigh as he dropped his head onto his desk tiredly. Yaoyorozu. That's true. The green-haired boy jumped out of his seat at his friend's sudden scream, so he turned to look at her. Yaoyorozu. You still haven't told me what you were doing at the OSCORP labs. Izuku. Oh, shit, nervous. Yaoyorozu. Will you tell me what he was doing there? The green-haired boy remained silent for a few minutes, thinking about what excuse to say, but quickly decided not to tell her the truth. The girl was helping him and had done a lot for him in the last few days, so it wasn't fair for him to lie to her. Izuku. You see, I recently found out that my dad worked with Dr. Curtis Connors. Yaoyorozu. Is that why you went to the OSCORP labs? Izuku. Yes, I thought maybe he knew something about my father and why he abandoned mom and me, sad. Yaoyorozu. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel bad about that. Izuku. Don't worry, it was the right thing to do. I could have gotten you into a lot of trouble that day, nervous. Yaoyorozu. That's right, but nothing bad happened, right? Smiling. Izuku nodded, agreeing with the girl, although now that he spoke or heard the word OSCORP again, the memory of that spider bite came back to him. He had decided to put that aside because he thought it was just a silly thing on his part. The small discomfort in his head warning him of danger seemed to have disappeared, as well as his strange agility and strength that he showed in that little fight against Bakugo. They both continued chatting and working on their respective homework or tutoring classes until the afternoon, when the girl left, leaving the green-haired boy alone in his room, who continued studying a little although he was interrupted when his door was knocked. Izuku. Go ahead, studying. The door was opened by a green-haired adult with glasses. It was the boy's uncle who saw how his nephew was studying. Ben. Are you busy, son? Izuku. A little, but what do you need? Turning to look at him. Ben. Your mother asked me to come and let you know that dinner is ready. Izuku. Oh yeah, I'm going down now, just finish this. Ben. And what is that? Homework. Izuku. No, I'm just studying a little more. Ben. And why is that? You've always been a very smart boy and never needed to study that much, or is it because that girl is teaching you? Mocking. The adult saw how his nephew blushed and looked away so they wouldn't see his blush, but he failed. Ben. I knew it. Funny. Izuku. It's not what you think. Ben. No. Smiling. Izuku. I'll tell you, but promise me you won't tell mom. Ben. Okay, I promise. Izuku. Well, I spoke with the director a few days ago and he told me that several universities have their eyes on me, so he assigned me a tutor so I could hopefully receive a scholarship. Ben. Son, that's incredible. But why don't you want your mother to know? Izuku. I want to tell her the day I'm 100% sure, not before. I don't want to disappoint her, looking away. Ben. I understand. Then we won't say anything at all, smiling. They won't say anything about anything. The two green-haired men were scared when the woman's sudden voice appeared, so they turned to look nervously. Izuku. Mom, what are you doing here? Nervous. Inko. I asked Ben-kun to let you know about dinner, but since I saw it was taking a while, I decided to go up. So, what's that? They won't say anything at all. Izuku. Well, you see. This. He. Nervous. The boy didn't know what excuse to invent and his mother's fixed gaze didn't help him for his good luck or not, his uncle was in the place. Ben. What happens is that my nephew, putting a hand on his shoulder, invited Miss Yaoyorozu to dinner, smiling. Inko. He did it. Surprised. Izuku. Did I do it? Confused. Ben. You did it. Applying force on the boy's shoulder. Izuku. Ah, yes I did it. Nervous. Inko. Kya, my baby is growing up. He's bringing his first girlfriend home. Izuku. Mom, she's not my girlfriend. Blushing. Inko. I have to think about what to prepare. Leaving the room. The green-haired boy sighed and then saw his uncle come out of his room, smiling nervously at him and giving him 2 thumbs up, before closing the door. The boy, resigned to the big problem his uncle got him into, hit his desk, which broke. Izuku. Great, another problem on my list. The boy angrily began to move his notebooks from the desk to begin to take out his computer and put it on the floor in case the desk broke in half, something exaggerated, but luckily for Midoriya nothing was exaggerated. The green-haired boy fell onto his bed as he let out a sigh into the air. There were days when he thought about how the world hated him. Izuku rolled down his bed to the edge to reach under his bed and pulled out a small jar in which a dead spider was stored. The boy began to turn the jar, seeing the strange spider, which, despite being dead, its legs continued to glow. Izuku. Do you have something to do with all this? Looking at the dead spider, it can't be. I'm talking to a spider and the worst thing is that it's dead. The boy left the bottle next to his bed and put a pillow on his face to try to get some sleep, but at that moment a strange noise caught his attention, so with one hand he removed the pillow from his face to see how his desk split in two. Izuku. Damn it. The green-haired man also saw how the pillow seemed to have stuck to his hand. Izuku. Again. The boy tried to take his hand off the pillow without any success, which was beginning to frustrate him. Izuku. Enough. The pillow magically came off the green-haired man's hand, who stared at it and then looked at his wall, only to see his hand again. Izuku. I'm crazy. But on the other hand, with my luck. The boy walked to his wall where he put his hand and tried to peel it off but he couldn't, so he put his other hand on the wall. Izuku. Okay. The boy followed that by lifting his foot and putting it on the wall. To his surprise and concern it also seemed to be stuck to the wall. Izuku. I hope I fall and hit my head. That way I'll stop thinking about nonsense. Luckily, if we can say that the boy lifted his foot from the ground, he didn't fall but rather stuck to the wall. The green-haired boy was surprised that in some strange way he was sticking to the wall without falling, so he put his other foot on the wall. Izuku raised his hand slightly to the wall followed by the other and began to crawl on the wall. The word amazing fell short of what he was experiencing. He was crawling on a wall. The boy raised his eyes a little higher, seeing the ceiling, so he slowly crawled towards it where he placed one hand followed by the other and then his feet. Izuku. Wow. The boy was squatting on the ceiling looking around his room upside down, something he had never thought he could do before. Izuku took off one of his hands and stared at his palm trying to understand how he was doing that. By that time I had discovered that I could climb and scale walls with my bare hands. The boy was lost in his thoughts trying to figure out how and why he could do it, although the door to his room was knocked on, which made him come back to his senses, losing all concentration and falling from his ceiling to the floor on his back. Izuku. Ouch. Pained. The door to his room was opened by Izuku's mother who looked worried. Inko. Honey, are you okay? Izuku. Yes, Mom. I just fell out of bed getting up. Inko. Okay. Now could you please come down and eat? Izuku. Yes, I'm going now. The woman nodded and turned around, and was very surprised to find her son's desk was split in half. She turned to look at her son, who gave her a nervous smile. Inko. You're acting weird, son. More than usual worried. Izuku. I'm fine. It's just that the wood was already very old. Inko. It's true. You've had it since you were a child, haven't you? Thinking. Izuku. Let's leave that aside, let's eat. The green-haired man took his mother by the shoulders and began to push her, both of them leaving the room so they could go eat. But Izuku went to the bathroom first to clean his hands, although there he saw his palms again. Izuku. This is amazing. The next day when our protagonist discovered this strange ability to stick to walls, he had to go to class like any normal person. Luckily for her, there would be no more classes today if she had to attend because they had to decorate for the next event, which would be a tournament between academies. Same reason why Izuku was in the academy gym with his camera taking pictures of the place while he watched how little by little the place was being decorated. The boy prepared his camera to take a picture of the cheerleaders from his academy who were practicing some moves. Flash. Arrested. Behind the green-haired boy and on the other side of the basketball court where the players were practicing a little more for the tournament, Flash had stopped a teammate who was trying to score. Although the ball they were using rolled to the other end, hitting a bucket of blue paint on a sign that a girl was making for the tournament. Student. Hey, you did it on purpose, Flash-kun annoyed. Flash. No, but I would have liked to. Better watch your mouth. After that a boy who was practicing came for the ball and they left to continue playing, leaving the girl alone who saw her sign that was destroyed. Izuku approached her with a small smile. Izuku. Hello. The green-haired man bent down to pick up the bucket of paint, putting it aside, both seeing how the sign was painted, although it could still be used. Flash once again blocked another attempt to score, sending the ball once again to where the sign was. Although this time Izuku felt a slight tingling in his head and quickly let himself go to the side to catch the ball that was about to damage the sign even more. The green-haired boy was surprised he had caught the ball easily, and without seeing it the girl was equally surprised to see what the green-haired boy had done. "Flash! Give me the ball, Midoriya, I order." The green-haired boy turned to look at the blonde who was looking at him and gesturing that he should give him the ball. "Izuku. Ah, sentiendo, yes. Un segundo." The green-haired boy extended his camera to the girl, who took it in confusion to see how the boy began to bounce the ball and approach the blonde. "Izuku. Why don't you come and take it from me, Flash-kun?" Both approached, standing in the center of the court, drawing the attention of everyone present. The green-haired boy extended his right hand with the ball towards Flash, who, as he brought his hand closer, Izuku quickly moved the ball behind his back to his left hand and extended it while smiling. Flash tried to take the ball away from him again, but Izuku once again passed the ball behind his back to his right hand and extended it behind him, moving the ball away from Flash. Once again Flash tried extending both arms towards the ball, although Izuku this time jumped while passing the ball around Flash's head, who turned to look back in search of the ball, although he wasn't there until he felt something hit his back, so he turned his gaze seeing how Izuku had the ball in his hands while smiling at him mockingly. Flash approached ready to hit him, but Izuku pretended to hit him with the ball, so Flash ducked while covering himself, making everyone laugh at him, which annoyed him more. Izuku. Yeah, handing him the ball. But Flash didn't move and just stared at the green-haired boy, who sighed. Izuku. Without seeing. With his other hand he covered his eyes like this, opening his fingers to see the blonde. Or is this better? With his hand covering his eyes he turned to look behind him. Flash this time moved and took the ball in the green-haired boy's hands, but he couldn't remove it, so he began to put more force, but he couldn't be seen by everyone. Izuku turned to look at him confused. Izuku. He took Flash-kun. The blonde stopped trying and started to back away with an annoyed look until he was under the backboard, making Izuku smile and go back to bouncing the ball. Student. Stop playing Flash-kun and take it away. Flash. Okay Midoriya, come. Come. Izuku stopped bouncing the ball and began to run with the ball in his hands towards Flash, who tried to stop him, but to the surprise of those present, when Izuku collided with Flash he shot out a few meters while Izuku made a great jump until it seemed that he was flying, reaching the backboard, so the green-haired man lowered the ball to score, although when he did the backboard that was made of glass broke it, and as he fell to the ground the entire backboard fell with him while in his hands he had the hoop. Izuku looked up nervously seeing how he had completely destroyed the backboard. Izuku. Shit. Asterisk. At that very moment, as if I hadn't known it before, I also discovered that, apart from being able to stick to things, I possessed greater than normal strength. The principal's office. I don't usually go to their office, and if I do it's always because they want to give me an award for good behavior, talk to my mother or uncle about my excellent grades or something like that, but there's always a first time for everything, right? Izuku. You know we won't have to pay for the board. Our protagonist was leaving the principal's office next to his uncle Ben after being summoned. Ben. The board is the least of it. But is it true? Izuku. What? The adult turned around to look into the eyes of his nephew, who had both hands in the pockets of his sweater. Ben. What the director told me, seriously, is that you humiliated that boy. The green-haired man sighed as he looked from side to side until he nodded. Izuku. That's true, spreading his hands out to the side still in his pockets, but. Ben. But, curious. Izuku. He deserved it. Me. Oh, see. Izuku. Yes. Ben. Was he the one who hit you that time? The green-haired boy stared at him while shaking his head. It hadn't been him, it had been Bakugo, but he didn't want the pale-haired boy to get into trouble, so he decided to lie. Izuku. Yes. Yes he was. Ben. So it was all about revenge. Izuku. Ben. So you must be feeling pretty satisfied, right? Or am I wrong? The green-haired man sighed as he shook his head and moved his legs. Ben. Yes. That's what I thought. Thanks to that adventure of yours I had to change my shift at work. Now you'll have to go pick up your mother at 9 at night, understand? Maybe I already told you, and if not then I will tell you, but my mother works in a shelter. She offered to be a helper. Ben. I said, did you understand? Izuku. Yes, understood. Ben. Perfect, good. The adult, after finishing speaking, saw how his nephew nodded at what he had said, although just at that moment Ben noticed how a certain girl was looking at them, so he decided to play a little joke on his nephew. Ben. Look, smiling. The boy turned his gaze to see how a certain brunette was standing near them with some books in her hands. Ben. She's the one from your computer. Izuku was embarrassed by that and began to deny trying to stop his uncle from talking, but it was no use. Ben. He has you on his computer. That caught the attention of some students who turned to look at them curiously and confused, making the freckled man's embarrassment increase. Ben. I'm your supervising officer. The green-haired man crossed his arms as he looked at his uncle, extremely embarrassed. Ben. Don't forget your mother, go. The adult gave him a friendly punch on his shoulder and walked down a hallway, being seen by Izuku, who took a few steps following him, embarrassed. Izuku. Ha 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 ha, it's okay. Turning to see the brunette, that crazy guy is my uncle, he's a pathological liar and he confused you. Nervous. Yaoyorozu. Hey, how am I on your computer? Approaching her. Izuku. Yeah, well I have a picture of the debate team and you're part of it so. Yaoyorozu. Oh sure, smiling. Izuku. And you should have seen. When I was touching up some things, making a movement with his hand. Yaoyorozu. And do you touch up a lot? Mockingly. Izuku. Don't make things up, hehe. It wasn't my intention, I'm not going to answer you. They both laughed for a few seconds at the little joke they had made between them. Yaoyorozu. What, did they expel you? Worried. Izuku. Sigh, no, I wasn't expelled, I was given community service. And so they both entered into a silent moment which was extremely uncomfortable for both of them. The brunette thought about leaving, but the green-haired man said something that caught her attention. Izuku. Hey, do you want to? I don't know. Ah. Yaoyorozu. I want what? Izuku. Just, I don't know, maybe one day. Or if we can't do something else, nervous, or we can if you want. Yaoyorozu. Ah si, nerviosa. Izuku. Yes, Yaoyorozu. One of those. Izuku. En serio. Yaoyorozu. Short nodding. Izuku. Excellent. Sounds great. Okay, but now I can't. Yaoyorozu. Neither do I. Izuku. I'm very busy. They both laughed at how nervous they were. Yaoyorozu. Yes, whenever. Turning around nervously. Izuku. Every now and then, blushing. Yaoyorozu. Of course. Bye. Izuku. Goodbye. The brunette retired to her next class, leaving the green-haired man in the hallway holding onto her arm as he watched her leave. The girl turned to look and saw him in the distance still standing watching her leave, so she just smiled at him until she disappeared into the hallway, leaving Izuku with a silly smile until he reacted and turned around to go down the other hallway while jumping slightly with excitement. After leaving school, the boy went with his skateboard to a dock near the area where he began to do some tricks riding his skateboard. He jumped over obstacles, dodged them, slid on them, even excited by the adrenaline he saw a small ramp at the bottom, so riding his skateboard he went to it, but while he went up he realized that it was steeper than normal and he fell off the skateboard but managed to stick to the wall and go down carefully. After that Izuku took his skateboard and began to leave, although at the last moment he stopped and saw his hands, so with an idea he entered an abandoned dock warehouse. Leaving aside his backpack and skateboard, he approached some boards which he jumped and held with his hands and began to climb with ease and agility to the top, where with the ability to adhere to the walls he easily went down to the ground. Izuku approached other woods that were in the air and began to climb them, while at the same time jumping from one side to the other without touching the ground. He reached a point where he reached a metal bar that was close to the ceiling, so he let himself fall on his back, holding on only with his feet without any fear. The green-haired boy saw a little further ahead how a spider towards its web and how it swung from one side to the other, so with an idea he let himself fall and held onto some chains that swung him, reaching others that began to swing him to another side until they ran out, and on the last one he held onto, he left him near a wooden table to look up, seeing what he had done with a smile. Izuku. Woo. Excited. Izuku arrived at his house, which was empty. His mother was still in the shelter and his uncle had no idea. The boy arrived at his room with a mission, so he put his hand under his bed and took out his father's old portfolio, starting to take out everything until he reached the pages with formulas. Izuku nodded as he took those pages and a book he had recently borrowed from the library and climbed out his window to the roof of the first floor where he sat down. The green-haired boy began to open the book where he found the symbolusо. With his pen he began to solve the formula. Izuku. 0, 0 decay algorithm. The boy began to concentrate more, trying to understand that formula more. Ben. Izuku. Izuku. Looking down. Ben. What are you doing? Izuku. Well, homework. Ben. Be very careful entering the house. The green-haired boy noticed how one leg was in the air, so he nodded and raised his leg again to continue reading the book until he reached the end where there was a photograph of Dr. Connors and next to it an address. Izuku looked up, seeing how it was still daylight, probably noon. He still had time. Ding dong. The door was opened at the doctor's home. Curtis Connors was surprised to find a green-haired man with glasses there. Izuku. Dr. Connors. Maybe you don't remember me. Connors. The intern from the other day. Izuku. Yes, exactly, yes. Connors. You seem very kind, but this is my house. So ask my secretary for an appointment. The doctor was about to close the door, but Izuku didn't let him and told him who he really was. Izuku. I am the son of Midoriya Hisashi, doctor. The doctor was surprised by that and turned to look at him, seeing better where they did look too similar. Connors. Izuku. The doctor invited him in, offering him coffee, which Izuku gladly accepted. Connors. I'm sorry I can't help Midoriya-kun, but I don't know why he left or where he went. The doctor accidentally hit the coffee cup with the teapot, but Izuku caught it before it fell and broke as he felt the tickling in his head again. Connors. What good reflexes. Izuku. Thank you. Taking a sip and handing him the other cup. Connors. Thank you. Taking it. Izuku. I read your book and it's impressive. Yes, do you really believe that genetic crossbreeding of species is possible? Connors. Yes, of course. For years they made fun of your father and me for our theories, not only in the scientific community but also in Oscorp. They called us crazy, smiling, and then your father raised the spiders and changed everything with that. The results were more than encouraging, they were spectacular. We were going to change the lives of millions. Including mine. Sad. The green-haired man analyzed everything that Dr. Connors had told him, and it seemed that he seriously wanted to finish the project. Connors. But it's over. He passed away in his investigation with him. And I knew that without him by my side. I was angry, that's why I walked away from him and your family, and you don't know how much I regret it. Disappointed in himself. The green-haired man decided he was going to help him. Now he had his father's job, and with him the genetic crossing of species would be real, but first he had to think about the consequences and problems it could bring. Izuku. And what if it works? And if I could make it work? Tell me, how much would I dominate the animal species? What side effects would there be? Connors. Thinking. It's hard to say considering no subject survived. The problem was always Izuku. The decay algorithm. Finishing the sentence. Connors. Yes. Surprised. Izuku. Okay. May I? Pointing to some sheets of paper and a pen. Connors. Please. The doctor approached the boy, who began to write a formula on the sheet with the pen to show it to him. Connors looked at it for a few seconds, and it could probably work. Connors. Extraordinary. How did you solve it? Izuku didn't know what to do, so he just pointed the pen at his head and made the sound of an explosion. Connors. Midoriya-kun, how about visiting me at the tower when you're free? Izuku. I can now. Connors. Sure. Izuku. If I don't have anything important to do. Smiling. It seemed that the freckled man had forgotten something important, something that would cost him dearly and mark a turning point in his life. Izuku and Dr. Connors were already in the building while the doctor showed the boy everything. Connors. We have protein structures, DNR chromatography, Frasgania tests, video X-rays that are unique on the planet. Izuku. I've seen that before. Interrupting him. The doctor saw the boy pointing to a device that was in a corner and was heavily protected. Connors. The Gonali device. Izuku. Yes, I saw it in a photograph in my father's office. Connors. The idea is pretty simple. You load an antigen and it creates a cloud that can spread throughout a neighborhood or even a city. In theory, you could cure polio in a few hours. Izuku. It's amazing. Connors. Well, others disagree. What if they loaded the device with a toxin or a villain got his hands on it? If people wanted to escape, they couldn't escape from a cloud. And there you have it, gathering dust. After that, the doctor took Izuku to an area where there was a large hologram and where the image of a lizard appeared. Connors. This is a motorized model of a lizard. These wonderful creatures are so brilliantly adapted that they can regenerate limbs at will. You can imagine my envy. We tried to control those abilities and transfer them to a host like Pedro the three-legged mouse. Enter the algorithm now. Izuku, who was next to him, was writing the algorithm on a computer to transfer it to the hologram. Although at that moment Izuku's cell phone rang and he saw that it was his uncle. Connors. You have to answer. Izuku. No. Turning off his cell phone. The boy finished writing the algorithm and took it to drag it to the doctor. System ready to insert genes. Izuku. Got it. Connors. Thank you. Izuku. Did you see what I did? Connors. Blocking proteins. Izuku. Blocking the immune response. The doctor took the algorithm and put it in place, and now it was just time to wait. Starting test. Wait. They both saw how the hologram of Pedro the mouse grew another one and then died. Failed. Dead subject. Izuku. It works. Wait. Failed. Wait. Failed. Wait. Failed. Dr. Connors had lost hope, so he just turned away, sighing in frustration. Wait. Peptide algorithm accepted. Full limb. Izuku. Hey look, getting the doctor's attention. Normal vital signs. Normal blood pressure. Successful limb regeneration. Connors. Extraordinary. Haha, thanks. Putting his hand on his shoulder. After that, Izuku and Dr. Connors went with Pedro and Vilma the three-legged mice to inject Pedro. After that, Izuku arrived home on his skateboard late at night, where his uncle was waiting for him sitting outside the house with his arms crossed, which confused him. Izuku. Taking his skateboard. Hello. I thought you were going to. Ben. Did you forget something? Interrupting him. Izuku. At that moment Izuku's cell phone rang again, but when he was about to take it out, his uncle stopped him. Ben. And don't answer it, at least I know it already works. Seriously. Izuku. Confused. Ben. You have to apologize to your mother. You forgot her. Standing up. Act like a man. Come in and apologize, pointing to the door. Inside the house, Midoriya Izuku paced back and forth while continuing to call her son until the sound of the door caught her attention, seeing Izuku and Ben enter. Izuku. Sorry, Mom. It's just that I ran out of time and... With his head down. Izuku. No, interrupting him, you don't have to apologize to me, I'm... Ben. Of course you have to apologize, interrupting her. Mother. Well, Izuku. Hey, sorry Uncle Ben. I got distracted. Ben. Oh, you got distracted. Izuku. Yes, Ben. Your mother, the woman who gave you life, had to walk 12 blocks alone in the middle of the night and then wait in a lonely subway station because you got distracted. Izuku. Lowering his head. Izuku. Ben-kun, really? I'm perfectly capable of walking on my own. Ben. You don't have to defend him. Izuku. I'm not defending him. Ben. If you're defending him, listen to me, Izuku. Izuku. If I hear you. Sighing. Ben. You are identical to your father in everything, Izuku, and it is excellent, but your father used a philosophy, a principle. He actually believed that if you could do something good for other people, you had a moral obligation to do those things. That's what this is about, not about addressing responsibilities. Izuku. Nodding. How cute is excellent. It is. And so where is it now? Annoyed. Ben. What? Izuku. Where is he? Where is my father? Confused. That made Izuku and Ben look into each other's eyes. Izuku. Didn't he think it was his responsibility to live with me and tell me himself? Annoyed. Shedding a few tears. Ben. Oh please, with what right? Izuku. What right do you have to say that? Interrupting him while his eyes were watering and he pointed at him. The green-haired boy was upset, so he just clenched his fists tightly and walked towards the exit under the gaze of both adults. Ben, where are you going? Izuku, please come back here. The green-haired man didn't respond and only opened the door to close it, forcefully causing the glass to break under the gaze of both adults. Even Izuku was surprised by that but still left the house annoyed. Inko. Ben-kun, leave him alone for a while, he'll be fine. But the adult ignored him and started walking towards the exit, seeing where Izuku had gone. Ben. Izuku. Izuku. ... The adult was passing through the cold night looking for his nephew while shouting his name. When he passed by a tree, he didn't see how above him on a branch Izuku was sitting until he got down from the branch and went to a mini supermarket where he wanted to buy a coffee with milk. Salesman. 2 with 7. Izuku nodded as he put his hands in his bags, taking out $2.05 even though there was nothing else. Salesman. I said 2.7. Izuku. Yeah, I hear you. Salesman. Hey, there are more people trained. The green-haired man took the leftovers from a small box that was on the counter. Seller. No, it's for you to leave coins, not for you to take them. Izuku. What? No. Salesperson. You can leave coins whenever you want. You have to spend $10 to take one. Is that the policy? If you pay, you're slowing down my customers. Izuku. Hey, that's 2 cents. Vendor. If you can't pay for your milk, you can leave. Or did mom not give you any money for the milk? Mockingly. Izuku. 2 cents. We're talking about 2 cents. Salesman. Get out of line, kid. At that, a pack of beer was placed on the counter, so Izuku had no choice but to grab his coins and start walking towards the exit. The beer guy, accidentally, knocked things off the counter. Salesman. Hey. That caught the attention of the green-haired man, who turned to look at them. The seller bent down to pick up his things, but at that moment the guy took the money from the cash register and saw how Izuku looked at him, so he threw the coffee with milk at him, which Izuku caught without problems to drink his beers and leave the place, so Izuku also did the same, the moment when the seller stood up and saw the empty cash register. Salesman. It had to be clear. The seller left his store while watching the subject leave the place, so he started shouting. Salesman. Hey, stop him. He's a hero. Policeman. The seller saw how the subject was moving away from the place, so he looked everywhere until he noticed the green-haired man. Salesman. Hey, help me. Izuku. It's not my policy, shrugging and smiling. Izuku left the place drinking the coffee while he listened to the guy screaming to be stopped. Although he stopped when he heard the loud sound of a gunshot, which worried him, and he turned around to see what was happening. At a slow pace he approached the place, seeing that there was a subject lying on the ground. He couldn't recognize him because it was dark. Although when Izuku got even closer he could recognize him instantly, which scared him. His uncle was on the floor as he bled non-stop. Izuku. Oh no, oh no. Putting his hands on the bleeding wound, trying to stop it from bleeding further. Oh God, oh God. Uncle Ben, Uncle Ben. Call an ambulance. Someone call an ambulance. Don't leave me. Crying, it can't be. No, no. The sirens could be heard in the distance, but it was too late. My Uncle Ben had died in my hands, and I couldn't do anything to save him. At that moment, I understood, and in a difficult way, what I had been told so many times in different terms. Every action has an equal or greater reaction. And because of my negligence, my Uncle Ben had died, and it was all my fault. At the Midoriya family home, 2 officers were showing the sketch of Midoriya's killer Ben. Officer. Witnesses gave the artist a description. Ma'am, could you see it? Showing the image to the woman. Inko. Denying, no. I've never seen him. Crying. Officer. Well, I didn't expect you to recognize him. Homicide detectives are looking for him. We hope they find him. Inko. You. After that the officers began to retreat, but Izuku wanted to see the subject's face once more. Izuku. Hey, can I see it? Officer. Of course. The portrait was of a man with long hair, glasses, and a goatee. Officer. Oh, there's another fact. He has a star tattooed on his left wrist. Izuku remembered the moment when his uncle's killer took the money from the cash register and could see the tattoo. Izuku. Wanted for questioning. Reading. Izuku looked up seeing his mother sitting at the table with a handkerchief in her hands while crying. Izuku went up to his room to lock himself in and let himself fall with his back to his door. He still had his uncle's blood on his hands, but he didn't care about that, so he took out his cell phone to see what he had, a voice message from his uncle, so he put it to his ear to listen to it while he brought a hand to his face. Ben. Izuku, I know life has been difficult lately. And it hurts me that it's like this. I think I know how you feel. Izuku cut the voice message and dropped his cell phone to put both hands on his face while he cried devastated because his uncle had died. The next day Izuku went to school. When he arrived, he passed by all the students who turned to look at him. The news had spread that his uncle had been murdered, so everyone felt sorry for him. Izuku didn't care about all that and went to his locker to open it and take out some books for his next class, at which point Flash appeared in the distance approaching him. Flash. Hey Midoriya. Izuku got annoyed, so he wasn't in the mood to put up with a joke or a punch from an idiot. He asked for whatever it was that someone would come to his aid right now. Izuku. Not today Flash-kun. Shaking his head. Flash. I just want to talk. Taking him by the shoulder. Izuku got upset and grabbed him by his sweater and lifted him up, slamming him into the lockers, drawing everyone's attention, who turned to see how Izuku, with a furious look, had Flash in the air and grabbed him by the shirt. Flash. Are you feeling better? I know your uncle died. I'm sorry. I understand. I'm sorry. Izuku lowered him although he was still holding him as he lowered his head holding back his tears. Flash. Calm down. Izuku let go and grabbed his bag from the floor to slam his locker shut and start walking while everyone else stepped aside. The green-haired boy, walking a few steps, met the brunette who looked worried and sad. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya-san. The girl hugged him although Izuku didn't react, and when they separated the brunette wanted to say something although Izuku didn't allow it as he left the place quickly. At the end of classes Izuku went straight home only to find that the entire Todoroki family was there when he entered. Rei. Midoriya-kun. The woman approached and maternally hugged the boy who did not react. Fuyumi. Midoriya-kun. Natsuo. Old man. Toya. Broccoli. Enji. Nino. The entire Todoroki family approached the boy to hug him tightly while offering their condolences. Just at that moment Izuku broke down in the Todoroki's arms. All the crying and tears he held back all day were released. Throughout the day the Todoroki tried to cheer him up. Enji and Toya told him about their days as heroes, Natsuo told jokes, Fuyumi helped him with his homework, Rei prepared katsudon and Shoto told him a little more about his quirk because he knew that Izuku liked to talk about it. Although they tried everything that came to mind, it didn't work at all and they were unable to lift Izuku's spirits a little. After a few hours the Todoroki family retired to their home leaving only Izuku and Inko who had dinner at katsudon that Rei had made earlier. Izuku went up to his room to lock himself in and sit on the bed while watching the rain through his window. After a few minutes Izuku went down to the first floor and saw his mother asleep on the couch, so he silently covered her up and left the house. Izuku walked through the dark and lonely streets looking everywhere until he heard an argument, so he came closer to see. It was a woman with red hair next to a man with long blonde hair and a goatee like the one I was looking for. Woman. Shut up and leave me alone. Man. Don't ever see him again. Do you hear me? Grabbing her by the neck. Izuku. Understood. Understanding. The green-haired man caught the attention of both of them, who turned to look at him and the man let go of the woman. Izuku. Do you like hitting women? Or old people too? Man. Listen, idiot, you better go. You don't want to be here. Izuku appeared wearing black clothes and a hat covering his hair as he approached both of them. Izuku. How long has it been since you went to Musudafu? Pushing him, I asked you a question, deaf. Woman. Ricky, no. The man pulled out a gun, although Izuku reacted quickly and grabbed his wrist, beginning to apply pressure. Izuku. Will you use the gun? Will you kill me too? Izuku punched the man in the face followed by another to grab him by his shirt and throw him into a wall as he approached him. Woman. Leave him. Leave him. Man too. Hey, Izuku. without caring about anything, began to hit the blonde on the ground while more men approached him, surrounding him. One of them hit him in the back with a bat, although Izuku didn't care and the bat broke on his back. He continued hitting the blonde. Another man arrived with them and took him by the shoulders and pushed him, making Izuku move away from the blonde and see how in front of him there were 4 other men. Woman. Hey, this guy is crazy. Izuku finally reacted and began to run, being followed by the men. The freckled man jumped and held onto a water pipe where he dodged one and kicked another to free himself and began to run to jump over a fence, closely followed by the men. The green-haired boy was running out of path, so he created his own. Running, he pushed himself off some boxes, reaching the wall too, without stopping, jumped to another one and hang from some emergency stairs where he climbed up and began to climb to the roof of the building. Although he decided to change buildings, so he jumped to the building in front and stuck to the wall and began to climb quickly to the roof. The green-haired boy thought he was safe, but a tickling sensation reached his head and the door to the rooftop opened abruptly, revealing more men, so Izuku had no choice but to run once more. The green-haired man stuck to a wall and punched a guy in the face to jump to another wall and stick to it, climbing a little higher, although at that moment the blonde-haired guy had arrived behind Izuku. So Izuku, annoyed, ran towards him, making a great leap to pass from the building and connect a blow to the man's face, who began to fall from the roof to the ground, although at the last moment Izuku grabbed him by his left hand. Has a star tattooed on his left wrist. Izuku lifted up his part of the sweater and saw that it didn't have the star that the guy who killed his uncle had. He was innocent, so he helped him put his hands on the edge of the building while he began to retreat backwards. Although he quickly stepped on a part of the roof that was old and broke, so he began to fall, falling into the building on his back, ending up in pain. Ricky. Don't forget your face. Did you hear it? I saw your face. After that Izuku got up from the ground, seeing how he was in what looked like a boxing ring, so he began to stretch his back, which cracked from the recent blow. Izuku saw how in a pamphlet there was a red and blue mask while it had written, "The Vigilante." It was crazy, but an idea just occurred to him. The next day at class time everyone was writing what was on the blackboard, although that was not the case with Izuku because in his notebook he was drawing the mask he had seen in that pamphlet. Although what he didn't know is that he was being watched by a brunette who saw that he was wearing a sweater that covered his hair and part of his face, although what worried the girl was that the boy's knuckles were red and hurt. When Izuku got home he went straight to his room to start working. He took off his uniform and started making the mask. He wasn't an expert at sewing, but something was better than showing his identity. At night a long-haired, blonde-haired guy was robbing a person on a dark street, although what he hadn't noticed was that above both of them and in the shadows, Izuku was standing, so he fell to the ground and grabbed the blonde-haired guy with force and slammed him against the wall and uncovered his left arm. Seeing that he didn't have a star, so he let go of him and ran away from the place. In Izuku's room he was eating some ramen while watching a video of Oscorp on his computer. Video. Derived from genetically modified spiders, the strength of Oscorp's biocable is unmatched. Izuku came up with an idea, so without even seeing where he was eating ramen he threw it into the trash can, followed by his chopsticks which fell into the trash can. The green-haired man got a box of those capsules of that biocable, so he began to dismantle it and reassemble it with the highly resistant fluid that he had created some time ago and would use it to make it a means of transport. The boy also with an old watch of his began to disassemble it and remove all the pieces to take it to a small chip that had several cables connected to it. To assemble everything, to check if it worked, he touched it, although this caused the invention to give off sparks and burn his finger. Izuku. Trash. On the second attempt this time he didn't get burned, but the fluid shot out in different directions onto his face, which made him sigh at the failure while he started to remove all the fluid. On the third attempt this time it worked and the fluid shot out towards a wall, so Izuku touched it and saw how it was completely stressed. It had worked and now it was just a matter of testing it. That's why the next day Izuku, wearing only a gray sweater, pants, and red shoes, arrived at the top of a building where he looked out into the void, so he sighed and mentally prepared himself for what he was about to do. The green-haired man stood on his hands without any problem from the edge of the building, so to make it more exciting, he started holding himself up only with his fingers, then went on to only hold himself up with 2 fingers on each hand and ended up raising one hand and only remaining with one hand, although that caused him to fall backwards and begin to fall into the void. Izuku. Ah, alert. It was now or never, so Izuku, with all his hopes in himself, raised his arm and shot the web fluid that adhered to another building, which caused it to start swinging, reaching the ground, although by accident he reached some tables where he stood on them and knocked them all down to the last one, where he released the fluid and let himself fall to start walking quickly away from the place. In Izuku's room, he was head down against the wall while drawing something in his notebook that had to do with his suit when an alarm sounded. Alert! Attention all units near the 13th Precinct. A fire incident was reported at 10:30 a.m. on 19th Street West in Musudafu. Izuku quickly arrived at the scene with his new method of transportation, standing on top of a building while in his hands he had the device that allowed him to listen to the office's radio. Alarm! The attacker is a white male in his 30s, approximately 80 to 90 kilograms, with shoulder-length blonde hair. He was seen traveling east on 19th Street. After that, Izuku put his mask and hat back on to cover himself a little better and jumped from the building into the void. But as he fell, he aimed at another building and shot the net, which began to swing him through the air in the said direction until he saw him. Running among the people escaping, a blonde-haired man was fleeing from the authorities, so our green-haired man stopped at the top of a sign and threw another net, this time to the man who made him stop, and then was pulled and falling on his back just as someone fell from above, drawing the attention of everyone, who saw how a masked man grabbed him by the shirt and lifted the part of his left arm where there was no star, so he fled the place running and getting lost in the shadows. Maybe he didn't realize it yet, but with those new abilities and his method of transportation, he could be a hero. A few days have passed, and with that the rumor of a masked individual swinging from buildings and attacking people in the streets has begun to spread. Reason why officers and some heroes began to investigate and managed to find a pattern. Whenever the masked man attacked, it was a person with shoulder-length blonde hair and a goatee, so they attributed it to a kind of revenge against a particular person. Although heroes and police already had an alibi to catch the masked man, they did not know when or where he would attack, nor did they know anything about him beyond his way of moving. Another day arrived, and in the office of Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa a new report of another attack by the masked man reached his hands while he was heading to one of the attack zones of the same. Naomasa, do you have any new descriptions? Officer: well, no, except that he's wearing a mask. Naomasa: we just have to wear a mask. Official: and almost all of his victims are suspects, many with criminal records. People say he's a vigilante. Naomasa: look, turning to look at him, he's not a vigilante, that's illegal, and besides, he's an anarchist. And he was interrupted when he heard a man screaming, only to turn around and see a guy hanging with some kind of net over his head. Man! Someone help me! He was a man with long blonde hair and a goatee as he moved frantically in the air. Man! Arrest me, but get me out of here. Scared. All the pedestrians turned their eyes to the sky, watching a person wearing a mask swinging next to a building as he walked away very quickly, disappearing between the buildings. All this under the watchful eye of Detective Naomasa, who knew that another vigilante was beginning to emerge and he had to stop him soon. Izuku arrived home through his bedroom window as he left his mask aside and turned on his computer to search for something. Izuku. Runners. Spandex. For all. Spandex. It was the only idea he had to improve his clothing and avoid being discovered or recognized and stop wearing just a mask. Still, the days continued to pass and the news of a new guy swinging over buildings began to become popular. Student. The extraordinary velocity vector is a function of mass just like acceleration. Showing a video on his cell phone of the masked man. Student 2. Please, you know better than anyone that the weight of a pendulum swing does not affect the speed. Student. It may not affect the frequency, but it is certainly a driving factor. Both students were arguing about the masked man swinging and all that without knowing that the same masked man was a few steps behind them listening to the whole discussion, so Izuku gave a half smile. Izuku finally had his complete suit. He was just missing a few details, so with a paint maneuver he managed to make a green spider for his new outfit. He also changed his mask to make a much better one this time, and this time in the part where the eyes would be he decided that they would no longer be holes, but instead he used sunglasses and removed their lenses and placed them on his new mask. Izuku then began to put on the mask and then put on the new clothes he had made to end up on his two wrists, putting on his now called web shooters. On top of the buildings a strange subject jumped from building to building while swinging in the air, supporting himself on the buildings. The masked man began to fall into the void but quickly extended his arm and a spider web shot out of it, adhering to a building that swung him and gave him momentum to reach the top of a building where he adhered and could see his reflection. Now a completely black suit and on his head a kind of cap of the same color was found, and in his same suit some parts in green, as well as on his chest a large spider of the same greenish color. The green-haired boy climbed to the top of the building where he could see the entire city and at the same time a beautiful sunset when his cell phone began to ring, so he sat on the edge of the building and in his backpack he began to look for it until he found it, seeing that it was a call from his mother. Izuku. Hi mom. Really? Looking at the sky. Eggs. Organic. Yeah, okay, I love you too. Hanging up. Night fell and in a parking lot a vehicle was starting to park, only for a parking attendant to park the car and make sure it was locked before returning to his post. A few seconds later a blonde-haired man wearing a black jacket came up to the newly parked vehicle and made his hand turn into a knife, and with this he managed to force the car lock, managing to open it and consequently enter with ease while giving a smile. The blonde-haired man began to prepare everything to start the car and leave, although he never noticed that there was a masked man in the car, so he was noticed. Izuku. Hey, if you're going to steal cars in the future. The blonde-haired boy was scared by the sudden voice and turned to look back, seeing how some green eyes were with him. Izuku. Don't dress like a car thief. Thief. Who are you? A policeman. Scared. Izuku. Seriously, you think I'm a cop? A cop in a black and green suit. Hey, do you have the... The masked man threw a spider web at his face, which scared the thief and made him try to remove it. Izuku. You have the mind of a true scholar. The thief tried to open the door to escape, but the masked man prevented him with his spider web, which caused the door to close again. Izuku. I would have thought of ice skaters. The thief tried once more to open the door but was again prevented by the masked man, who again threw a spider web preventing him from doing so. Izuku. Good idea, good idea. The masked man saw how the thief this time did not open the door but opened the window to get out through there. Izuku. Use the window, go through the window. The thief came out through the window, although he fell to the ground. That's it, you're out. Wow. The thief stood up to look back inside and didn't see the masked man, which scared him and he started looking around as he backed away. Izuku. Careful. The thief turned his gaze only for the masked man to jump on him and use his legs to lock him down, knocking him to the ground. They both separated, and while the masked man stood up he saw how the thief once again turned his hand into a knife. Thief. Let me go, I'm warning you. Seriously. Izuku. A knife. Oh, is it real? Kneeling. Thief. If it's real. Izuku. It's not my weakness, not knives. Raising his hands. Thief. Let me go. Okay. Izuku. Anything but knives. Scared. The masked man in a quick movement threw another spider web, causing the thief's knife hand to be caught in the wall behind him. Izuku. Oh, but how easy. Standing up. Was I excellent or not? Thief. What is this thing? Scared. Izuku. It's a network I invented myself, but I don't think you'd mind. Oh, but look at that, pointing up. In the building where he had thrown the web and had trapped the thief he had a large and what one thing means. Izuku. It's a Yaoyorozu family building. Is it new? Surprised. Thief. Let me go now. Begging. The masked man however threw another spider web, catching the thief's other arm, who gave a scream of fright. Izuku. Wait. Achoo. The masked man pretended to sneeze while he brought both hands to his face, and from which another spider web shot out towards the thief, who hit him in the crotch. The masked man began to throw punches in the air so that each time a spider web shot out and hit the thief. Thief. Stop, he asked. Izuku. Ha 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 ha, spinning while clapping. Thief. You find it funny? Izuku. Yeah, it's funny. Thief. Help. Izuku. SSSSSHHH. The masked man threw another cobweb that covered the thief's mouth and nose, who this time was scared as he watched the masked man change his entire expression to a serious one while nodding his head. The masked man came up to the thief and stared at him for a few seconds before turning his gaze to his left arm and lowering his sleeve to see why there was no star. Izuku. Phew, you were saved from that, huh? Just don't move. Grabbing his face. The masked man hit him with 2 fingers, managing to open an opening in the spider web that made the thief breathe again, at which point a police motorcycle arrived with them. Izuku. Oh, the ones in blue arrived, raising a hand. I caught him pointing at the thief. Police. Stop. Taking out his gun and pointing it at him. You in the suit, don't move. Izuku. Really? Raising his hands. Police. Who are you? Izuku. Lowering his hands. Doesn't anyone understand the concept of the mask? Turning to look at the thief. The masked man took 2 steps towards the police officer, who fired 5 times, and the masked man dodged them all with ease while he took the gun from the police officer and did a somersault jump over him and pointed the gun at him, making the police officer raise his hands. Izuku. I did almost all your work. And just like that you thank me. Throwing the gun away. Just then, 2 more police patrols arrived, forcing the masked man to start running to escape the scene. Although the officers could do nothing when the masked man ran quickly, reaching a van on the highway and adhering to it to get on it and jump again to adhere to a truck this time. An officer on a motorcycle tried to grab him by the leg, but the masked man climbed up onto the truck, and with that he threw a spider web at a light pole that made him swing and go down from the bridge that was on the highway. Although while he was swinging on the road below, a bus passed by and hit him, making the green-haired man hit the whole bus and fall to the ground, just missing being run over by a taxi by a few centimeters. Driver. Hey idiot, what's wrong with you? The masked man didn't answer and just ran, getting into the taxi to jump and throw a web again to leave the place swinging. Izuku. Wow, listen, watch out, I'm swinging, dodging the cars, I'm swinging. Moving away from the place. At that point, where the police officers were watching, a black vehicle arrived towards them and where Detective Naomasa got out. Naomasa. So, getting the office's attention, 38 police officers chasing a guy in a unit. Am I wrong? No officer said anything. They had missed the new guard who was swinging through the air. Izuku, wearing a black sweater with the lining on, arrived home a few hours later, carefully opening the door only to enter and head to the refrigerator, where he put his head to see what to eat while patting his leg rhythmically until he stopped and sighed. Izuku. You know you didn't have to wait for me. At the table, a green-haired woman was leaning her arm on the chair, looking at him seriously. Inko. Of course. Izuku. No, of course not. Inko. Yes, of course, standing up while crossing her arms. Izuku. Well, disinterested. Inko. Where were you? It would be. Izuku. Well, on the street. Taking the milk carton. Inko. Did you bring the eggs? The green-haired boy closed his eyes, which is why he had completely forgotten to buy the eggs. Izuku. No, I forgot them. Closing the refrigerator, I'll go get them, heading to the door. Inko. No, you're not going out again, stopping him, not at this time. The green-haired man turned his back on him as he walked over to the sink and leaned against it while letting out a sigh. Inko. Look at me, Izuku. Take off your damn cap and look at me, I order. The green-haired man, without any option, turned to look at her while taking off his cap, causing the green-haired woman to put a hand to her mouth in fear. His face was beaten, some cuts on his face, part of it dirty, and his left eye was purple. Inko. Oh, God, scared, where did you go? Who gave you those wounds? Worried. Izuku. Please go to sleep, Mom. Inko. Please tell me. Izuku. Mom, please go to sleep, he demanded. Inko. I can't sleep. Don't you understand? I can't sleep. At that moment, the coffee maker's beep made both of them approach to turn it off, and when they did, the woman grabbed her son's sweater, seeing him worried and scared. The green-haired boy tried to leave, but his mother didn't allow him. Inko. Izuku, listen to me. Secrets have a cost, they are not free. They always have a price. Great power always comes with great responsibility. The green-haired boy ended that conversation by freeing himself from his mother's grasp as he ran up to his room and locked himself in, leaving the green-haired girl alone, who was worried about her son and wondering what was happening. The next day at the OSCORP laboratories, Dr. Curtis Connors had a conversation with the same man in a suit. Connors. Genetic crossbreeding finally works. I used lizard DNA to regenerate Pedro's leg. Pedro, who was on the doctor's desk in a cage, walked without difficulty on his now 4 legs. Man. It's a miracle. Connors. No, he denied it was work and a promise as a pass to primate testing. Man. Yes, but he doesn't have time for every little step. He can't wait anymore. Connors. You'll have to sitting at his desk if you're not a lab rat. Man. That's not what I mean, taking one of the DNA serums. Connors. And what does that mean? Man. Let the human trials begin. Now. The doctor was surprised by what he asked. It was very risky to do that. He still didn't know what side effects it would bring. Connors. Of course not. I'm not going to do it. Man. Oh, he'll die if he doesn't. Connors. People die. Even Norman Osborn. The doctor took some notes and started to head for the exit, but the man stopped him by grabbing his arm. Man. We're not done. Connors. Human trials. And how did you even think you'd see volunteers? Man. Why? Just tell them they're flu shots. And I think the VA hospital would be a good place to start. Connors. Tell me what's a joke. Scared. Man. No, he wasn't joking. Seriously. Dr. Connors sighed as he denied that he was not going to do it, so the man in question only slightly fixed the doctor's right sleeve. Man. It's a little late for surprises and indignation. Connors should have been 12 years ago. Connors. I have no idea what's being talked about seriously. Man. Midoriya Hisashi had authority over you, it's irrelevant just like then. Connors. I had nothing to do with that seriously. Man. Is that what he told his son Midoriya Izuku? Dr. Connors just stared at him seriously while the man in the suit smiled at him. Connors. I don't know what you're referring to, looking away. Man. You don't know. Or you don't want to know. I'll remind you what happened to him. Midoriya Hisashi said the same thing you said back then, what you're saying now. The clock is ticking, Dr. Connors. Connors. I won't do it. That made the man sigh as he nodded, leaving the serum on the desk to fix his suit and leaving the office. Man. The formula is ours anyway, say goodbye to the arm you've always dreamed of. The man left, leaving Dr. Connors alone in the office with a serious look on his face. At Midtown High School, Izuku was putting some things in his lockers to leave the place, but then someone came running up to him as he walked beside him, so he took off his sweater hat and headphones. Izuku. Hello, Yaoyorozu. Hola, Izuku. How are you? Yaoyorozu. Where are you going? Izuku. Labs is Monday, pointing in a direction. Yaoyorozu. Today is Thursday. Izuku. Is it Thursday? Stopping. Yaoyorozu. Hey, what's wrong with you? Izuku. What? Confused. Yaoyorozu. Well, you've changed a lot lately. You don't copy classes, you haven't attended some, you even canceled the tutorials out of nowhere, and what happened to your eye? Worried. Izuku. Yes. I don't know, maybe it's an eye allergy or not looking away. Yaoyorozu. It looks really bad. Did you see a doctor? Izuku. Yes, nodding. Yaoyorozu. Do you like Brancino? The green-haired man looked at him confused. He had never heard that name before and he didn't know what it meant. Yaoyorozu. It's fish. Izuku. Yes I know him. Lying. Yaoyorozu. Because if you want writing a note, go to this address at 8 tonight. The brunette handed him the note that the green-haired man took while looking at an address that was somewhat far from his house. Yaoyorozu. We'll have Brancino for dinner and maybe you want to go. Izuku. Yes, I'll be there. Yaoyorozu. Alas 8. Izuku. Yes at 8, saving the note. The brunette smiled and said goodbye to the green-haired man to go to her next class while the green-haired man just watched her leave with a smile. Todoroki. Not a mal Midoriya-kun. The green-haired boy turned his gaze to see his two-colored friend who had a small smile because of the recent. Todoroki. What have I missed these past few days? Izuku. You're welcome, really, approaching. They both started walking down the halls to go to their next class that was about to start. Todoroki. What happened to your eye? Did you get into trouble again? Or did Bakugo-san or Flash-san hit you? Izuku. No, Bakugo-kun has stopped bothering me, and in Flash-kun's case, well, lately he has been greeting me and talking to me without any problems. Todoroki. Something good finally, huh? Looks like Midoriya luck is on your side this time. Izuku. Sighing. What is this about luck, Midoriya? Todoroki. You wouldn't understand. At the OSCORP laboratories, Dr. Connors was sitting in his office, ready to stand up and walk to the glass door where he stood right in the middle. Connors raised his only hand, which caused him to be able to see from the reflection how he seemed to have his hand missing, which made him give a small smile. Connors would undoubtedly regret this, but he would go to a room where he put his ID card and entered to take an injection and fill it with a green liquid, which was none other than the lizard DNA serum. The doctor arrived at his office where he sat down and began to look at the injection, mentally preparing himself for what he was about to do until he did it. He injected the serum into his right arm, which made him groan in pain as he writhed in his seat from the immense pain. The night came, and as agreed at 8 the brunette was in her room reading a book while sitting on her giant bed. But while the girl was reading, she didn't notice how something, or rather someone, fell in front of her window, the person responsible being Izuku. The green-haired man looked at the brunette for a few seconds from outside his window, seeing how she was concentrating on reading, which made them not notice him, so he decided to get her attention by knocking on her window. The brunette looked at her window, seeing the green-haired man squatting while he had a hand on his face, which made the girl smile and approach to open it. Yaoyorozu. Hola. The green-haired boy in response only gave him a smile, showing his teeth with clear nerves at being the first time going to a girl's house and even more entering a room. Yaoyorozu. How did you get here? Izuku. Well, I climbed your gate in that tree in the back, smiling. Your guard is scary. Entering through the window. Yaoyorozu. It's several meters away. Surprised. Izuku. Yeah, he knows. The green-haired boy entered the girl's room completely, seeing how she had a large bed with several plush toys, a desk full of beauty objects, a gigantic closet made of wood that looked extremely fine, an equally elegant ceiling lamp, and a shelf with some books. Izuku. So this is your room? Seeing everything. Yaoyorozu. If it's my room. Izuku. Books. Smiling. Shoes. Seeing several shoes on the floor. Yaoyorozu. Jajaja nerviosa. Izuku. Oh, look, taking off his backpack to look for something. I brought your mom these. The green-haired boy took a bouquet of flowers out of his backpack, which were destroyed by the green-haired boy. Swinging from buildings and carrying flowers in your backpack is not a good idea. Yaoyorozu. There are, but how pretty. Izuku. Yes, they're beautiful. Yaoyorozu. Beautiful. Izuku. Yes, they were. Hiding his face in them. Yaoyorozu. No, see son Linda's Izuku. Excuse me. Yaoyorozu. No, I'm impressed, they were very well preserved. Izuku. I'd better take them. Keeping them. Yaoyorozu. Hee. Smiling. Do you have your suit there? Pointing to her backpack. The green-haired man stared at her, panicking. Did she mean his vigilante outfit? When had she discovered it? Izuku. My suit. Scared, Yaoyorozu? For dinner, or are you going to use that? The girl was referring to the clothes she was wearing, which consisted of a long-sleeved gray shirt with black pants and red shoes. Yaoyorozu. Is that? The brunette was interrupted when the door to her room was opened, which made them both turn to see a tall man with black hair with some gray, well-combed, wearing a black suit jacket. Senior Yaoyorozu. Hey there. The man stopped talking when he saw how his daughter was next to a boy a little taller than her and with green hair, which made him raise alarm bells. Mr. Yaoyorozu. You must be Midoriya-kun, right? Seriously? Yaoyorozu. Dad, this is Midoriya-san. Nervous, Izuku. Hello, nice to meet you, sir, extending his hand. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Anyway, accepting the gesture. Dinner is ready. Do you like Brancino? Izuku. Who doesn't? Nervous, Mr. Yaoyorozu. Well then we'll wait for you at the table, leaving the room. Izuku. Sighing. You didn't tell me I had to bring a fancy suit, looking at the girl. Yaoyorozu. I forgot. Nervous, but don't worry, I'll take care of it. Izuku. And what will you do? Yaoyorozu. Let me make you a suit, tell me your measurements, smiling. While that was happening on the other side of the city in Dr. Kana's office, he was waking up confused. The man tried to compose himself but couldn't when something crashed under his desk. Curious, he looked down and was surprised. There was a kind of shell on his right arm, so he began to tear it off, curiously, and was surprised to find that it was his new and regenerated arm, which made him smile. Although the doctor was happy that everything had turned out perfectly, it wasn't like that at all and he would find out too late. Returning to the Yaoyorozu family residence, our protagonist Midoriya Izuku was at the table sitting next to Yaoyorozu Momo and his two parents who were eating Brancino, and around the table several people who worked as maids in the residence. Izuku noticed how the Yaoyorozu treated them as friends or family, not as servants, something that gave rise to good things about the family. Although at that time Izuku had a big problem, and that was that he didn't know how to cut the blessed Brancino, which was noticed by the girl's mother. Ms. Yaoyorozu. It's hard to cut, isn't it? The head should be facing upwards. Mio-san, can you help Momo's friend please? Mio. Yes, Mrs. Yaoyorozu, bowing. Mio was a lady who worked at the Yaoyorozu residence, so she approached the boy and began to cut the Brancino for him. Izuku. Ah, I have no idea, embarrassed, mine. Newbie, funny. Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Honey, tell us how your day went. Mine. Yes, Mr. Yaoyorozu has already arrested the spider guy who was in your company. That made the green-haired man pay attention. They were talking about his counterpart in the car thief incident that happened next to his new company. Mr. Yaoyorozu. No, nothing more is known about him yet and he hasn't been arrested, eating. But he will be a beginner who attacks civilians in the middle of the night. The man began to speak without knowing that the green-haired man began to eat while listening to what Yaoyorozu's father thought, and the aforementioned also seemed not to want to talk about the subject because she was eating something sacred to her. Mr. Yaoyorozu. It's clumsy and leaves some traces, but it's dangerous. That was the last straw for the green-haired man who decided to speak. Izuku. He said he attacks people? That made everyone turn to look at him, waiting for him to continue talking about what he did. Izuku. I don't know, it's just that I saw the video. That one with the car thief. The brunette sighed, so an argument was about to begin. Izuku. And I think most would say that it provided a public service. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Well, most people would be wrong. If I wanted that thief behind bars, he'd be behind bars. Izuku. And why wasn't I eating? That made the adult turn to look at him and he put aside his cutlery to talk seriously. Yaoyorozu. He. Nervous. Mr. Yaoyorozu. I'll give you some guidance. The thief was leading the police and heroes to people who were running operations up to what was a 6-month heist. It's called strategy. You must know that word, right? Maybe you've heard it in school. Izuku. Yes. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Good, returning to eating. It seemed that the discussion had ended with a serious mistake. Izuku. Obviously he knew he didn't have a plan, eating. Mr. Yaoyorozu. He didn't know. It seems you know a lot about that case. Do you know something the police or heroes don't? Tell me, which side are you on? Izuku. I'm not on any side. I told him I saw a video on the internet. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Ah, you saw a video on the internet, good, problem solved, sarcastic. Izuku. I'm not just saying that if you watch the video. I'll send you the address, you can see it. It's clear that what you want is to cooperate. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Yes, of course, and that's because the internet makes him look like a masked hero. Izuku. No, I'm not saying he's just a hero. Mr. Yaoyorozu. And what are you trying to say? Izuku. I say he wants to help, but it seems like he does something that the police or heroes don't. Mr. Yaoyorozu. And what do you think the police do? They sit in their cars eating donuts next to the heroes? Are you calling me an idiot for preferring police officers and heroes to a masked man? Izuku. No, no, I didn't mean to say it like that. Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Honey, speaking to him. Izuku. I think you want the same thing as the others, sir. Protect innocent people from the bad guys. Mr. Yaoyorozu. I believe in law and order, son. That's why I pay my taxes. I believe in the badge of an officer. He wears a mask just like a vile thief. He chases criminals and they all look alike as if it were some kind of personal revenge. He's not protecting innocent people, Mr. Midoriya. That left the green-haired boy silent as he looked down at what Momo's father had just said. He was right. Yaoyorozu. Let's get some air, Midoriya-san. Getting up from the table. We'll talk later, Dad. Leaving. Mr. Yaoyorozu. That's for sure. Izuku. Thank you for inviting me. Sorry if I offended you, Mr. Yaoyorozu. That was not my intention. Standing up. Mr. Yaoyorozu. You're welcome, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku. Thank you for the branzino, Mrs. Yaoyorozu. It was delicious. Following the brunette. Ms. Yaoyorozu. You're welcome. Smiling. Both young men reached the top floor of the Yaoyorozu mansion, reaching a huge balcony where they could see the entire city in the distance. Yaoyorozu. That was fun, walking to the edge. Izuku. Sorry, I thought you were going to throw the guards at me. Sighing. Yaoyorozu. Yeah, but I wouldn't allow it. They both walked until they reached the balcony where they began to see the city, although Izuku looked down while sighing, causing Yaoyorozu to turn to look at him. Yaoyorozu. What happened to your face? Izuku. I'm going to tell you something, speaking quickly. Yaoyorozu. Oh he, I hear you. Smiling. The green-haired man stared at him as he prepared to speak, although he found it difficult to do so. Izuku. Well, he bit me. Yaoyorozu. Izuku. Yaoyorozu. Love. The green-haired boy turned to look at her, seeing how she was blushing and with a nervous smile, which made him smile. Izuku. Yes, blushing. The brunette began to approach the boy, who reacted quickly and wanted to tell her. Izuku. It's just that Yaoyorozu-san, I have to tell you something else about the masked man and the car thief. Yaoyorozu. Oh, steps back. Izuku. What? Yaoyorozu. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Izuku. No. Forget it. I'm going to talk to you about myself, okay? Yaoyorozu. And what are you going to say? Izuku. It's important. I just want to. Trying to speak, it's just that it's hard to say. Yaoyorozu. Delo. Izuku. No, I don't know, leaning back onto the balcony while looking down. Yaoyorozu. What? Confused. The green-haired man looked at her again as he opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out, so he just shook his head and looked down again. Yaoyorozu. Oh, forget it. The brunette turned her back on him as she began to walk to the door, although Izuku didn't allow it as he threw a web at her that caught her by the waist and pulled her towards him while the girl put both hands on his neck in surprise. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya-san tu eres. The green-haired man stopped her from speaking by kissing the girl, who was surprised but reciprocated the gesture, both enjoying the moment. Sra. Yaoyorozu. Momo. The moment was completely ruined by the girl's mother, who made them both separate, blushing while the green-haired boy turned his back on her. Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Your father wants you to come in now. Yaoyorozu. Yes, I'm going. Nodding. Sra. Yaoyorozu. Ahora. Yaoyorozu. See. The woman began to walk, leaving both young men, who saw each other again, while the brunette took Izuku's hand and began to lead him inside, although Izuku stopped when he felt once again that tickling in his head that made him turn to see the city while police sirens were heard. The tickling was much stronger than Izuku had ever felt, so without hesitation he jumped from the balcony as he began to swing away from the place under the gaze of the brunette, who smiled in love and let out a sigh. Yaoyorozu. What have I gotten myself into? Worried. The green-haired boy reached a bridge over the water where a green-colored beast with a tail was tearing cars or throwing them into the water, so without hesitation he began to take his suit out of his backpack, watching people flee the place. The monster threw another car into the water, although at that moment a person passed by it swinging while throwing a spider web, stopping the car in the air. The masked man saw how the beast charged another car with a person inside who was screaming for help. Izuku. Make way. Swinging. The masked man gave a double kick to the beast which threw the vehicle before being hit, so Izuku with another spider web prevented it from falling into the water, leaving it suspended in the air. The masked man turned his gaze to the monster which seemed to be starting to fall apart, so he was about to jump towards him when he heard the voice of a person asking for help. Man! Someone help me! The masked man saw that it was a man who was scared and worried until he saw the masked man and knew that he was his only salvation. Man! Help me, my son is trapped. The green-haired boy saw how the monster left, so without hesitation he jumped from the bridge, reaching the vehicle where he saw how a child was stuck in it by the seat belt. Child. Dad, scared. Izuku. Hey, look at me. The boy turned to see him, seeing how the masked man took off his mask, leaving him only with his hat but his face uncovered. Izuku. See, I'm like you. Smiling. Stop her. Okay. The green-haired boy threw his mask to the boy who took it and began to look at it in surprise. Izuku saw how there was a bag with the boy's name on it. Izuku. Okay Jack-kun, I'll get you out of here. The green-haired boy carefully entered to take the belt and pull it hard, freeing the boy, who smiled along with the green-haired boy. Just at that moment the front of the vehicle began to catch fire, so Izuku began to worry and more when the vehicle began to fall, so Izuku without any option with his left hand took his spider web and with his right the car. Izuku. Worried boy climbs towards me. Jack. I can't, I'm scared. Izuku. Listen, Jack-kun, put it on. Putting on the mask will give you strength. The boy listened to what the green-haired boy said and put it on while he began to climb little by little towards the green-haired boy. Izuku. That's it Jack-kun, keep going like that. A little faster, my friend. The part where Izuku was holding the vehicle broke, which made the vehicle and Jack begin to fall, although Izuku quickly reacted and with his spider launcher he caught him by his shirt. Izuku. Ha, that was fun, didn't you think, friend? Smiling. Trying to calm the child. Jack. Yeah, it was, laughing. Izuku. Very well, I'll take you to your father and you give me back the mask, okay? The green-haired boy arrived at the bridge while carrying Jack and gave him to his father, who hugged him tightly while crying because he was okay under the eyes of the green-haired boy who was squatting on the bridge watching them. Man. You are my hero. Who are you? The masked man remained silent for a few seconds, thinking about what to say until something came to his mind. Izuku. Spider-Man. After saying that, the green-haired man dropped off the bridge and began to swing away from the place when he heard the police sirens. The green-haired boy arrived home and took off his mask as he sat on the ground looking at his mask, which was in front of him on the ground being illuminated by the moonlight, which left Izuku thinking about everything that had happened these last few days. He couldn't be a hero because he didn't have a quirk. Everyone told him so, even his former favorite hero told him so. It's not a bad thing to dream, but you also have to consider what's realistic. His dream of being a hero had been left behind, but now he had powers, he had these incredible abilities, he could be what he wanted so much to do, save everyone without asking for anything in return. He could be a hero now, he could be the amazing Midoriya Izuku. Naomasa. Calm down, he asked. Detective Naomasa was surrounded by several reporters looking for answers. Naomasa. There was an incident at approximately 9 p.m. yesterday on the Musudafu Bridge. What happened remains purely speculation. Izuku was having a bowl of cereal for breakfast in the kitchen while his mother drank some juice, both watching the news from a small screen where Detective Naomasa was talking. Naomasa. However, many witnesses to the crime and heroes from the area, as well as our preliminary investigations, undoubtedly place an individual at the scene. The reporters remained silent as they prepared to publish the news that the detective was about to give. Naomasa. And that's why this morning I issued an arrest warrant for the masked man who called himself Spider-Man. That seems to have not pleased the reports, who began to talk, trying to get more information, although the green-haired man did not like that either, who left his cereal while he took his backpack and left home for his school. He had to give a good explanation. All this leaving Inko confused and worried when she saw how Izuku had left almost all of his cereal. Yaoyorozu. She's beautiful. Right now Izuku and Momo were at the American football training field where some students were training for the next game, but let's focus on the couple. Yaoyorozu had in her hand a small container containing the dead spider that had bitten Izuku some time ago. Izuku. And how it bites. Smiling. Yaoyorozu. Who else knows about this? Izuku. Just you. Yaoyorozu. You haven't even told Todoroki-san. Izuku. No. Yaoyorozu. And Serio. The green-haired man just smiled as he lowered his head, nervous about what she would ask. Izuku. Hey, you, tell me you don't believe what the police say. Yaoyorozu. Of course I don't. The green-haired man smiled, so at least the girl wasn't influenced by what the police had said. Yaoyorozu. Te da miedo. The green-haired man considered that question. Was he afraid? A spider had bitten him and given him powers. Why would he be afraid? If now he could, so to speak, be normal. Izuku. No, shaking his head negatively while smiling. Yaoyorozu. What are you going to do? Izuku. Smiling, I don't know. Yaoyorozu. What did you see on the bridge? What was it like? Izuku. That was huge. Too much for a person. But with the thousands of quirks nowadays, well. The brunette agreed with the green-haired man. With so many quirks in the society in which they lived, that kind of thing was normal. Yaoyorozu was also worried about her friend. Could she say that after what happened last night? She didn't give it any more thought and decided to worry about the green-haired man's alter ego now that he was wanted. Yaoyorozu. You must hide. Izuku. No, smiling, I can't do it. Yaoyorozu. You have to do it, trying to reason with him. Izuku. No, Yaoyorozu. Why, Izuku? Because, just last night, the people on the bridge, whatever attacked them, would have killed them, so I have to go find it. Yaoyorozu. That's not your job. Confused. Izuku. Maybe it is. The brunette stared at him confused, waiting for an answer that the green-haired man gave her. Izuku. That thing in your hand proves it. The brunette raised her hand, seeing the small dead spider in the container. Izuku. That little spider could have bitten anyone else, but it bit me. Maybe it's a sign. I was blessed to receive the powers from that spider. My mother told me that. With great power comes great responsibility. And maybe that's the sign. The brunette seemed to accept what the green-haired man said, so she gave him a smile that the green-haired man reciprocated. Yaoyorozu. Very well. If you are willing to go for that thing, I want you to promise me that you won't die, okay? Izuku. I promised, smiling. Yaoyorozu. And what else can you do? That was a good question. Since I started with this, I never had any doubts about what abilities I possessed. I knew I could stick to objects and the tingling in my head, but beyond those two, nothing more. Izuku. I have no idea. Smiling. Yaoyorozu. If you're going to go for that thing, you must be ready. Midoriya-san, why don't we discover all your powers after class? Izuku. Sure, there's a beach near here that we can go and investigate my powers. Smiling. The brunette smiled back to see the spider again. It was incredible how that little arachnid had given the green-haired girl powers, and that the same spider came from the OSCORP laboratories. The green-haired boy saw how the girl stared at the spider, which made her look more beautiful mixed with the sunlight. Izuku. I loved kissing you, getting his attention. The girl lowered her head in shame as a blush stained her face. Izuku. Seriously. You kiss amazingly. Yaoyorozu. Ha ha ha. Embarrassed. Well, I really liked it too, smiling. Both stared into each other's eyes to slowly approach each other's faces and share an inexperienced kiss from both, but again the tickling on Izuku's head arrived, and without even looking he caught an American football and threw it again, hitting the goalpost, yellow arch, to score touchdowns, which made it sink in the area where the ball impacted, surprising both the players and Izuku and Momo. After classes ended, Izuku and Momo went to Dagoba Beach, which was full of junk that had accumulated over the years. Yaoyorozu. Very well. Sitting on the sand, everyone knows you can climb walls, but what else? Izuku. Well, let's check that out, doing some stretches. The brunette saw how the green-haired man left his backpack next to him and took out some kind of bracelets that he placed on both arms. Izuku. Very well. I know I'm very agile, much more than before. Yaoyorozu. That can be a skill. Creating a notebook and pencil. Agility, what is there of strength? Izuku. Well. The green-haired man approached a pile of scrap metal and carried a rusty washing machine in his hands without any problems. Yaoyorozu. No espasada. Izuku. You're welcome. The green-haired man continued lifting some things, such as a refrigerator, a microwave, and, with a little more courage, a truck that didn't cause him any problems. Yaoyorozu. Yes, you have super strength. Scoring, Izuku. But how much can I carry? Yaoyorozu. It must be a lot if that spider gave you its powers then. You should carry what a spider can carry. Izuku. Almost 100 times his weight. Yaoyorozu. Probablemente. The green-haired man nodded, and if he had super strength, he had to be able to control it, or someone could get hurt. Yaoyorozu. So I guess that's all your skills then? Izuku. Well. There's still one, but it's kind of strange. On the back of my head I feel a slight tingling, almost like a small migraine that warns me of danger. Yaoyorozu. Like some kind of sensor. Izuku. Something like that. When I'm in trouble or something is coming towards me, that tingling sensation appears warning me. And my body reacts by moving involuntarily. It's more like a sixth sense, more like a sense. Yaoyorozu. Arachnid. Smiling. The green-haired boy laughed at that name, and in fact he liked it, so he decided that this kind of defense would have that name. Izuku. Very well, I like that name now that we have it. Sitting next to him. Yaoyorozu. Well, you have super strength, increased agility, wall climbing, enhanced reflexes and your spider sense, smiling. Izuku. Brilliant. Yaoyorozu, may I ask about your outfit? Izuku. You mean this one? The green-haired man took his suit out of his backpack under the surprised gaze of the brunette. Yaoyorozu. You carry it in your backpack. Izuku. Oh, put under my clothes, smiling. Yaoyorozu. Isn't it a bit risky? Izuku. More or less, without giving it importance. The brunette began to see the suit was completely black with green parts and the large spider on his chest was green. Yaoyorozu. Why the black color? Izuku. Well, I thought that if I go out at night a color that is easy to hide in would work, don't you think? Yaoyorozu. Oh sure, and the green camouflages very well, mockingly. Izuku. It's my favorite color and I wanted to give my outfit a kind of style, so to speak. Yaoyorozu. You did it. Taking the mask, Izuku. That's right, how about it? It turned out well, right? Yaoyorozu. That's cute, I didn't know you could cook. The green-haired man smiled after seeing how the brunette had put on her mask and stood up. Yaoyorozu. Stop right there, everything is fine now, ha ha ha. The brunette began to make poses in the same style as the peace symbol, which made Izuku laugh at how cute the girl acted. Yaoyorozu. Hey, how do you swing? The green-haired man stood up while taking the brunette's hand, which made her blush, but Izuku didn't see it because of the mask Momo still had on. Izuku. With this here the girl saw how the green-haired man put on a kind of bracelet that extended to her palm where there was a button. The green-haired man guided the girl's hand to a pile of scrap metal in front of them both. Izuku. Raise your hand and aim. When you have done it, press the button twice in a row. The brunette nodded to better accommodate her hand and pointed to a soda can from the pile of scrap and pressed the button on her hand twice in a row. A spider web shot out from the brunette's wrist, who was surprised to see how it had hit the target she had set for herself. Izuku. Well done. Congratulating her. The brunette smiled at that and lowered her hand, although for that reason the spider web extended further and forced the soda can to shoot towards them, going straight towards Izuku, who dodged it with ease. Yaoyorozu. I'm sorry, are you okay? Worried, Izuku. Don't worry. Spider sense, smiling. The brunette took off her mask and gave the green-haired man a smile, so they both returned to the place where they were before and sat down, looking at the ocean. Yaoyorozu. This is surprising. Midoriya-san. The brunette looked at the web shooters that Izuku had created, impressed by the invention. Izuku. Thanks, it was easy to make them. Yaoyorozu. But what are they throwing? Or how do you create those webs? Izuku. It's a fluid that has various chemical materials and that. Yaoyorozu. I don't understand. Calling his attention. You have powers now, you can be a hero. Why do you want to work as a vigilante? The green-haired man sighed. That's why he wanted to be a hero, but acting as a vigilante was illegal, something that was absurdly illogical. Izuku. If to save a life I need a piece of paper with my name and photo, then I don't want to be one. Surprising her, I don't need a piece of cardboard to save lives. Serious, besides. The first day I set foot in a hero academy, they'll arrest me when they see my powers and discover that I'm Spider-Man, sighing. The green-haired boy searched for something in his backpack until he found it and gave it to the girl, who took it confused. Yaoyorozu. Analysis of heroes for the future. What does this have to do with anything? The green-haired boy opened the notebook and found the autograph that All Might had given him that day. Yaoyorozu. I imagine you jumped like a child, didn't you? Mockingly. Izuku. Hey. Smiling bitterly. The day I met him I hadn't gotten these powers yet. In fact, it was the day Bakugo-kun blew up that notebook. I was a hostage of a slime villain. He arrived and defeated him with one blow. I thanked him and he gave me his autograph. I wanted to ask him 1,000 questions, but there was one I wanted him to answer. Sad. Yaoyorozu. Can I be a hero? The green-haired man nodded and looked down while his eyes threatened to cry. Yaoyorozu didn't like where this story was going. Izuku. All Might was about to jump, so without thinking twice I grabbed his leg and we rose hundreds of meters above the ground. All Might landed on a rooftop, and that was where I was able to ask him the question. Can I be a hero even if I don't have a quirk? Could a person like me be a great hero like you? Yaoyorozu. And what did he say to you? Worried. Izuku. He gave me a resounding no. That someone without a quirk can't be a hero, and recommended me to become a police officer. After that All Might left and I was left alone on the roof. At that moment the words that Bakugo-kun told me came to my head. Bakugo. You know, stopping in the doorway, if you want to be a hero so badly, there's a quick way to do it. Have faith that you'll be born with a gift in your next life and jump off the roof. Fun. The girl brought a hand to her mouth at the thought Izuku had at that moment. Izuku. I didn't, and I went down the stairs from the roof until I walked to my house. When I passed a few blocks, once again the mud villain that All Might had captured had another hostage, and it was my fault. Curious, I approached the place and I could see how Bakugo-kun struggled trying to free himself. I don't know why, but my legs moved on their own. I tried to rescue Bakugo-kun by myself, but I couldn't. We both survived because All Might came to our rescue. The heroes scolded me for the foolishness I had done. When I left that place, Bakugo-kun found me and began to yell at me, insulting me and pushing me while he left the place. Then, I ran into All Might. The brunette saw how the green-haired man had begun to cry, but she would not interrupt him. Izuku. He called me irresponsible and scolded me. He yelled at me not to do it again because someone without a power can't defend themselves. He said, "You can't be a hero," and left. The green-haired boy broke down on the spot and the girl gave him a strong hug while comforting him. She was also crying because of the treatment Izuku received for being different. Yaoyorozu. I don't believe you can't be a hero. The green-haired boy turned to look at her, still with teary eyes, watching as the girl gave him a smile. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya-san, you are a good person despite everything you have lived through. You continue forward. You always try to help everyone. And now, you have powers and you said so or not. Maybe destiny chose you for a reason and it is this. There is a hero in you. Maybe I am not a heroine or All Might, but I do know this. You can be a hero. The green-haired man was surprised by the words the girl had said to him, so he hugged her again while crying. After a few minutes the green-haired boy managed to calm down and watched the sunset with the girl while they were still hugging each other, with Yaoyorozu lying on Izuku's chest, both enjoying the moment. Izuku. Thank you. The brunette looked up, seeing how the boy was still watching the sunset until he turned to look at her. Izuku. Those words meant a lot to me, smiling. Yaoyorozu. They came from my heart, smiling. The green-haired man approached the girl to give her a kiss on the lips, which surprised her, but she couldn't resist and accepted the gesture, returning the kiss. They both enjoyed the moment of just the two of them without knowing that evil was brewing. Izuku. What was I thinking when I decided to do this? Confused. Currently our green-haired boy was swinging through buildings while wearing his suit trying to escape. Izuku. Spider sense. Asterisk. The green-haired boy did a somersault in the air, dodging an axe kick from a heroine he was escaping from, landing on the roof of a building standing up without any problems. Izuku. Can we pretend we never saw each other? Stuck to a wall a little higher than the heroine. Ha. And let you go. In your dreams, smiling. Izuku. Oh, now I understand, pointing at her admirer. Do you want my autograph? You have a terrible sense of humor, huh? Izuku. Och. But seriously, what is heroine number 6 Mirko doing chasing me? Mirko. Acting as a security guard is illegal, and even more so showing your quirk to the public without authorization. That's why I must stop you. Izuku. Ah, that. Listen Mirko, I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm swinging around the city. I'm running late, could you pretend you didn't see me? I would appreciate it, the sexy, adorable and kind Spider-Man. Mirko. Not even in your dreams. Spider, bumping his fist into his palm, you're mine. Spider-Man. I knew it wouldn't work. Sighing. The guard threw a spider web that stuck the heroine's leg to the ground, trapping her. Mirko. You think this will stop me? Mocking. The masked man, however, threw more cobwebs at the heroine's feet, but she did nothing about it. Mirko. Me decepciones, Spider-Man. The heroine easily managed to free her foot from the cobwebs that Spider-Man had thrown at her. Mirko. Now it's my turn, smiling. The heroine looked up only to see that Spider-Man was no longer there and had escaped. Mirko. A trap, and I fell into it, hitting his face, idiot, sighing. The heroine had nothing else to do, so she jumped hard and left the place. The next time she would catch the vigilante Spider-Man. Spider-Man reached his destination, so he entered an alley and took off his suit and then went out to the street as Midoriya Izuku. The green-haired boy arrived at the OSCORP building and entered, seeing that there was no one there, which surprised him, so he decided to go up to the top floor where Dr. Connor's office was. Izuku. Hello. The green-haired man approached his desk and took a device that looked like some kind of advanced vaccine, which made him look at it curiously. Connors. It's not polite to spy. The boy got scared and turned to see Dr. Connors, who was entering the office. Connors. I gave everyone the week off. Izuku. Yes. Nodding, I noticed it. Connors. I should be at school. Putting some books in his bag. Izuku. No, it's just that I had a free hour and wanted to ask you something. How does a predator track a reptile? Connors. Ah, don't many reptiles are at the top of their food chain? Kings in their domains, smiling. Izuku. They must have their weaknesses, right? Sitting at the desk. Connors. Why so much interest in the cold-blooded? Looking at him seriously. For some strange reason Izuku's spider sense activated, which made him go on alert. Izuku. It was just a question. It's just that I have a school assignment. It's all about biology, and because of the cold blood, it should react to changes in temperature. Connors. You should catch him first, smiling. The tone with which he said it gave Izuku a bad feeling, and he was starting to get nervous. Connors. Did you hear? There are rumors of a guy with a lizard quirk by Musutafu. Beautiful and very big. Izuku. And what does he know? Has he seen her? Standing up. Connors. Unfortunately no, but she can be aggressive. If threatened, seriously. It was at that moment that Izuku saw how on the right side of Dr. Connor's neck his skin had turned green and had what appeared to be scales. Izuku. Dr. Connors, are you okay? Worried. Connors. Great Midoriya-kun, taking his bag, I haven't been better, now if you excuse me. Opening the office door and both leaving, I'm afraid I'll ask you to leave. Patting his shoulder, great things are coming Midoriya-kun. Dr. Connors left Izuku alone, who heard a strange noise, so he approached to see how the mouse Pedro ate his partner Vilma, which made Izuku's suspicions were resolved. Naomasa. Mr. Mayor, I assure you that if there is a subject with the quirk of turning into a dinosaur loose on the streets of Musudafu, you will be the first to know. Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa was talking on the phone with the mayor of the city trying to calm him down until he saw our green-haired man arrive at his office, so he hung up the call. Naomasa, can I help you with something? Izuku. It's regarding the dinosaur that's lurking in Musudafu. Naomasa. What's your name? Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, senor. Naomasa. Listen, Midoriya-san, if this is a joke, I suggest you leave. Izuku. No, it's real. Dr. Curtis Connors, he's the lizard. Naomasa. Curtis Connors, the renowned OSCORP scientist. According to my information, Dr. Connors is quirkless. Izuku. No, it's not a quirk. Naomasa. You want me to believe that when Dr. Connors is on his own time he walks around the streets of Musudafu wearing a dinosaur suit. Izuku. It's not, sighing, not a suit or a quirk, he transformed into a giant lizard. Naomasa. Sighing and crossing his arms. Izuku. Believe me, I'm telling the truth. This man worked all his life in genetic crossbreeding of species. He lost an arm, taking his right arm, and wants to get it back. But an imbalance in the equation and then his DNA turned into a lizard is dangerous. And he's planning something horrible, I know it. Naomasa. All right, Officer Yonki. Yonki. Yes sir. Entering the office. Naomasa. Please escort Midoriya-san out. The officer nodded and took the boy by the arm, who had no choice but to obey and walk to the exit. Naomasa stared at him for a few more seconds until she returned to her work. She had to deal with the masked Spiderman and with a man with a dinosaur quirk, she had no time for a child's joke. Izuku left the police station knowing that Detective Naomasa wouldn't believe him and a hero wouldn't either, so he was the last option. Izuku saw how a lizard began to come down from a garbage can which was accompanied by many more entering a sewer. Next to that Izuku saw a newspaper from El Clarin, where it said that there was a reward for proof of Musudafu's dinosaur. In a sewer, Dr. Connors was sitting about to start recording. Connors. Subject Curtis Connors, temperature 32 degrees stable for 48 hours, blood tests lipids and monocytosis constant over time. A few meters away, Spiderman was slowly descending a sewer headfirst, holding onto his web. Returning to Dr. Connors, he had once again taken the device in his hand to inject the DNA. Connors. Coagulation greatly improved. A marked improvement in muscle response, strength and elasticity. Spiderman began to throw several cobwebs, joining them in a single point until he did it where the guard came down and began to move them, checking if they were tense. Connors. Even the vision has improved too. Taking off the glasses, the subject no longer needs glasses. This is no longer just to cure diseases, this is to find perfection. After saying that, Dr. Connors injected himself again and destroyed the camera with force. Izuku had taken off his mask and was looking at his cell phone in one of the many cobwebs. His camera was stuck to a wall and a sudden movement would take a picture. After a few minutes Izuku was lying in his cobwebs while he continued looking at his cell phone waiting for a signal that occurred. A spider web moved which made Izuku put away his phone and take a seat facing the net. Another net moved, and this time one that was on the masked man's back, which made him turn around quickly looking at the net. More and more nets were moving which worried the green-haired man who put on his mask to see how several lizards walked towards him. Spiderman saw how all the lizards went in one direction, that intrigued him and he began to crawl a little in that direction, completely attentive, although that's why he didn't notice how a gigantic green tail moved over his head. His spider sense warned him of danger, so he looked up to see a giant lizard falling towards him ready to attack him. Spiderman barely reacted and stopped the lizard that tried to scratch him with one of his arms, falling on the moment when Izuku's camera flash activated. Spiderman barely stopped the lizard's arm, which had him grabbed by the neck with one hand and tried to hurt him with the other. Lizard. You stopped me once. But you won't do it again. The lizard's claws grew longer, managing to scratch the masked man's chest, who endured the pain seeing how his suit had been torn while it began to bleed from the wound. Lizard. I'm getting stronger every day. The lizard extended his hand towards the hooded man's mask to seriously injure him, but Spider-Man prevented him from doing so by freeing himself and connecting a punch in the lizard's face. This caused the spider web they were both in to break due to the force and weight of both of them, causing them to fall into the sewer water. Spider-Man gave another punch to the lizard and a double kick to the beast's chest, freeing himself from it and beginning to swim along with the water current. Spider-Man extended his arm trying to throw a web but noticed how the lizard had destroyed his web shooter, so with no other option he began to swim faster, being slowly caught by the lizard. Spider-Man managed to pass through a pipe that had a grate, although that prevented the lizard from following him further, so he let out a roar seeing how his prey had escaped. Spider-Man was pulled by the strong current of water through the entire pipe. He tried to stick to a pipe but it didn't work because the current of water pulled him even further. Spider-Man fell into an area where there was no water, so he quickly took off his mask and began to cough and breathe heavily and almost drowned. Well, that was my first battle against a villain and I managed to barely get out alive, although I had a big wound on my chest and it was starting to hurt like hell. Returning to the lizard, it had managed to swim, and despite the strong currents of water, it reached where it started, causing some cobwebs to adhere to its body. So annoyed, it threw them away, causing the camera's flash to activate once again, which made the lizard approach the camera to see what its name was. Lizard. Property of Midoriya Izuku. Smiling. In Yaoyorozu Momo's room, she was sitting at her desk finishing a task on her computer quietly until she heard someone knocking on her window, so she turned to look curiously. There in her window, Spider-Man was leaning on it without the mask, showing Izuku with a smile which made her smile. Yaoyorozu. Come in, nodding her head. The green-haired man slowly opened the window while breathing heavily. The pain was still in his chest and swinging with only a web shooter was complicated. Yaoyorozu. You should consider entering through the door, going back to typing on her computer, ha ha ha. Izuku. He. Yes, you're right, Yaoyorozu. And I told you that my father has the impression, turning to look at him, that you need therapy. The girl remained silent when she saw how the green-haired man was barely standing and his chest was bleeding, which worried her. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya-san, what happened? What step? Approaching. Izuku. Don't worry, you should see how the other one turned out, plopping down on a sofa in his room. The girl quickly approached to see his chest, seeing how it was bleeding, so with the help of her quirk she created some bandages and went to her desk for some alcohol for his wound. Izuku. The other one. In this case it's a giant mutant lizard. Tired. Hey Momo. The voice of the brunette's father made both of them nervous, so the girl quickly went to her door while the green-haired man got up and hid. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Miss Mio made some chocolate, do you want some? Yaoyorozu. Opening the door, no. Dad, I don't want chocolate, seriously, I'm 16. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Well, someone told me last week that he wanted to live in a chocolate house, mockingly. Yaoyorozu. Well, it's impractical, closing the door, and very fattening, opening and closing the door. The brunette let out a sigh and turned to look at her room, seeing the green-haired man sitting on her roof with a small smile. Izuku. Chocolate house, mockingly. The brunette shook her head in annoyance and opened her door again, seeing her father. Yaoyorozu. Sorry, Dad. Mr. Yaoyorozu. It's rich. Yaoyorozu. Today I can't. Today I can't drink chocolate because I have horrible cramps. Senior. Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu. I feel like throwing up and I don't know, very sensitive, I want to cry and stuff. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Don't worry, don't say anything else. I'm not bothering you, smiling. Yaoyorozu. Thanks, Dad. The girl closed the door to her room to turn her gaze, seeing how Izuku came down from the ceiling and fell back onto the couch, so she approached him to heal him. After a few minutes the girl had finished treating the security guard's chest wound and now she only passed a wet cloth over the area. Izuku looked at the girl's face. She was extremely beautiful, so he brought his hand closer, caressing her face. The girl only enjoyed the green-haired boy's gesture. The security guard approached the girl and gave her a short kiss on her lips, which she reciprocated. When the boy was going to do it again, the brunette moved away slightly. Yaoyorozu. Quiet, champion. Smiling. Izuku. He. What did you say? Yaoyorozu. Before we continue with this kissing thing, I want to know what we are now. The green-haired boy remained silent at the question. He had never asked her to be his girlfriend, much less a date, and yet they were already kissing. Izuku. I like you. Confessed since the first day I saw you. I really liked you, and to think that I'm just a loser and a nerd with the prettiest girl in the entire academy. What do I mean in the entire Musudafu Academy? No, in the entire world. Smiling, it would be like a dream, but it's not like that. I like you. Okay, I like to like you. Yaoyorozu. You too. I like to like you. Smiling with a blush at what Izuku said. Both approached each other to kiss each other on the lips with affection and love. It had been a long and hard day for Spider-Man, but in the case of Midoriya Izuku, it was the happiest day of his life. Maybe I lost the battle against the lizard, or maybe not. I don't know, I'm new to this. But being able to be with the most beautiful girl in the world, well, it's a victory for me. It's been 2 days since the battle between Spider-Man and Lizard in the sewers. Also in that time Midoriya Izuku and Yaoyorozu Momo started dating. So it had begun to be noticed how both of them spent time together at the academy, which began to generate rumors about them dating, although they disappeared just as quickly as they arose. Well, how would the most beautiful, smart, and rich girl in the academy be dating the useless, nerdy, quirkless guy in the academy? Izuku. Well, we can add another skill to the notebook, opening his locker. Yaoyorozu. So? Which one? Curious. They were both on break, and while Izuku was taking out his books for the next class, he was talking to his girlfriend who was leaning next to his locker. Izuku. Healing factor, smiling. The girl was surprised by that, and with the notebook where she had previously written down Spider-Man's abilities, she wrote down that new ability. It seems that Izuku had influenced the girl in that writing habit. Yaoyorozu. Do you really have that ability? Impressed? Izuku. Yes. Do you remember the wound on my chest? The girl nodded. Well, today it had disappeared, smiling. Yaoyorozu. Incredible. Midoriya-san, or rather, approaching to whisper to him. Spider-Man. The green-haired man smiled, which was returned by the brunette. They both stared at each other for a few seconds. It was common for both of them to stare at each other without saying or doing anything for minutes. Although this time it would not be like that, and in one of the bathrooms of the academy a toilet was destroyed when it was pierced by a green arm and from where the lizard came out. In the hallways some students started running while screaming, which caught everyone's attention, making Izuku's spider sense activate. A roar sounded in the place, and then a wall was destroyed from where the lizard appeared, which seemed to have a destroyed medical gown. Izuku became more worried about it when he saw how she started looking everywhere looking for something or someone. Lizard. Where is Midoriya Izuku? All the students stepped aside as they turned their gaze to the green-haired boy who stood in front of the brunette. Izuku. It's me. Seriously. The lizard gave a loud roar and started running towards him, causing all the students to start running in the opposite direction. Izuku. Run, run. Seeing his girlfriend, the girl started running in the same direction as everyone else, but stopped at the end of the hallway only to see Izuku running towards the lizard, so she left worried about her boyfriend. Izuku slipped between the lizard's legs and with a spider web made him fall to the ground. The green-haired man quickly got back up and jumped on his back, ready to hit him, but the lizard stopped him by grabbing him by the backpack and throwing him to the ground. Quickly the lizard broke his backpack and threw it to one side to grab the green-haired boy's shirt, carrying him and cornering him against the lockers to forcefully throw him to the other side, crashing him into a wall which he went through and rolled on the floor, seeing that he was in the academy's laboratory, becoming disoriented. Although he couldn't continue looking at the place when the lizard came towards him, breaking through the wall and putting a foot on his arm, preventing him from escaping. Izuku tried to push him away with a double kick to his chest, but it didn't move him an inch, so he grabbed a chair and hit him in the face. Lizard. There's nowhere to hide, Midoriya-kun. The lizard tried to scratch him, but Izuku dodged it while grabbing his foot, seeing how in the distance his backpack with his Spider-Man suit were on the ground. So he threw his web towards his backpack and attracted it to him while he jumped to catch it, although the lizard pushed him, crashing him into another wall. The lizard approached a desk where he took a test tube containing a liquid and combined it with another to throw it where the boy had fallen, creating an explosion. Lizard. All those people ignored and alone for being quirkless. I can save them. I can cure them. You don't have to stop me, Midoriya-kun. The lizard in response received a shoe in his face which made him roar to see how Spider-Man came out of the hole getting into a fighting pose. The guard crossed his arms, throwing 2 cobwebs at the ceiling, which caused a small piece of debris to fall on the lizard's head, making him roar to see how the guard was no longer in his position. The lizard began to look everywhere, although above his head, Spider-Man was attached to the ceiling and dropped, hugging him by the neck while he began to entangle him with his webs, avoiding the beast's claws. Spider-Man, Doc isn't thinking clearly. The lizard tried to get the guard off him but he couldn't, he even started walking out of the laboratory still wrapped in cobwebs. Spider-Man, enough. This isn't you. The lizard, already tired, crashed into some lockers, freeing himself from the guard who quickly dodged a blow by sticking to the ceiling. Spider-Man, what if we talk about it? The lizard in response began to climb the wall to the ceiling, surprising Spider-Man who crawled on the ceiling dodging the lizard's slashes. Spider-Man, hey, the wall climbing thing is mine. Dodging another slash, if you start shooting webs I'll sue you. The masked man stopped crawling on the ceiling and fell to the ground, rolling, followed by the lizard, who fell badly and one of his arms got caught in a locker. So Spider-Man started to throw webs, trapping his arm, although it didn't cost the lizard much to free himself, and in doing so, a part of the locker got caught in his hand, which was sharp. Spider-Man, hey mom. The guard began to do backflips, dodging the lizard's slashes until the part of the locker was destroyed and Spider-Man passed between the lizard's legs. Spider-Man, well, if he doesn't want to talk. Lizard, GGGRRRRRR. The lizard received a spider web in his mouth that fell on him, making him even angrier. Spider-Man, take that. The lizard easily removed the spider web and tried to hit the masked man with his tail, although his spider sense warned him and he dodged a tail swipe and then caught his tail, although it was no use when he crashed him into a wall. Spider-Man, no. Crashing into a wall, make me. Crashing it into the other wall, have. Crashing into the ground, that hurt him. The masked man flew through a door still holding Lizard's tail which he had lost and was still moving. Spider-Man, that's disgusting. Throwing his tail, the lizard approached walking towards the hooded man who stood up to throw 2 cobwebs at his body and throw himself towards him with a kick that was useless, causing the lizard to grab him by the face and slam him into a window. Lizard. It's your end. Although at that moment the lizard felt a blow on his back and turned to see how Yaoyorozu had hit him with an iron bar, which made him release the masked man. Lagarto. Yaoyorozu. The lizard began to walk towards her slowly, making her retreat little by little, still with its bar raised. Spider-Man took advantage of the opportunity and throwing a web to his arm he propelled himself towards him, spinning around him in the air, entangling him with his web little by little until making a kind of cocoon to end up trapping his tail as well. After that he threw a spider web towards the girl, attracting her towards him and taking his metal bar, throwing it at the window in which it had been crashed, breaking the glass. Izuku. Now, taking her by the waist, I'll throw you out the window. Yaoyorozu. What? Confused, and with that, the girl went out the window and began to fall to the ground, although she was held by a net that made her swing, remaining a few centimeters from the ground. The masked man, after making sure he was okay, heard the police patrols, at which point Lizard broke free and turned to see Spider-Man, who crouched down to fight. Spider-Man, oh, someone was a very naughty lizard, mockingly. After that, they both fought again, going through walls without stopping while Spider-Man avoided the lizard's slashes. They both arrived at the library where an elderly adult was listening to classical music with his headphones while looking at some books, not knowing that behind him the lizard and the spider were fighting, throwing things at each other. Lizard threw a table that was just inches away from hitting him in the back and was stopped by a spider web that returned it to the lizard. The man moved to the right where a shelf was, at which point Spider-Man flew past, leaving the library and going through another wall, which left him in pain. Although when he looked up Lizard was no longer there, so he stood up to start looking for him, reaching the bathrooms where he saw his tail entering through a hole in the floor. Police, come out with your hands up. The police entered the academy, so Izuku quickly grabbed his backpack and threw himself into the hole in search of Lizard. He had to stop him once and for all. Outside the academy all the students were gathered and were being checked by ambulances, although Momo was worried, calling her boyfriend on the phone, who answered. Izuku. Hello. Speaking in a low voice, Yaoyorozu. Where are you? Worried. Izuku. I'm fine, calm. I'm in the drain, I followed him. I must stop him before someone gets hurt, walking slowly. But we need an antidote. Do you know how to make a serum? Yaoyorozu. Yes, I always do it for Dr. Connors. Izuku. Perfect. Now listen, you have to go to OSCORP and enter the species genetic crossing file. It's a blue serum. The file is 12,389. Yaoyorozu. Okay. Cutting the call, Todoroki. Hey Yaoyorozu-san, getting his attention. Don't you know where Midoriya-kun is? Yaoyorozu. She went home. You know how her mother is, hee. Nervous, I have to go, right? Bye. The bicolor saw her leave and was confused. Both have acted strangely the last few days, which was beginning to generate suspicions in him. Returning to Izuku, he had arrived where Dr. Connors had injected himself in the sewers. There were several scientific objects with which Connors worked for something that Izuku had to discover. The green-haired man approached the desk where there was a computer with a video of Dr. Connors, which intrigued him and he played it. Connors. I spent my life as a scientist trying to create a world without weaknesses, without outcasts. I longed to create stronger human beings, but that doesn't exist. Humans are weak, pathetic, narrow-minded, and pliable. Why remain human when we can be so much more? Izuku saw on a screen the lizard's exoskeleton and next to it a machine that he knew very well, the Ganali device. With the lizard would launch a cloud of lizard DNA and infect the entire city. Izuku. OS Corp. Connors. Faster, stronger, smarter, this is my legacy to you, and no one can stop me. Izuku without waiting any longer began to run towards an exit. He had to get to OSCORP and quickly. Official. Detective Naomasa has seen the lizard sighting on the streets of Musutafu. Naomasa. And the heroes. Official. They are already taking care of him. Naomasa. Good, serious, and Spider-Man? Officer. I was also at school. Naomasa. I want Spider-Man off the streets, he ordered. After that the detective boarded the helicopter and began to fly in the said direction. The lizard came out of a subway station covered in blood, although that blood was not his, but behind him there were heroes lying on the ground bleeding to death. Lizard started walking towards OSCORP with his robe half destroyed and a bag containing the lizard DNA. Yaoyorozu was working on the serum which she had already started to create when she received the call from her boyfriend, so she answered. Yaoyorozu. Hola. Spider-Man, hello, where are you? Yaoyorozu. I'm already in OSCORP. Spider-Man. You have to get out of there now. Yaoyorozu. I'm making the antidote. Confused? Spider-Man. No, Dr. Connors is going there right now. He wants the dispersal device, he's going to infect the whole city. Yaoyorozu. Only 8 minutes left. Spider-Man. You'll stay 8 minutes after what I told you. People will die, get out of there and now that's an order. Yaoyorozu. Okay. I'll evacuate everyone. Spider-Man. Didn't you hear me? The girl hung up the call leaving the security guard talking alone and worried about her. Spider-Man. Hello? Hello? Hey, is your mother serious? The masked man began to run, climbing a wall, reaching the roof of a building, beginning to swing through the buildings, reaching a crane where he could see the entire city and, in the background, the OSCORP laboratory. He had to stop Lizard once and for all. Detective Naomasa didn't believe him and the heroes didn't act in time because they didn't know much about the situation, so he was the only one who could save the city from being turned into lizards. Spider-Man. Sighing. No pressure. After that, Spider-Man dropped from the crane and began to swing as fast as possible towards OSCORP. Spider-Man was swinging over the buildings as fast as he could. He had to get to the OSCORP laboratories and stop Dr. Connors, who wanted to turn the city of Musutafu into lizards. Spider-Man didn't have time to go for the shadows as he always did. He was against time and the city needed to be saved, so as he passed by a street a traffic officer saw him and reported him. Officer. Heading south, talking into his radio. The vigilante began to use everything he learned in his short time as Spider-Man, and with parkour movements and adhering to buildings he did not slow down. Spider-Man reached the roof and jumped, throwing a web at another building that lifted him higher just as a police helicopter illuminated him with its flashlight. Helicopter. Surrender now or we will open fire. Spider-Man, sorry, but I don't have time. Spider-Man began to swing faster while being chased by the police helicopter. He had to go around a building to escape from the helicopter, but in doing so he had a new problem. He began to run on the wall of a building while dodging police shots that almost hit him. Spider-Man jumped from the wall and threw another web rising in the air, and as he turned around the building the same helicopter was in front of him illuminating him with its flashlight, which caused him to lose vision. At one point an officer fired an electric bullet that hit his chest. Spider-Man. Spider-Man was paralyzed for a few seconds, which caused him to release his web and begin to fall to the ground, only to be received by the windshield of a taxi that hit him in the air and made him roll on the ground, landing face down. Spider-Man was disoriented. The blow and the shock to his body made his vision blurry. He couldn't even perceive the noise, just a ringing in his ears. An officer came towards him and took his arms to catch him in handcuffs and force him to sit down. All this without being avoided by Spider-Man, who was with his head down and disoriented. Several officers arrived on the scene and surrounded the security guard while pointing their weapons at him, at which point Detective Naomasa appeared on the scene. Walking until he reached in front of the guard who still had his head down, which forced the detective to get down to his level and stretch his arm towards him. The moment Spider-Man's spider sense was activated when the detective removed his mask. Spider-Man easily broke his handcuffs and hit the detective's legs, causing him to fall to the ground. Spider-Man quickly launched a web towards an officer and took his weapon away from him to jump back, standing up and quickly and accurately launching webs at the other officers, making their hands stick to their weapons without the possibility of using them. Spider-Man made another jump and hit another officer in the helmet and a spinning kick to another, giving a forward somersault leaving him unconscious, at which point his spider sense activated and warned him. Slowly he turned to look back, seeing Detective Naomasa pointing his gun at him firmly. Spider-Man had no choice but to slowly raise his hands. Naomasa. Stop. Put your hands on your head and lie down on the floor now. Spider-Man. He's headed to OSCORP. The lizard is going to OSCORP. I must go and stop him. Spider-Man began to walk slowly towards Detective Naomasa because near his feet was his mask. Naomasa was still pointing the gun at him. He couldn't see his face. The darkness of the night and the cap on his head didn't let him see his face, but his voice seemed familiar, as did his green eyes. Spider-Man. I have to go and stop him. Naomasa. It's not your job. Spider-Man. Then whose? Naomasa. The heroes will take care of it. I'll contact them. They'll stop Lizard. Spider-Man. It'll be too late. I'm the only one who knows what's going on. And I'm the only one who knows how to stop it. Spider-Man slowly crouched down as he once again took his mask and put it on. Spider-Man. Let me go. He asked Naomasa. No. Seriously, you are under arrest for illegal use of your quirk and vigilantism. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to a lawyer. If you don't have one or can't afford one, the government will provide one for you. Detective Naomasa began to tell Spider-Man his rights, who didn't have time for that. Spider-Man. Perdonim. Naomasa. What? Spider-Man threw a web at his face, which left him blind. Spider-Man took advantage of this opportunity to jump out of the place and start swinging. When Naomasa managed to remove the web, he saw in the distance how Spider-Man was swinging through the buildings while being followed by a news helicopter. Yaoyorozu. Hello. Whispering, Spider-Man, where are you, worried? Yaoyorozu. Hidden in Dr. Kana's office, he's here looking for something. I have the antidote. Spider-Man. Okay. Am I getting these close or can you see a window? Yaoyorozu. Dr. Kana's office has a window, but why? Confused. Spider-Man. Salta Yaoyorozu. What? Midoriya-san are 50 floors, scared. One Spider-Man. I know it's very high but you can't be there, it's very dangerous. Yaoyorozu. Puro. Spider-Man. Listen, I won't let anything bad happen to you, I promise. Do you trust me? The girl didn't respond. Did she trust him? There was the option that she could jump out the window and use her quirk to create something that would save his life, although doing so would be a big problem for her, or the option that her boyfriend gave her. Yaoyorozu. I trust you. When do I jump? Spider-Man. now." The girl did not hesitate for a second, and taking the antidote she left her hiding place and ran towards the window, where she jumped through it and began to fall into the void, all of this seen by the lizard, who looked out to see her fall. Although Lizard got angry when the girl was caught by Spider-Man, so he took the things he was looking for and began to climb the tower from the outside. Spider-Man arrived with Yaoyorozu to the ground, where he left her safe and sound and took the antidote and ran back to the laborious and propelled himself with his webs, reaching a few meters high, and began to climb towards the top, trying to reach Lizard under the gaze of Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu. Be very careful. Worried. Asterisk. Spider-Man arrived at the roof of the OSCORP laboratories and saw how on top of an antenna Lizard was with Ganali's device programming it. Initiating Ganali apparatus. Detonation at T2 minutes. Spider-Man threw a web a little higher than where Lizard was and pushed himself to swing and give him a double kick, although Lizard at the last second grabbed his foot and pulled him towards him, both falling into a lamp that they destroyed. Spider-Man didn't have time to fight, so he quickly recovered and started crawling on the ground, dodging a slash from Lizard, and launched a web towards the antenna again. Although Lizard managed to grab him by the foot in the air and pulled him towards him, hitting him on the ground and then throwing him off the roof and falling into the void. Spider-Man saw everything in slow motion. He was scared. He was hundreds of meters above the ground fighting a beast ready to kill him. Is this what it felt like to be a hero? Spider-Man quickly did a somersault in the air and threw a web at the building and climbed again, arriving with the Lizard giving him a double kick and throwing a web in his face that gave Spider-Man an opportunity to go to the antenna. Although Lizard, without seeing, managed to hit him with his tail, disorienting Spider-Man, although he quickly had to jump, thus dodging a slash to his face from the Lizard, although he did not avoid another slash, this time to his chest, which made him bleed and break his suit once again. The guard, without giving up, threw another spider web, managing to raise the antenna a little higher, although his spider sense warned him, making him turn around and barely dodge a metal object that the Lizard had thrown at him, although when he dodged it by doing a somersault, he fell on his back, hurting himself. Spider-Man launched a web from the ground, sliding, avoiding being pierced by the Lizard with his claws and reaching some tubes that contained liquid nitrogen. Spider-Man tried to take him, but Lizard didn't let him, wrapping his tail around his neck and taking him with one of his hands, both wrists, and with his free hand using his claw he destroyed his web shooters. Spider-Man hit him in the stomach, but Lizard didn't react and took Spider-Man's mask and removed it, showing Izuku with wounds on his face and completely red from lack of air. Lizard. Poor Midoriya Izuku. No father, no uncle. You're alone, smiling. Izuku began to shed tears as he lost consciousness and was about to close his eyes, although using his willpower and desire to save the city he began to exert force. Little by little he began to release his hands from the Lizard, who was surprised by that. Izuku looked at him seriously in the eyes, so he didn't notice how his whole body gave off light green rays that began to affect Lizard. The entire dark night was illuminated for a few seconds by a strong green light accompanied by the sound of lightning. From the origin of that immense light and loud sound, Izuku was crashed into a part of the roof and the Lizard was crashed into the antenna that contained the Ganali device, and his hands were burned. Izuku began to open his eyes slightly as he took a step forward, leaving the hole he was in, although he couldn't stand and fell to the ground on his knees while he brought a hand to his stomach. Izuku. I think I broke a rib. Sore, asterisk. The sound of a helicopter forced him to put on his black cap because his mask didn't know where it was. He also noticed that his spider launchers were destroyed and were no longer useful. The entire rooftop was illuminated by an immense light coming from the helicopter, which was a news helicopter, although that didn't matter to Izuku now. Thanks to the helicopter being above him, they couldn't see his face unless he looked up, so he just lay down on the ground, breathing heavily and trying to rest a little. 30 seconds. That made Izuku react again. He still had to stop the device, so despite the immense pain in his body he began to walk slowly towards the antenna while limping a little. Izuku crawled up to the Ganali device, at which point Lizard opened his eyes and stood up, beginning to climb towards Izuku. Detonation at T10 seconds. Izuku had the antidote in his hands, watching it, although at that moment the antenna began to move from one side to the other. Izuku was about to fall. He looked down, seeing how Lizard came to him, so he acted quickly. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lizard jumped and grabbed Izuku's foot, making him lose his balance, at which point the Gonali device made a gunshot sound and something flew into the sky where it exploded and created a cloud. Lizard smiled at that, although that smile disappeared after seeing how a blue glow fell towards them and felt how he lost strength at the same time that he began to detransform. Lizard let go of Izuku's foot and fell down sharply, leaving only Izuku, who gave a tired sigh. That had been too much for today. At that moment the antenna was completely destroyed and began to fall, so Izuku had no choice but to jump and barely managed to hold on to the edge of the roof while he watched the antenna fall next to the Gonali device. Izuku used his last strength and climbed to the rooftop as he stood up and felt the breeze from the news helicopter that illuminated him as he saw the city he had saved, and his identity remained a mystery. At that moment Izuku let out a sigh and sat on the edge of the roof with his feet in the air, wincing in pain and holding the left side of his stomach. Izuku. Yeah, I broke 1 or 2 ribs. Izuku saw how his web shooters were destroyed as well as his suit. Not only was his chest broken, parts of his back sleeves and on his left foot he had a large wound and a broken part of his suit. Izuku. I'll need a vacation. Izuku turned his gaze seeing how now the lizard had disappeared and Dr. Connors was naked and unconscious on some boxes. Izuku waited a while until his spider sense activated, so he gave a slight smile and slowly went down the wall of the building a few meters below, hiding in the darkness. The door to the rooftop was opened where several heroes and officers entered along with Detective Naomasa. Hero. He's unconscious. Several heroes handcuffed Dr. Connors and covered him with a blanket they were carrying. Naomasa. So he was telling the truth. The detective approached the edge of the building looking at the entire city while he sighed and took out a cigarette and lit it. Izuku looked down more just in case Naomasa looked down, but luckily for him, he didn't. Naomasa. I have a lot of work to do. Let's go. After everyone left, Izuku went back up to the roof while he let out a sigh and continued holding his left side, so he took his mask and began to retreat. It was already midnight and Midoriya Izuku was in the dining room worried until the door was opened and the person she was worried about appeared. Her son Midoriya Izuku entered through the door. Izuku, seeing his mother, gave her a big smile while showing her his teeth. His mother began to shed tears when she saw how his entire face was hurt and dirty. Izuku showed his bag and took out a box of organic eggs, which made the woman approach her son to give him a strong hug that Izuku responded to. Finally, Spiderman emerged as the winner. He had saved his city and stopped the lizard, so he could take a few days off with his mother and girlfriend, right? To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.